Everyone at the school wince, covering their ears with their hands, trying to endure the shockwave. What the hell is this? God damn these inhuman creatures! From Venus's mouth they poured out again, leaping down to the schoolyard without any hesitation. The students panicked before they could even process what was happening, shoving one another to look out. What's that? What on earth is that? Bongo and Simon barked a short command, "Start!" That giant snail seemed to get the point immediately, as its heavy body suddenly slumped onto the schoolyard floor. Its body began to split apart, dividing into countless smaller organisms. The mushrooms growing on its back now carried parts of the body, moving rapidly on their own. Simon glanced around and growled. That guy in the white cap is nowhere to be seen here either. Java hesitated slightly, then speculated. He either ran away, or he's already been taken out. Simon snorted. Both are wrong. Until that white cap guy shows up. Anything that stands in your way. Kill them all or crush them for me. Bhagia smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. Before Lord Bias arrives, let's have ourselves a little party first. The whole pack began to stir. The creatures split from Bongo shifted their shapes, looking exactly like hideous aliens. Swung roared, revealing a bizarre bright blue tongue to signal the start of the war. The savage roar sent the students into a panic, screaming as they scrambled for an escape. We're dead! Run fast! Move! Get out of the way! On the upper floor, Cho Truk and Bak Dong stood close to the window, pale with shock as they watched. This is insane! What on earth is that? Both were shivering uncontrollably, in sheer terror, watching the swarm of creatures crawling toward the building. Are they coming this way? A student shrieked when they saw the clones of Bongo reaching the window. They're breaking in through the windows! What do we do now? The inhuman creatures began smashing the windows, trying to crawl inside. Someone yelled, "We can't get out! Head to the upper floors!" A creature is crawling through the classroom window. The few remaining students suddenly froze, as if they had just noticed something. It looked up just in time to see a dark figure diving straight down. Boom! The impact shook the very ground. That dark figure dealt a heavy blow, sending shockwaves across the courtyard. A massive sound erupted, catching the eyes of Simon and Java, who were still chilling over on this side. They turned their heads, immediately spotting a person's silhouette behind the thick screen of dust from the recent impact. Seeing their comrade under attack, the monsters stopped their climbing, fixing a menacing gaze on that figure, while letting out constant low growls. The dust settled, revealing Kang. He pivoted, with a look of pure rage, staring down the creature that had just growled at him. Without hesitation, Kang bolted from his landing spot. He sprang forward, charging straight at the inhuman creature with lightning speed. In a split second, Kang was right in front of it, leaving it completely stunned, not even knowing what hit it. But by the time it could react, Kang put all his power into landing a massive punch to its face, pinning its body to the wall behind. With such a sharp and fierce move, even without the white cap, Bhagia's gang could easily tell. He was the white-capped superhero, the one they were desperately hunting. Right after that monster was taken out from above, another one immediately pounced on Kang. It balled its hand into a tight fist, aiming straight for Kang's face, intending to land a fatal blow, but Kang skillfully dodged with a quick pivot, countering with a punch as hard as a sledgehammer, smashing the monster's head into the wall behind. Just then, another monster unexpectedly leapt from the upstairs classroom, diving headfirst toward him, mouth agape, showing off its freaky teeth, aiming to gobble Kang up. But Kang was quick as a flash. He thrust his arm out to block its mouth and pulled it down. Gripping the wall ledge with his other hand, he put all his strength into it, smashing the monster's head into the glass right in front of him. The sound of shattering glass rang out sharply, followed by not just the glass exploding, but a large section of the wall above collapsing as well, leaving a massive hole. In an instant, Kang and the monster vanished through that gap. All this time, Simon witnessed the entire battle and was completely stunned. That kid! All of Bongo's clones were wiped out by him with just one hit. The only thing is, he's not wearing the white cap anymore. Finally, he shows his face. Bhagia looked toward where Kang had just vanished, his voice sounding a bit hyped up. The white-capped post-human. Scene change. Ah! What the hell is this? Inside the hallway by the classrooms, an inhuman creature had snuck inside, terrifying a girl so much that her legs gave out, leaving her unable to run away. We're toast. Has it already made its way here? Diu stood behind. The girl saw the monster and couldn't hide her intense stress. Seeing her friend too paralyzed with fear to stand, she screamed, "Hey, get up already!" She was about to rush out and pull the girl away, but Diu held her back. Dabang, standing nearby, despite being scared, tried to call out to the class president. "Look behind you, quick!" He even gestured for the girl to turn around. But it seemed the class president was so terrified that she couldn't hear a single word anymore. "Run to the center stairs! Don't come this way!" While the whole group was still in a muddle, a warning shout came from behind. Clearly, the other end had also just been ambushed by inhuman creatures. Having calmed down a bit, she tried to push herself up from the floor, but her trembling legs betrayed her, making it impossible to stand. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Dabong hissed out a curse. He was just as panicked as the rest. "Holy crap, everything's going south! Why? Why did these bastards show up here?" But DU over there wasn't doing much better. At that moment, he was so scared that his mind went completely blank. "I'm screwed. I can't think of anything right now. What do I do? How is this going to be okay?" Facing such a massive, inhuman creature would be a mental breakdown even for adults, let alone for naive students like them. There was no way out, and no way to fight back. Everything felt like a dead end. The monster slowly closed in, getting closer and closer to the class president. It seemed to sense that these kids were totally helpless and lacked any ability to strike back, so it slowly opened its maw wide, aiming directly at its prey. Sohui screamed in despair, "Class president!" Just then, a sudden, powerful gust of wind blew down from the stairs, as if something had just streaked past. In the blink of an eye, Kang appeared right in front of them, delivering a devastating kick, smashing the monster's head into the wall, causing the entire wall to crack. Class President Sohui was so scared she fainted, even foaming at the mouth. Du's group stared wide-eyed, dazed by Kang's lightning-fast strike. What the heck was that? Amidst the shock, Kang stood there motionless, his face unreadable, either calm or furious, making it even harder for them to believe that he had just taken down that monster. With a single blow, outside in the courtyard, Java suddenly pulled back, retracting into a shell as hard as a snail's. Its entire body began to vibrate strangely, emitting a bizarre sound. Along with glowing red beams of light, red circles appeared and rippled through the air, blasting through everything and quickly blanketing the whole school. The people inside suddenly felt their minds being scanned by something incomprehensible. The atmosphere around the school also turned unexpectedly grim. Inside the hallway, a swarm of inhuman creatures suddenly appeared, grabbing anyone they could find and launching an attack. Kang let out a groan as a monster bit down on his shoulder. Fresh red blood began to pour out. He quickly pulled himself together, trying to make sense of the chaotic mess before him. Dabong was being strangled with both hands by another monster, blood streaming non-stop from his nose. Mohui had her chest pierced by another one's long tongue. It was so freaky and sudden that she couldn't even react. Watching everyone collapse right in front of his eyes, Kang was stunned for a moment. The air around him was thick with the scent of fresh blood. But very quickly, Kang regained his composure. His eyes looked as if he had just realized something was off. Scene change. A figure blurred past. Obangq moved at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, heading straight for the school. As soon as he identified the pack of inhuman creatures gathering in the yard, he immediately closed in. Simon was the first to notice his arrival. Obangq didn't take long to see that Java was acting strangely. It was likely the one behind that weird feeling from before. He quickly locked onto his target, gliding past several monsters, blocking his way, and charged straight at Java, before delivering a kick right to its face. Both Simon and Hechi were stunned by Obangq's insane speed. They could barely track him with their eyes. Java, having taken the hit, let out a cackling laugh. That was almost a major problem. A split second later and I would have been sliced in half. A deep gash had appeared on its body, blood flowing out incessantly. Obangq stood opposite, his voice cold. "Where did you scumbags crawl out from? To have the guts to mess with this place like this?" Java didn't rush to answer, speaking with pure amusement instead. "Is there anything more fun than causing a mess? Messing with the minds of these stupid humans. That's right." Obangq stomped hard, his blood-stained prosthetic leg hitting the ground as he approached. The monster's voices. "You guys actually know how to talk trash pretty well. So it turns out you're the ones behind all of this?" Simon and Hechi now fixed all their attention on Obangq, the man who had just appeared. He slowly reached up to loosen his tie, his voice dripping with killing intent. "You bastards dare to lay a hand on my son? I'll make you pieces of garbage pay in full. You'd better be ready." "That's right, Obangq." Finished his words and ripped his tie off, tossing it behind him. His eyes were full of menace. "I'm going to wipe out every single one of you filthy freaks." He pointed his hand directly at Java, his voice low and sharp with murderous aura. Right after that threat, Simon couldn't wait any longer and made his move. He lunged forward, pouncing toward Obangq. Both hands were clenched and raised high above his head. As Simon gathered his strength to deliver a fatal blow, Obangq struck first by a hair. Just before Simon could land his hit, Obang Queen whipped his prosthetic leg around and landed a surprise kick straight to his face. He immediately pulled his leg back. His actions were so fast that, even after being hit, Simon hadn't even realized he'd been struck. Hechi and Java were also completely stunned, witnessing a level of power that far exceeded their expectations of Obang Queen. Immediately after, Obang Queen suddenly pivoted to face Simon, his eyes radiating a powerful surge of killing intent. He pressed his fingers together like an arrowhead and thrust his hand straight toward Simon, but Simon quickly sidestepped, arching his back to dodge the lethal strike. He was slightly surprised by the creature's unexpected agility. At that moment, Hechi suddenly lunged in to attack, his mouth wide open, revealing teeth as sharp as blades, snapping directly at him. Obang Queen immediately pivoted on his leg and leaned back to avoid the bite. Right as Hechi's bite missed, he immediately swung his prosthetic leg, slamming it into its face before it could even dodge. Hechi took the full force of the blow, and a deep gash instantly appeared on its shoulder, reaching all the way to the bone. But while Obang Queen was still midair from the spin, a fist suddenly lunged forward, punching him straight on with massive power. Just when it seemed Simon's punch would connect, Obang Queen managed to throw out his hand just in time, snatching the punch clean when it was only an inch from his face. Scene cuts to the classroom hallway. Muhai, Jiao, and Dabang are all unconscious, slumped against the wall, looking like they had just been hit by the bizarre attack from Jiaba. Hearing a voice call out, Muhui slowly opened her eyes. In front of her, a hand was waving back and forth as someone repeatedly called her name. "Hey, Muhui, wake up! Look at me!" The light shining through the window helped Muhui see more clearly. Kang's face came into focus. She softly whispered his name. "Kang, I'm here. Are you okay?" Muhai blinked, fully awake, and stammered, "Kang, what was that?" she asked, frowning slightly. Before she could finish her question, Muhui burst into tears, her voice breaking. "Back then, it was so clear." All of you. The hallucinatory images from moments ago were still haunting Muhui's mind. Seeing her like this, Kang could only watch her in silence, not knowing how to comfort her. At that moment, Zhao and Dabang also began to regain consciousness. Dabang winced, rubbing his forehead. "Ow, my head." After composing himself, Zhao looked at Kang and asked, "Kang, you saved the class president earlier. What exactly happened back then?" Hearing Zhao bring up what just happened, Dabang suddenly noticed the white baseball cap that Kang had been holding in his hand this whole time. "Are you actually a superhuman?" Faced with that question, Kang just stayed silent and didn't answer. Everyone around him, they also seemed to have caught on to the current situation, and all turned their eyes toward Kang. "You were the one who saved me earlier, weren't you?" The class president looked at Kang, her eyes wide with surprise, thinking to herself, "Kang, but..." Before anything could be cleared up, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed from the other end of the hallway. "They've climbed up! They're inside now!" The shouting made everyone jump and whip their heads around. "The upper floor is done for too! Hurry, let's get out of here!" But Kang stood his ground. He heard the shouts clearly but didn't respond, nor did he bother to explain anything. He calmly stood up straight, brushed his hair back, and put on his cap. "There's not much time left, I have to go. I'm just glad everyone is safe. For now, don't move from this spot." When Zhao and Dabang saw Kang put on the cap, it was like a confirmation. Their suspicion about the white cap was real. It was unbelievable. Both of them had tears in their eyes, uncertain if it was from emotion or pure shock. "Everything will be fine from now on." Muhai's eyes also widened, stunned by Kang's true identity. She stood in silence, watching his figure disappear down the hallway. "I'll protect you guys." He was leaving the scene, leaving behind that solid, firm promise. Scene change. Obang Queen's prosthetic leg skidded lightly across the sand. Then he regained his footing. After several rounds of combat with those monsters, he quietly mused to himself, "This gorilla-looking dude. I put everything into that last strike. Yet he's still hanging tough. He's completely different from the ones we killed before. Those clones were weak and didn't last. But we still don't know the real deal behind his true body. Anyway, this guy is no joke," Obang Queen recalled every single attack from Simon and Hechi, especially that strange, murderous intent they give off. "In every moment of the fight, it always keeps up with my speed. If it can dodge at that pace, I might not have the agility advantage anymore. It adapts and adjusts its power so quickly. Its observation and reflexes are no joke either." He paused in deep thought, then mused, "Looks like I can't let this drag on any longer." Just then, Jiaba, standing opposite him, spoke up. "So that leg you're sporting is just a prosthetic. I thought that fake leg was hiding something special." Unexpectedly, Obang Queen remained still, as if waiting to see what else Jiaba could figure out. He continued, muttering, "Even with that last move you pulled, I realize that your full power isn't just packed into that prosthetic leg. It's just a tool for coordination, not the main point. When fighting Simon or Hechi, you kept your eyes glued on me, never losing focus for a second. This must be my welcome gift. Interesting, but no matter what, you won't escape death. I've had nightmares about that bird, though you probably wouldn't understand." Obang Queen frowned, clearly fed up with Jiaba's rambling voice. He snapped coldly, "You talk too much, you idiot." He didn't hesitate to use foul language, cutting right through Jiaba's nonsense. At this point, Obang Queen's aura seemed to shift completely. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and beneath the brim of his hat, some kind of mark began to faintly show, emitting a dim glow right on his forehead. "You don't understand a damn thing." Scene change. At the same time in the U.S., inside a meeting room, everyone was still gathered to continue their discussion. "You mean we're going to provide aid?" Bobby replied firmly and decisively, "That's right." Hearing that, Ben hesitated for a moment. "International support? That's never been a mission I've handled before." Dion, standing in the middle of the room, suddenly spoke up. "This is clearly a massive abnormal attack. Looking at the current situation, it looks like an anonymous superhuman is fighting off a ton of enemies all by themselves. Every cloud has a silver lining. At least that superhuman is still holding their own." Ba immediately proposed a plan. "We need to form a team right now. First of all, Kem, go to Dr. Almond's research institute, where Gui Zhao is staying. There's a girl named Chi waiting to meet you." Hearing Ba mention his name, Kem was taken aback. "Me? Someone wants to see me? How come?" Ben shook his head. "I'm not sure why either." Then she quickly turned to assign tasks to Sog. "Dao, Ben, Dion, everyone else stay put, okay?" No one objected to B's decision. Sog suddenly whispered, "So the support team this time will be you and Kem, right?" B nodded. "Correct." "Kem and I are heading out. Save me!" "Is there no one else here?" Inside an empty classroom, a student sitting at the back was facing a terrifying, non-human creature. It seemed to sense the boy's fear and knew full well he couldn't do a thing to hurt it. So the monster moved slowly and deliberately, as if trying to back its prey into a dead end. Suddenly, the monster gaped its freakish mouth and stuck out, long, spindly tongue right in the student's face. He was so terrified he couldn't even make a sound, thinking his life was about to end right then and there. But just at that moment, someone suddenly lunged forward and landed a punch straight into the monster's face. That surprise blow was so powerful it punched right through its head with just bare hands, no weapons needed. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the creature didn't even have time to react or defend itself. The student was in a total panic, shaking as he watched Kang effortlessly take down the monster with a single hit. "What the?" Only then did Kang turn his head to stare at the student, who was bawling his eyes out. He stammered, the white cap!" Without waiting for the boy to finish, and after making sure he wasn't hurt, Kang turned and bolted out of the classroom. The student stood frozen, watching Kang's figure fade away. The scene from moments ago still had him shaking. Like waking up from a dream, he suddenly slumped to his knees on the floor. A memory flashed through his mind, back when he was just hanging out with his brown-haired friend at the school gate. Thinking of that, he couldn't stop the tears from streaming down. "Ha ha ha, I told you so. The white-cap superhuman really is a hero." He was the only one on the team. Down the long hallway, Kang sped past the empty classrooms. As he ran, he thought to himself, "Damn it, there are too many of them, and they're attacking from everywhere. There must be at least 30 or 40 of them, spread out from the first floor all the way to the third." But the days of training with Obang Queen had turned Kang, who was once just a diamond in the rough, into something that shone brighter by the second. Now he could accurately sense the presence of those non-human creatures across a wide area, even one as big as a school. No other choice. He had to start with the most dangerous spot. "I've got to make a move." Kang's mind suddenly shifted toward the gym, a vast space, and a major gathering point for those monsters. Meanwhile, inside the gym, "Get back quickly, teacher!" The panicked cries of the teacher and the students echoed throughout the hall. "What do we do? Teacher, teacher!" First just get to the back." The PE teacher and the students were all visibly terrified. In front of them, a pack of hideous non-human creatures was slowly closing in. On the gym floor, a couple of students lay motionless, blood pooling around them. They were clearly the unlucky ones, caught by the monsters earlier. The creatures occasionally let out ear-splitting screeches, moving with sluggish, lazy steps, as if dealing with this crowd in front of it was a total cakewalk. The student with the bowl cut, the one who had been chatting about the white-cap superhuman, was also right there. Sweat poured down his face from pure terror. Suddenly, a student screamed, "What do we do now?" What the hell do we do? We have no choice. We have to make a break for the emergency exit. But there are monsters out there, too. So what, you're just gonna stand there and die? The bowl-cut student remained frozen in place. Tears began to stream down as his mouth trembled. What the hell are these freaking things? Another student suddenly pointed and yelled, "Look over there!" What is that slimy mass in the middle? Every eye turned toward a viscous, slimy lump, nestled among the non-human creatures. I don't know, but it looks like they're all tangled up together. Before they could process it, that slimy mass suddenly twitched. More accurately, it was slowly rising upright, under the horrified gaze of everyone present. Oh God, I'm asking you, what is that thing? The monster gradually stood fully erect, revealing a face even more revolting than the others. Its head was riddled with 3 or 4 small mouths, and its massive body suggested it was the leader of the pack. Bongo? It suddenly let out a faint, vague call. It was unclear if it was answering the people in front of it, or just unconsciously calling out to someone. Immediately after, it let out a blood-curdling roar, puffing its cheeks out, as if holding something in its mouth. Seeing this, the students were so scared they were paralyzed. The bowl-cut kid muttered a curse. "Crazy bastard!" Suddenly, the monster spat out several bizarre things that looked exactly like long, spindly tongues, shooting straight at the students. Just as those hideous tongues were about to hit their marks, a loud thud suddenly rang out. Kang smashed through the window from outside and lunged in, leaving the pack of non-human creatures stunned. In the blink of an eye, Kang had already vaulted over several rows of seats. Closing in on those long tongues, he reached out and snatched them all up. While the students behind him were so scared they squeezed their eyes shut, Kang quickly gathered all those freakish tongues with just one hand. The bowl-cut kid slowly peeked and saw he was still safe, quickly glanced around and recognized Kang's figure, standing right next to them. The monsters thrashed in frustration because their tongues were caught, and they couldn't pull them back. Yet Kang held them all in a tight grip with only one hand, without letting a single one escape. Suddenly, Kang put his weight into it and yanked the tongues toward him. The pack of monsters was reflexively pulled forward, huddling all together in a heap. Kang clenched his other hand into a fist. He swung a punch straight at the smaller creatures. The biggest monster saw its pack being dragged away without a chance to resist, only able to growl before taking the hit. Kang's punch aimed directly at their heads. Before they could even process it, Kang's fist suddenly emitted a brilliant light, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He let out a roar and put all his strength into his other arm, slamming it right into the non-human creatures. A violent shockwave erupted from the gym. Kang's arm was now covered in the monster's blood. In front of him, a massive hole had been blown open to the outside, a lingering mark from that terrifying strike. There was no trace left of the non-human creatures. It seemed they had all been pulverized by Kang's fist. The teacher and the students standing there were stunned, witnessing the scene with their own eyes. Their mouths hung open. "They're gone. Not even a trace left? The white cap, wait, that kid?" The bowl-cut student suddenly remembered the day he and his friends were just chilling and chatting at the school gate and accidentally bumped into Chote-shik. Back then, he had also seen Kang standing nearby, staring intently at Chote-shik. No, wait, right at that moment, Kang's his gaze swept over the remaining non-human creatures. They were all backing away simultaneously, taking wary steps. The death of their leader had clearly terrified them. Before the man standing there, Kang stared coldly with expressionless eyes, showing absolutely no mercy toward those monsters. Are they actually retreating? The bowl-cut student was stunned by the sight. Refusing to give the monsters a chance to flee, Kang charged forward. He lunged, kicking one creature square in the face, then used the momentum to grab the heads of 2 others. Instantly, he held them tight and slammed their heads together. Blood splattered all over the floor, making the scene even more chaotic. "Don't think even one of you is getting away," Kang growled in a freezing tone. As the 2 monsters collapsed to the ground, blood spreading across the floor, his voice was sharp like an ultimatum. "Today I'm wiping you bastards out." Scene change. Incheon Airport is currently deserted. Not a soul in sight. Weird. What kind of airport doesn't have a single person? A man strolled around inside. Maybe there's some kind of alarm? Fighting in weather this nice. What a bunch of weirdos. Viewed from behind, one could easily recognize the white, wide-brimmed hat, the long brown trench coat, and the light blonde hair. It was none other than Yi-won. He walked around as if scouting the area, then gave a slight compliment. Not bad for Korea. Meanwhile, at the school, the 3rd-floor hallway was in absolute chaos. "Oh no!" The tragic scream of a student echoed through the block of classrooms. A teacher in a formal suit was suspended in the air, blood dripping incessantly from his shoulder to the floor. A non-human creature had used its long tongue to pierce through his shoulder, leaving him dangling mid-air. "Sir, what are we supposed to do now?" But despite the pain, the teacher kept his cool. His eyes showed no fear. He tried to calm his students down. "Don't just stand there like statues, you guys. Run now! Run anywhere, just get the hell out of here!" He struggled to grip that slimy, squirming tongue. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "I'll hold it back." "Run!" The non-human monster remained eerily still. Its tongue was still impaled deep in his shoulder. Its soulless eyes stared blankly at its prey. Despite the pain tearing his shoulder apart, the teacher turned to give a final word. "Do you all remember what I told you? Snap out of it! You all still have your whole lives ahead of you." The students finally snapped back to reality. They caught a glimpse of his previous teachings in their minds. The most important thing for the younger generation. It is to care more. Chat for humanity and the world we live in now. Perhaps only at this very moment. Those students truly understood the weight of those lessons. They burst into tears, crying out for their teacher in unison. The teacher standing there couldn't hold back his emotions either. Tears fell as he spoke with a choked voice. "I have always looked at you all as my own kids. I'm sorry for being so hard on you all this time. I hope you all can forgive a teacher who wasn't good enough." The students felt completely helpless. Not one of them dared to step forward because they were so terrified. Just then, the monster suddenly opened its horrific maw wide, as if it couldn't wait another second. It prepared to devour the teacher right then and there. Suddenly, a jacket flew out of nowhere, covering the non-human creature's head. With a quick glance, the teacher recognized it as a PE uniform jacket. He was completely caught off guard. At that moment, someone lunged out from the classroom. "Gundo!" Taking advantage of the monster's blinded vision, he leapt forward and latched onto its body. Thanks to that, the teacher was released. His eyes widened when he saw his savior was Gundo. "Is that you?" Gundo turned back and yelled, "What are you waiting for?" Choi Tessik. Hearing the commotion, Choi Tessik immediately rushed out to join Gundo. But the other students out in the hallway couldn't hide their absolute shock at seeing Gundo charge out so unexpectedly. He roared, "Hurry up, push it out the window!" Hearing that, Choi Tae-sik threw his whole weight forward, slamming hard into the monster. But contrary to his plan, even though he put everything into it, the creature's body remained as immovable as a stone pillar. "What the hell? Damn it, why is this thing stiff as a board?" While Gundo and Choi Tae-sik were still struggling, Nam Gung-moo and a few others ran out as well. "Gundo, Choi Tae-sik!" Seeing them, Gundo barked, "What are you guys just standing around for? Get over here and help me push!" Nam Gung-moo's group immediately swarmed in, shoving hard in unison. This time, they finally succeeded in knocking the non-human monster out through the window, sending it into a freefall. They thought it was over, but no. The creature suddenly shot its tongue out, tightly wrapping it around Gundo's arm. Gundo was still holding onto the windowsill. The sudden move left him no time to react, as he was violently yanked down by the monster's weight. A sharp, searing pain flashed through his entire arm, forcing Gundo to let out an agonizing scream. Choi Tae-sik and Nam Gung-moo watched in panic, but before they could do a thing, the monster had already latched back onto the ledge. Nam Gung-moo's other arm was severely injured, almost completely paralyzed, leaving him with nothing to do but scream. Now the non-human creature shifted too, coiling itself tightly around Gundo's body, leaving him dangling in midair, exactly like it had done to the teacher before. "Crap, Gundo, do something, save him, quick!" Choi Tae-sik stood right there, but didn't dare step close to where Gundo was hanging. The monster's tongue tightened with every passing second, until Gundo's weakened body could only manage a faint moan of pain. Suddenly, a distant memory flashed through Gundo's mind. "Gundo, aren't you hungry?" But back then, Gundo was sitting on the steps with his father. Before them, the sunset was slowly fading, painting the entire sky in deep red. Hearing his father's question, Gundo softly replied, I'm not hungry, Dad." Right, but immediately after that, the loud growling of his stomach exposed his lie. His father looked at him with gentle eyes, flickering with a hint of sadness. "You really are hungry, aren't you? Let's go, stand up, let's go find something to eat." The father and son held hands, walking slowly together. After a few steps, he asked again, "Hey, Gundo, son, do you still miss your mom?" Yeah, at that moment, Gundo suddenly recalled the image of his frail mother, lying in the hospital, hooked up to a ventilator. He paused for a second, but still answered quietly, "No, I don't." His father reached out and rubbed his head. "You little rascal. Why do you always bottle up your feelings like that?" But Gundo didn't respond, just walked silently by his father's side. A while later, the man softly advised, Caring for others in silence is a good thing. But sometimes you should be honest with yourself, too. That's your true voice, after all. You're a kind-hearted kid. So no matter how hard it gets, you have to do your best, okay? But in the present, the non-human creature had extended its tongue, wrapping it tightly around Gundo's head. He no longer had the strength to resist, or even cry out in pain anymore. Am I really going to die? Choi Tessic and the teacher nearby saw things getting worse and screamed, "Gundo! Gundo!" At that moment, the memories in his head rewound back to a distant time. "Anyone, somebody help!" That day, his father and Gundo stood before a building engulfed in fierce flames. Cries for help echoed everywhere. But the fire trucks hadn't arrived in time yet. Gundo's father looked at the house drowning in the sea of fire, his gaze turning pensive. Right after that, he sat down and instructed, "Gundo, I'm going inside and I'll be right back. Be a good boy and wait here for me, okay?" He slowly explained, "If we wait for the fire trucks, I'm afraid it'll be too late. The fight for survival is sometimes measured in minutes, or even seconds. I have to check it out. Can you stay here and wait for me?" Gundo looked at his father, his face filled with both worry and hesitation. "Don't go!" the little boy's heart screamed. But Gundo couldn't bring himself to say it out loud, because he knew that once his father stepped inside, the chance of him coming back out would be incredibly slim. Yet even so, he chose to let go through his tears. Okay? Scene change. Is that Gundo? At a national tournament, a group of students whispered and gossiped as they saw Gundo walking past. "Check out that scary look on his face. I heard he's even more intense than the local thugs. But Gundo has no family. Rumor has it his father was a firefighter who passed away." It was unclear if Gundo caught those whispers. He just kept walking straight, not even bothering with that drama. Back in the classroom, two students were discussing yesterday's events. "Did you see the fight with the guy in the white cap? It was freaking legendary. Yeah, he's a real hero. If it weren't for him, we'd all be toast." In the corner of the room, Gundo didn't seem to care. All he could think was, hero? What good is a thing like that? Scene change. Warning, non-human creature alert. The Disaster Prevention Center is issuing a notice. The school's PA system blared repeatedly. Gundo was lounging on the rooftop at the time, ignoring the announcement entirely. He just stared silently at the sky. The sudden sound of the rooftop door opening caught his attention. Gundo was slightly surprised to see who walked in. It was none other than Kang, in his white-capped superhuman form. Kang didn't seem to notice Gundo's presence. He just reached up slightly to adjust his eye patch, then quickly turned his back and left, leaving Gundo staring in bewilderment. Scene change. "Gundo! Gundo!" Desperate screams echoed everywhere. But no one had the guts to rush in and save Gundo while he was on the brink of death. "Damn it, Dad, I miss you so much. Dad." Just when it seemed like it was all over, suddenly, from behind, a figure charged in and delivered a powerful blow. "Nice hit, B! B!" The man leaped up and kicked the non-human creature square in the face with both feet, forcing it to release Gundo. Taking advantage of the moment, he raised his newly refurbished robotic arm and aimed it straight at the monster's face. He didn't forget to turn and signal Dogen to cover his ears. As their eyes met, a look of pure admiration flashed in Dogen's eyes for B. A single thought crossed his mind. Hero. Seconds later, the entire third floor shook violently as a strange light erupted. The surrounding window glass shattered into pieces from the shockwave of that strike. Everyone else hit the deck, covering their ears tightly with their hands. What the heck was that? B's new robotic arm remained perfectly intact, clearly upgraded to be much stronger than before. Across from B, the monster's head had been blown apart, its bloody corpse sprawling across the floor. A soldier? Did he really just take down that monster? A student nearby exclaimed. Gundo, sitting close by, struggled to move his battered and wounded body. A painful groan escaped his lips. I'm alive. I'm actually alive. Gundo, are you okay? The others finally snapped out of it. Realizing the situation was under control, they sighed in relief. B turned his attention to Gundo, using his cybernetic eye to scan the boy's internal injuries. Both arms were broken, and several ribs were severely fractured. Dogen's condition was indeed critical. After finishing his assessment, B remained silent as if deep in thought. Suddenly, a student shouted, "It's the Daitok Special Forces! The Special Army is here!" "No way, for real? Everyone come look at this!" On the stairwell, Daitok soldiers appeared, fully geared up. They moved forward alertly, weapons in hand. They quickly took over the perimeter from B. Avoid contact with non-human creatures, unless absolutely necessary. Listen up, team. Our top priority is the safe evacuation of the students. After that, Zango led the group to the third floor. Following the right staircase, they efficiently neutralized 3 non-human creatures in that area. Seeing the military in position, B gave a firm instruction. Students, do not leave this area under any circumstances. Stepping outside right now is suicide. Just as B was about to turn and leave, a weak voice called out from behind. Wait a second. B paused for a moment and turned his head. Gundo, covered in blood, struggled to sit up and rasped, I want to fight too. Take me with you. I'll do whatever it takes. Whatever you tell me to do, B replied coldly. Your whole body is broken. Multiple bone fragments are piercing your internal organs. You can't even stand, let alone fight. He flatly refused. Stay put and wait for the medical team. Fighting non-human creatures isn't as easy as it sounds. I appreciate the sentiment, but before he could finish, B suddenly felt a light tug on the hem of his pants. He was slightly taken aback. I want to... Even though he was at his absolute limit, Gundo managed to speak through labored breaths. Damn it! I told you, let me go with you. B looked down at him. He said nothing, just silently observed Gundo. I really admire people like you. Gundo choked out through his tears. Images of Kang's father, and B flashed through his mind like a movie montage. Gundo had always truly admired heroes, and he yearned to become someone like that too. B, I want to stand up on my own. I want to protect everyone with my own strength. Those heartfelt words left everyone around, completely stunned. Both the teacher and Choi Tae, stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. Only B maintained a calm expression. He said nothing, just silently watched Gundo. Scene change. In another corner of the school, Kang was going all out to wipe out the non-human creatures as fast as possible. His hands were drenched in their blood. The superhuman in the white cap. The students in the cafeteria were shell-shocked when they saw Kang appear and coldly take down the monsters one by one. Hold on. One person froze, realizing something. Chun, isn't that guy in your class? Exactly. Guan Chun was standing right there, jaw-dropping as he watched Kang effortlessly drop 2 monsters in a row. He couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, Lim Kang? Is that really Lim Kang? What? What the hell? Guan Chun stared in awe as Kang stood there calmly. How is this even happening? Wait up. I'm heading out. After speaking, he turned and walked away. The crowd of students behind him immediately went wild. Go for it, Whitecap. Kill it. Thank you so much. Is he okay? Was he stabbed in the gut? Guan Chun stood there frozen, watching Kang's silhouette fade into the distance. Kang wasn't feeling relaxed either. He muttered to himself. There are still about 10 of them left. Some have probably scattered toward the city center. Not much time left. Scene change. Outside on the school grounds, Hechi was hunching over. Suddenly, the spikes on his back grew long and sharp, bristling in every direction. Obang Queen immediately sprang away from his spot, leaping backward to maintain distance. The moment he dodged, Simon took advantage of Obang Queen's opening and lunged, throwing a punch straight at his face. But just as the fist was centimeters away from Obang Queen's face, he moved like lightning, delivering a kick right into Simon's face. The unexpected counter caught him completely off guard, leaving Simon to take the full force of the blow. His entire body reeled backward, spiraling out of control. Right at that moment, from the front, a sharp spike lunged straight at Obang Queen, followed by 2 or 3 other spikes firing in rapid succession. Obang Queen spun in midair, cleanly dodging the barrage of incoming spikes. The spikes slammed into the wall behind him, the impact so powerful it shook the entire wall. Hechi stiffened slightly upon seeing the old man's masterly evasions. Obang Queen glanced at it, with a scrutinizing look. Spikes? No. Can't tell if they're spikes or horns? They grow fast for sure. He reached out and grabbed the spike that had just grazed his shoulder. He had dodged most of the previous attack, but still got clipped. After that, Obang Queen decisively pulled the spike out and tossed it aside, and began to analyze this hideous thing. It throws spikes from a distance with decent accuracy. If I close the gap, all those spikes will come at me at once, and that gorilla over there will take the chance to move in. Even though they're just a short distance away, the exact total damage output is still unclear. But how the damage stacks up is still a mystery. Even now that bastard is still going strong. What a pain in the ass, he muttered, squinting at Simon. Furthermore, I feel like my senses are being scrambled. That nausea, it must be Zaba's ability. This fight isn't as easy as I thought it'd be. The eyes and the mark on his forehead, Obang Queen suddenly began to emit a faint light. Seeing this, Zaba shuddered as the realization hit him. So that's how it is. I was unsure before, but now I'm certain. No doubt about it. He muttered, why isn't anything changing? It's unbelievable. The environment doesn't seem to affect his aura at all. I've got a bad feeling about this. Thinking that, Zaba floated up even higher. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Time to end this! Hehehe, I need to kill him right now. He growled, sorry, but you seem to have too much free time. I can't waste any more time keeping you tied down here. Now I'm going all in. As soon as Java finished speaking, Simon immediately lunged forward. He let out a thunderous roar, then pounced aggressively, intending to seize Oh Bangui. The collision between the two created a massive shockwave. Wind blasted outward from this bastard. He's seriously strong, Java thought to himself. Even though Simon's power was once recognized by Behemoth himself, the fact that he is both hard to take down and always alert to every strike makes him truly formidable. Scene changes not far from there. Ewan stood on the rooftop of a small building, scanning the entire scene. Sirens echoed everywhere, mixing with the sounds of impact from the battle, unfolding right in the schoolyard. Nice vantage point, Ewan smirked. Just this much and I'm already getting hyped. Behind him, a figure wearing a blindfold stood silently. It was the same person who appeared in Iceland back then and faced off against B. Yuen scanned the surroundings, muttering, since this is a large-scale battle, I expected it to some extent. But I can't help being surprised. He glanced toward Java, coldly snorting, every single one of them is a monster. Suddenly, Yuen went silent. He stared into the distance, lost in thought. Indeed, it feels like these guys are stronger than any non-human creatures we've ever seen before. Amazing, of course it's a shock. But there's no way this is all of them. The person standing next to him asked, Yuen, do we need to open the base? Yuen looked up at the sky and smirked. No, I have no intention of interfering this time. Not even a little bit. This has nothing to do with you. It's just my personal take. But if we slip up and get involved in this fight, the consequence will be total annihilation. Everyone will end up dead. I have a bad feeling about this. Old man, look! The second wave is already crashing in. Fear and despair are about to swallow this place whole. Oh Bangui leaned aside to dodge Simon's punch. With extreme grace, he seized the monkey's moment of distraction, immediately reaching out both hands to grab Simon's biceps. Pivot. Then without hesitation, he ripped its arm into 3 pieces. Even Simon couldn't react in time. It let out a scream of pure agony. Java. On this side, he's still fully locked in on some plan. Oh Bangui swung his blood-stained arm, his voice dripping with contempt. What are you screaming for? Hilarious, so you punks actually feel pain? In the very next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Right before him, the image of Simon suddenly morphed into Mungu. Mungu was slumped on the sandy ground, clutching his mangled arm with both hands. His body was shivering uncontrollably. Master. Mungu looked up now, his eyes filled with tears, voice trembling. Master? Why? Watching this, Oh Bangui was shaken to the core. Nope, it wasn't supposed to be like this. Before he could regain his composure, still in a state of confusion, thinking he was the one who had hurt Mungu, a sudden kick slammed straight into his face. Simon capitalized on that exact moment, delivering a massive kick that sent Oh Bangui flying. He couldn't counter in time and was blasted back 10 meters. His body slammed repeatedly against the concrete ground, then skidded a good distance further. Oh Bangui forced himself to roll over, staggering slightly before struggling to stand tall again. He looked toward the pack of non-human creatures ahead, and was suddenly stunned once more. In front of him, the flickering silhouettes of all his disciples from the dojo appeared, lined up right across from him. Master, it's us. The images were hazy, yet so bone-chillingly real, causing Oh Bangui to freeze and instinctively take a step back. The sight of his students covered in blood, constantly calling out those 2 words, Master. It made Oh Bangui suddenly unable to tell whether this was reality or a nightmare. Agony was etched across his face. He looked at them with a tormented gaze. My children. But before he could even process the depth of the pain, in his heart, back in the present, Simon shot forward like a bolt. He used his remaining arm to swing with massive force, tearing right through Oh Bangui with a clean, swift strike. The sudden slash left him paralyzed with shock. Blood sprayed out in every direction. Simon glanced at him with eyes full of pure hatred. Oh Bangui's body was now sliced in half. Losing all support from the shoulders up, as he collapsed to the ground, he fell with a heavy thud, right under Simon's cold, heartless gaze. Oh Bangui passed away with his eyes still wide open. His face was frozen in a look of lingering shock. Java stood on the other side. Seeing everything end exactly as planned, he was ecstatic, laughing out loud. Ho ho! This gorilla is actually pretty cracked. Even when emotions are running wild like that, I won't let myself get dragged into a stalemate with you guys. But then again, no matter how great the power, it'll all crumble one day. That's just how the game works. He narrowed his eyes. Didn't expect such a sudden plot twist. before I even got to face that superhuman guy, the one in the white cap. Over on the other side, Yiwen and his henchmen watched the scene in silence, unable to hide their skepticism. Is he really dead? The henchman blurted out. Yiwen remained silent. The wind gently ruffled his hair as his eyes stayed fixed on the distance. How could this even happen? He stared at Banggui's severed upper body, thinking to himself, since when? Is it because I didn't witness this entire fight firsthand? How could even a bystander like me almost get sucked in? The chaos is truly terrifying, he muttered, his pupils contracted slightly. This world really is vast. To think such a superhuman actually exists. Yiwen let out a remark, like a final tribute to Bangui, accompanied by a gaze full of intrigue, but just when everyone thought it was over, the corpse on the ground suddenly began to shift its shape. Instead of Bangui with a severed body, the one lying there now was Heichi. Simon was momentarily startled to see Heichi's corpse appear right before his eyes. In place of that old man, Java and Sun both turned pale at the same time, as if they had just smelled something fishy. In an instant, they both fell into a state of panic, because they had no clue what was going on. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, delivering a massive punch, slamming straight into the back of Sun's neck. The surprise attack left him no time to react. He didn't even realize it until the blow landed. A cold voice rang out. Didn't I make myself perfectly clear? Sun slowly collapsed to the ground. Blood sprayed from his wound, splattering onto Bangui's hand. You punks don't know a damn thing about me. Sun fell with a thud. A massive wound carved into his back. Blood flooded the floor in red. Java stared at the scene, his confusion reaching its peak. What the hell is this? Bangui turned his gaze toward Simon. His voice dropped, dripping with resentment. So you're the only one left, you bastard? The aura around him became heavy. The mark on his forehead glowed more intensely than ever before. The surrounding air seemed to compress tightly, then suddenly exploded outward. Java stood frozen in place. His whole body shivered from the sudden wave of panic. The pressure around him felt 100 times heavier. He gasped, his mind spinning. What the hell is happening to me? It's like someone just hijacked all 5 of my senses. Amidst the dizziness, he was horrified to find a mark on his own forehead identical to Bangui's. It felt as if it was devouring his mind. No, this belongs to me, Java. The scenery around him began to warp and distort. In Java's eyes, Bangui stood before him with a calm smile. Have you ever heard of swapping places? There's no way you wouldn't get it, right? Java remained silent, unable to respond. Bangui walked slowly closer, looking at him and speaking in a deep voice. If you can't distinguish between real and fake, then you'll be trapped in an illusion forever. Since this is your own ability, then of course you should understand it better than anyone, right? It truly is a terrifying power. Java grimaced, his voice almost trembling with rage. This damn old geezer? Your little tricks? Bangui remained composed, letting out a faint smirk. Tricks? You're the one who created this, not me. I just borrowed it for a little bit. Let me let you in on a secret before I send. You down to that place they call hell. Whenever I land a strike, I leave a red mark on the opponent's forehead and temporarily steal their ability. I only faked being hypnotized to make you believe I'd fallen into an illusion. That is the exact trick you're talking about, he explained slowly. Hearing that, Java froze and thought to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? But since when? A flash of realization shot through Java's mind. He began to recall from the very first moment. Bangui appeared when he was dodging Simon and Heichi, then suddenly closed in to attack him with a kick. That kick was a feint. Turns out he didn't intend to kill him at that time, but just needed to graze his forehead for a split second, and he didn't even notice it. So his real objective from the very start was just to steal this illusion-casting ability. Bangui slightly raised his prosthetic leg. His voice was slow, carrying a hint of both anger and regret. Humans living in this world, everyone has their own reasons. Some people even spend their whole lives just trying to find the reason they exist. Superhumans are the same. In the end, they're just like normal people, living very ordinary lives. Memories suddenly flooded back to him. A beautiful sunny day at the dojo. Come on, everyone, gather round. Ah, Guang, move in! Stop eating tangerines and get over here! Lively shouts and laughter filled the air. Everyone quickly huddled together in a group. Jang was limping with a cast on his leg while being carried by D. Everyone wore warm smiles, looking directly into the camera lens. 1, 2, 3, 4. The camera shutter clicked. At that moment, someone asked, "But why did you, Moongu, call everyone out for a photo like this? It's just that the kid gets his cast off tomorrow, right?" So what? Well, truth be told, we don't really need a reason at all. Hearing the answer, everyone burst into laughter. sharing that bustling moment together. Oh Bangui recalled that beautiful moment, while bitterly thinking about how just a few minutes ago, most of the students he treated like his own kin had fallen under the claws of those inhuman creatures. Right before him, tears involuntarily fell, the price for trampling on the life of others. Java, I'm gonna make you taste every bit of it. With those words, he slammed his prosthetic leg down hard. The shocking stomp made the surrounding earth and rocks vibrate violently. As the dust cleared, the spot where Java had been standing was completely pulverized, as if a meteor had just struck. Before Java could even regain his senses, a razor-sharp slash suddenly appeared, running right through his body. Seconds later, Java's entire body was split in half. Blood gushed out profusely. I'm killing you by tearing you in two. Oh Bangui whispered to himself, his voice ice-cold. The two halves of Java's body slumped to the ground, right in front of him. The marks on both their foreheads began to blur, then vanished. Java wasn't quite dead yet. He tried to let out a few groans of agony. Blood pooled everywhere. So filthy, behemoth. But Oh Bangui suddenly grew alert. He whipped around abruptly to look behind him. But what met him was only a cold, empty space, completely devoid of anyone. Oh Bangui knit his brows, his face showing a hint of tension. He slowly sensed the surrounding atmosphere with caution. This murderous intent is unusual. The schoolyard was deserted as the wind suddenly howled much louder, as if signaling an imminent storm about to break. The sky above also gradually turned a somber shade, carrying an ominous omen. Even though the scene remained silent, a suffocating sensation had enveloped the entire space. On this side, Iwan also seemed to sense a lurking unease, hiding away though nothing had yet appeared. But a chilling aura like a blade, pressed right against the neck, kept tightening invisibly. The space was eerily quiet, as if returned to its original state. The wind grew more violent, howling around the schoolyard. A restless, tense feeling felt like it would explode. At any moment, everyone knew something was coming. In the middle of the schoolyard, suddenly from the ground, something slowly began to emerge. The ethereal form of Venus rose from the earth, leaving Yiwan and Oh Bangui momentarily stunned. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a long howl. The strange screeching startled everyone around. Over here, just as Kang pinned the heads of two inhuman creatures to the wall, he also heard that scream clearly. Those hiding nearby panicked when they heard that sound. What the hell was that? Damn it, find cover in the buildings now! Kang stood frozen, his worried gaze fixed on the school building. At the same time, B was leading a team up to the rooftop. They had just taken down 6 more inhuman creatures. That bizarre sound echoed out, causing everyone to pause for a moment. On the 3rd-floor hallway, Choi Tae-sik's gang was still surrounding Park Gu-no. Hearing that blood-curdling howl, everyone was rattled. What now? What's that freaky noise coming from the stadium over there? Hey, you guys stop cowering in that classroom! Hurry up and run over here this way! Choi Tae-sik, still holding Park Gu-no, cursed under his breath. God damn it, until now. Only that old man has been holding them back. Another person spoke up. After that scream, there was like a really weird gurgling sound. Choi Tae-sik and Nam Gung-moo looked at each other, terror written all over their faces. What the hell is going on? It'd be nice if this was all just a dream. In the middle of the schoolyard, after Binur fully emerged, it roared violently again, kicking up clouds of dust everywhere. Immediately after, another figure appeared. An unidentified non-human creature. It stomped hard, the ground cracking as if intimidated. Java, lying gasping on the ground, stammered, Lord Binur. The newly appeared monster huffed coldly with a snooty voice. I didn't expect much from you guys anyway. I sent you lot here first, just to size up the power of that superhuman in the white baseball cap. So how on earth did he take you all out so effortlessly? At the same time, 3 more non-human creatures appeared. One had a buff, massive frame, with several pairs of horns sprouting from weird spots on its body. Standing in the center was likely Bemis. The other 2 stood next to one with hovering wings. Bemis glanced at Bongo with a contemptuous tone. Bongo's scattered attacks were only meant to cause panic, to throw those people off. You idiots! He spat out a crude insult. The non-human Catalan, with a deformed body, also mocked Bongo. Bet you're hiding in some hole, huh? Come on out, the games are over. The non-human Zit Harbor was hovering in the air. With 3 heads, it remained silent, giving no reply. Binos had stepped back, staying to the side to watch it play out. Bemis growled. I watched from the tunnels, creeping through every crack in the base. Who would have thought? That guy could nerfed Java's power so much. He really is a dangerous one. Oh Bangui had been standing still, observing. A flicker of surprise rose within him. These non-humans clearly had a calculated plan when they arrived here. These bastards. They really came prepared. For a real war. Obangui thought to himself, his eyes filled with tension. Even though I anticipated this situation, I didn't expect them to be this reckless. It's been a long time since anyone has actually pushed me into a corner like this. For a split second, Obangui suddenly thought of the silhouette of another, non-human creature. He compared this bastard to being even more terrifying than that one was before. While Obangui was momentarily distracted, Bimos had already closed in right in front of him. His voice rang out flatly like an order. It seems your mind is wandering somewhere else. Bimos's movement speed was so fast that nearly every action took place in less than a second, catching Obangui completely off guard. What the hell is this? But his reflexes kicked in just in time. Obangui raised his prosthetic leg high and kicked out hard, aiming straight for Bimos's chin. However, Bimos caught it in a flash. Tightening his grip on his entire body, Obangui was immediately hoisted up, left hanging in midair. Not bad, Bimos chuckled dryly. I saw you take down Simon without even using your hands. He spoke with an indifferent tone, while Obangui was still stunned that his move was countered so easily. In an instant, Bimos gripped tighter and landed another direct punch. Unbelievable. The powerful punch slammed into Obangui, sending him flying over 10 meters away. He fell hard and couldn't get back up immediately, partly because of that last hit, and partly because his energy had been drained, nearly to the point of exhaustion from the previous fight. Obangui coughed violently, struggling to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Bimos still held the prosthetic leg firmly in his hand. He squeezed it with a smirk. The target of our group is that superhuman in the white baseball cap. He absolutely must die. Finishing his sentence, Bimos squeezed hard, snapping Obangui's prosthetic leg right then and there, then slowly advanced toward him. If anyone gets in my way, I'll just have to waste them all first. At the back of the schoolyard, Kang had just finished off the remaining non-human creatures. He quickly rushed onto the rooftop and cast his gaze down below. From up high, Kang saw clearly how Obangui was struggling to fight against a massive monster. Grandpa, he whispered softly. But before Kang could dive down to back him up, his path was cut off. The white baseball cap superhuman. So you've come to deliver yourself, huh? Catalan and Zidane appeared just in time, blocking the way right in front of Kang. With cold, dead eyes, Kang gritted his teeth, a surge of irritation rising within him. Below them, Obangui was still pushing himself to face Bimos, his body battered and covered in injuries. I really have gotten old. This body isn't what it used to be, he smirked, talking to himself. Even as he edged closer to death's door, his mind never stopped thinking about Kang. Kang, even though it's still way too early. Even if I'm not by your side, I know you'll pull it off. Forgive me, my boy. Just as it seemed everything was ending in those thoughts, the unexpected happened. Both Obangui and Bimos were stunned when something suddenly appeared right next to them. Yo, you there? A black circle, like a swirling vortex, manifested in thin air. A voice echoed from within. It's a shame, but in the human world, we have a saying. Learn to respect your elders. From inside the vortex, Nandi stepped out, his tone playful as he continued to joke around. Ha ha ha! A loud laugh erupted, making everyone instinctively freeze in their tracks. Right after that, Nandi and Jabong dashed out of the black hole together, blocking the path between Obangui and Bimos. Seeing more meddlers in his way, Bimos furrowed his brows, his voice sounding bored. How annoying! What do these brats think they're doing now? At that moment, Jia Jiang spoke up, her eyes fixed on Nandi. Nandi, yeah? Nandi quickly replied to Jia Jiang. No matter the situation, until now, she hadn't actually participated in a real fight. Get that old man away from here for me now. He spoke decisively, but Jia Jiang hesitated for a moment. She seemed worried, because the non-human creature before them was massive and looked like anything but an easy opponent. Over here, Obangui seemed to have realized something as well. Struggling, he thought, wait, these guys are... He suddenly remembered a news report he'd seen before meeting Kang about how Aji and Jia Jiang had appeared. To confront Kang directly, mustering his remaining strength, Obangui called out, Hey! You guys! Hearing him, Jia Jiang turned around. Her eyes met Obangui's. Seeing his wretched state, she immediately changed her mind. She stepped over to support Obangui, then looked back and said to Nandi, Nandi, I'll take him to safety, be careful. At this, Nandi chuckled playfully. Ha! Never thought I'd see the day you'd worry about me. I'm so touched. Hurry up, they're closing in! With those words, Jia Jiang picked up Obangui and quickly soared high, escaping the danger zone. On this side, Bimos had remained calm this whole time. He suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Tell me, what's your deal with that superhuman brat? In the white baseball cap? But Nandi showed no sign of fear, replying mockingly, "Well, look at you, actually opening your mouth to strike up a conversation." While joking on the outside, Nandi was silently observing and analyzing. That massive frame and the pressure it exerted were definitely concerning. Immediately after, he slowly answered the question. "The white baseball cap Superhuman? Ah, well, he's kind of like my first love. I'm actually quite fond of him, it's just that he—" But before Nandi could even finish his sentence, Bimos lost his patience. Roaring as he lunged forward, throwing a straight punch at his head, Nandi hissed in anger, "Shut it! Beat it!" At first glance, the punch seemed to have ended him on the spot. But right at that moment, Nandi's body dissolved into a strange cloud of black dust, leaving Bimos momentarily stunned. The head that was just crushed immediately disintegrated, turning into black soot that clung to Bimos's arm. But just a few moments later, that dust bonded together into a black band, wrapping tightly around Bimos's arm, forcing him to a halt, stumbling to find his footing. Nandi spoke up, his voice dripping with mockery. "I thought you were actually something special. Turns out you're just mid." In that instant, Nandi's head fully restored itself, as if it had never been destroyed. Black streaks like tattoos running down his face and arms suddenly glowed intensely. He yanked the black cord binding the arm. Bimos let out a laugh. "You've got quite a mouth on you. But in the end, you're no different from those useless losers." Ha ha ha! Before Bimos could even process what the hell just happened, Nandi pivoted, focusing his strength into both hands, squaring up for a throw. Immediately after, Bimos's entire body was yanked backward by the black cord and slammed violently into the ground. The impact sent a shockwave that made the surrounding ground shake violently. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. The black cord snapped apart, then condensed into a black mass floating over Nandi's hand. "How long has it been?" That strange voice emerged from the black dust. They began to shapeshift, solidifying into a figure that looked exactly like Nandi, standing right in front of him. "Long time no see? Looks like my shadow's gonna be a bit busy this time." Nandi let out a soft laugh, his eyes fixed on the target. Bimos was struggling to crawl back up on the opposite side. The shadow stared at Bimos and spoke pensively. "Why are you throwing yourself into a fight with this thing? Weren't you planning on just making a run for it?" Nandi didn't even bother to care about what it said. He strode forward with purpose. While raising his other arm high, the shadow immediately retracted its form, streaking toward him to envelop his arm. "Stop whining. Lock in, I'm telling you. This guy is a monster among monsters. 1 second of slipping up and you're cooked." At that moment, the shadow began to slowly transform into a bizarre weapon. Hearing his words, it only gave a cold snort in response to Nandi. He swung it around effortlessly a few times, then gripped the handle tightly. Sometimes you just have to go all out and stand on the edge of life and death. The shadow had now turned into a massive scythe, its blade gleaming with a crimson light. It muttered coldly. "Your eyes look nothing like his." Bimos had gotten back on his feet before long. His raspy voice spoke without any restraint. "Once I've killed that white baseball cap Superhuman, I'll wipe out the rest of you. And yet some crazy brat actually comes looking for a death wish. You want to fight? What's the reason? Why bring this smoke upon yourself?" Those threats only served to make Nandi even more hyped. He laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, my reason for fighting you? Let me see." The aura around him suddenly condensed, turning thick and heavy. Nandi curled his lip in a provocative smirk. "I'm a superhuman, and you're just some freak, labeled as a non-human creature. Isn't that reason enough?" As soon as he finished, both lunged at each other simultaneously, kicking off a battle that promised to be anything but easy. Cut to the other side. After finding a safe spot to hide, Zhejiang asked Obangui, "Anyway, it looks like all your ribs are shattered, aren't they?" Obangui instinctively recalled the moment from earlier, Bimos's punch, the final blow. "I braced myself to take that hit straight to the face, but the second it was about to land, he shifted his trajectory and punched me right in the ribs, leaving me to take the full force of it. What kind of monster has that much insane power?" He coughed slightly and turned his gaze toward Da Jiang. Seeing her still watching him intently, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Then he spoke in a serious tone. "I still remember you guys. From when you faced Kang at Incheon Port. Who are you, really? Why did you save me?" Da Jiang didn't shy away. She listened closely as he continued. "Are you fighting for humanity? The two of you appeared to save me at my most critical moment. How am I supposed to interpret that?" Faced with the question, Da Jiang remained silent for a moment. Then she gently pulled back her hood. She replied in a low but firm voice, "That's right. But at the very least, I'm still on the side of humans." She bowed her head slightly. Her light blue hair fell, making her glowing red eyes stand out. She continued, "Honestly, even though we've been side by side for a while, I still don't fully understand what Nandi is thinking. No, but I'm glad I met you. I am Dajang. Scene change. Sis, how much longer do we have to go? Bo spoke up as she and Chen were sitting on two boulders, speeding through the air. Chen replied in a steady voice, We've been flying for a while now. At this rate, probably another 2 hours. But if it takes longer... Either way, this rock is already moving at full throttle. Bo nodded. Then she turned to look at Chen's somewhat impatient expression. She chuckled softly. You look so stressed, Chen. But no matter how late it gets, that thing is bound to happen anyway. But when I saw how Ivan had absolute trust and was overprotecting Kazone, I thought that the possibility of predicting that girl's intuition must be absolutely spot on, meaning it's unbelievably perfect. Hypothetically, that assumption also leads to an inevitable scenario, the death of the white baseball cap superhuman. From the start, our goal was always to support. It's just that the method is a bit different. This outcome was already predicted, which means it's very likely we'll be forced to intervene to turn around the total failure of the war in Korea and end it, no matter what. We still have to return to Korea, no questions asked. While Chen was still absorbed in her analysis, Bo suddenly spoke up, cutting her off. Sis, wait up! Only then did Chen snap out of it and notice what was ahead. There's something up ahead! Just as she finished her sentence, in front of them, dozens of magic circles of all sizes suddenly appeared, hovering in midair. From within those circles, countless arms suddenly thrust out, reaching straight for Bo and Chen as if trying to snatch them. Giant arms came rushing at them like a tidal wave. The speed was so fast it even caught Bo off guard for a moment, unable to react. Chen, right beside her, immediately shouted, Bo, hold on tight to the rock! But the nearby Hengen rocks immediately lunged forward to block the path, clashing with those freakish arms, but that resistance couldn't stop them. The arms pierced straight into the rocks, crushing them and slipping right through without hesitation. Chen and Bo had to struggle to stay balanced on the Hengen blocks to dodge the bizarre strikes, as the rocks impaled the cluster of arms, thinking they had blocked them. But only moments later, those arms instantly regenerated, even crushing the Hengen itself. Seeing this, Chen calculated silently. The Hengen rocks are being destroyed like it's nothing, but both the speed and power are just too insane. Right then, an arm came whipping toward her face, but Bo spotted it just in time. She quickly urged herself to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike in the nick of time. She recalled the words Dion once said when describing the non-human creature at Inchinport. That thing has a very bizarre existence. I've never seen anyone like that before. Now she realized these arms were identical to the ones that massive monster used. That's right, it's that long-haired guy. But why is he here? And where is his actual body? Could it be behind that magic portal? Right then, behind the circles, Ban was hovering in midair. While Baynert stood behind him, Ban spoke calmly. You've worked hard, Bennis. Go back to where the white baseball cap guy is. Actually, head back to MLE first. Hearing that, Venus only let out a long howling, ah, before slowly fading into thin air. As Venus vanished, Ban immediately cast some kind of spell and teleported away. In the blink of an eye, he appeared, back in midair. He gave a joyful laugh at seeing these familiar faces again. Where are you guys off to in such a rush? Both Bo and Chen stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. They whipped their heads around in panic, but before they could process it, Ban threw a kick, growling, Oh, right. Gotta say hello first, don't I? Both took the full force of the kick and were sent flying in opposite directions. Since Bo couldn't hover in midair, she fell straight toward the sea. Seeing this, Chen's eyes widened with worry. Bo, the Hengen rocks that were nearly crushed also started falling with her. Hovering just above the sea's surface, they shifted toward Bo, leaving her momentarily stunned. The Hengen fragments broke into smaller pieces, then flew over to support the joints of her body. Bo clung tightly to each joint as if they were stabilizing her body. She barely had time to think when immediately after, her entire body was lifted by those small stone fragments, up from the surface of the sea. Witnessing the scene, Ban let out a mocking remark. You're soaking wet, aren't you? A standard superhuman greeting like this is a bit way too noisy. Seems like you don't have a single drop of flying ability, do you? On this side, Chen suddenly called out to Bo, the Hengen will now become a part of you. Do your best to support your own fight, okay? Just believe that you're actually flying in the sky. That's all it takes. Bo looked at her as if she understood. Suddenly, Ban burst out laughing. Ha ha! What a tearjerker support act. Absolutely hilarious. I have to fight you guys and deal with these rocks popping out of nowhere at the same time. So those are your chess pieces, huh, Chen Sonata? He began to lay out his analysis. Those rocks keep moving constantly. They don't stop even if they're smashed to pieces. The core of them is If the source isn't destroyed, they'll just keep annoying me forever. Quite a troublesome power. I'll give you that. Hearing this, Chen lost her patience. She snapped, "Stop yapping. Think whatever you want. By the way, you're that non-human creature that Dion fought at Incheon Airport, aren't you?" Hearing this, Ban smirked and replied, "Oh, please. That wasn't even a fight. It was just a little friendly back and forth." Now Bo joined in, asking coldly, "How did you even know to come here and block our path?" Ban cut her off before she could finish, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Wait a sec, Bo. Let me let you in on our ultimate goal. Our real objective, for those of us you call non-human creatures, is to take over this Earth." He lowered his voice mockingly. "You people, living on this planet and looking down on us. That was your biggest mistake. Especially you superhumans. I'd love to believe that hollow talk about stopping us and protecting humanity. But in reality, that is just a delusional fantasy." Ban gritted his voice. "We are just biding our time. When the time is right, we will strike. The truth is, you don't have a snowball's chance in hell. Actually, you never had any to begin with. Even so, Lee won't allow you to interfere. Not even for a split second." Hearing him mention another name made Bo pause for a moment. Since some time ago, an uneasiness, smoldering in her heart, suddenly became clearer than ever. It was finally time for them to take action. Ban continued with a rasping voice, "The root cause of everything is that white baseball cap superhuman guy. If he were to disappear, our plan would have been flawless." When seeing him mention Kang as a threat, Chen and Bo immediately understood why the non-human creatures chose South Korea as the first place to sweep through. He chuckled coldly. "Of course, this is just MLE's assessment, which is a bit different from my perspective. From the very beginning, I saw the two of you as the real biggest obstacles." Hearing that, Bo gritted her voice and asked, "So, you're the leader of these non-human creatures?" Ban looked at her, his expression unchanged, then replied, "The leader? If you want to call me that, I guess that's fine." Bo looked him straight in the eyes. Her pupils had turned gold, signifying her absolute will to fight. She said coldly, "I will eliminate you right here, to end this pointless war." Ban showed no sign of fear. He spread his arms wide, and countless magic circles appeared behind him, just like the circles from earlier. He smirked. That's why I said, it's all just a case of arrogant delusion." Scene change. At this time, on the roof of the school gym, Kang was facing two non-human creatures, blocking the way. Catalan spoke with a sneer. "You guys don't get it at all. That white baseball cap superhuman doesn't look dangerous at all. Just a total pain in the neck. I need to deal with you now and get it over with." He lifted his head with pure arrogance. Gitty, however, had remained silent until now. Without saying a single word, Kang glared at them, annoyed that his path was blocked, while he was trying to reach Oh Bang-yeo. In another corner, Oh Bang-yeo along with Da Gang were watching the scene. As Kang was being chased by those two monsters, "Old man, just close your eyes, Kang. Remember what I told you." And Kang actually closed his eyes. At that moment, Oh Bang-yeo suddenly thought back to the old days, back when everyone was still at the academy. One afternoon, Kang carried a wild boar back from the forest. "Oh my god, that's sick! It's freaking huge! I bet this thing is what broke the cage." Everyone gathered around the boar, talking excitedly, while Oh Bang-yeo sat on the wooden floor, thinking quietly, "I really can't wrap my head around it. But if there's still a scent left, it'll seep into something one way or another." He remembered the moment he once patted Kang's head, and wondered to himself, "I'm not sure if it's because there was nothing to take, or because my power isn't strong enough. Whatever, there's no way to verify it anymore." He watched his students intently as they chattered around the wild boar. "Donsoka! If you go downtown later, pick up some tangerines to bring back." "Yes, sir. Look at the shape of these spots. They're exactly like in Chapter 8 of the Watermelon Theory Master wrote. As expected of our master. It's just a shame he's such a petty thief, otherwise he'd be perfect." Oh Bang-yeo stood up and walked toward the kids. "Kang, let's go. Time for training," he called out. Kang asked in shock, "Again? When do I get to eat dinner, master?" "Cut the chatter and follow me. Don't wait for us. You guys go ahead and eat." He turned to Mungu and put a hand on his shoulder. "You know what you have to do." Mungu nodded. "Yes, I understand." Once they had left, Guangxik leaned in and whispered, Is Kang going for training again?" "Yeah." Mungu just gave a slight smile. What else could he do? He broke 2 pieces of furniture and failed his training evaluation again. So there's no ducking Master's extra intensive training. Master's intensive training, huh? Then he turned to reassure him. "It's fine. Let's just wait for Master. We can all eat together once they get back." Before Guangxik could reply, His stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. He hesitated for a second before blurting out, "Senior, how about we just eat first?" Scene change, a thundering waterfall. Obangyo led Kang there and said sternly, "Listen carefully. From this point on, this will be a battle within your own mind." Hearing this, Kang was still dazed and confused, his eyes full of doubt. Obangyo continued, his voice hardening. "Like I've said before, scent is the core. The power of a superhuman actually stems from a powerful mental will. But from now on, I won't be teaching you martial arts anymore," he added slowly. "Not because I have nothing left to teach. All 12 chapters of the watermelon theory, killing techniques, archery, marksmanship, your fast learning ability, and your near-limitless stamina, I have passed them all down to you." At this point, Kang asked curiously, "But, Master, you told me there were 100 chapters." Obangyo suddenly cut him off with a forced laugh. "Ha ha! Well, I'll write the rest whenever I have time. Now take off your jacket." He quickly changed the subject. In reality, his watermelon theory consisted of only 12 chapters, not the 100 he had boastfully claimed to Kang. After Kang took off his shirt and sat under the waterfall, Obangyo continued his instructions. "Close your eyes, Kang. Close your eyes and empty your mind, until you can no longer hear the sound of the waterfall roaring down anymore. You must do this no matter the circumstances. Only when your soul is calm can you truly concentrate your spirit without being distracted. I believe if you complete this training properly, you will undergo a massive transformation. In the future, I will no longer interfere with your spiritual cultivation anymore." Kang sat quietly under the waterfall, lost in thought. Obangyo didn't leave at all. He found a spot far enough to remain undetected, but where he could still observe clearly. Hiding the scent is the only way. There's no other choice now. I must stay close and watch over him. No one knows how the change will even begin. But I keep thinking that once I leave, he will quickly grasp the secret. Still, he looks like he's really soaking in the lesson, doesn't he? Suddenly, Obangyo flinched when he saw Kang, tilting his head back against the waterfall to drink the water. He's probably drinking water to kill the hunger pangs. I'm starting to feel pretty bad about this. After numerous rounds of repetitive spiritual training, almost nothing had changed. Today was no different. Don't break the stillness within you, Obangyo reminded him as usual. And Kang finished this training session. Kang stepped onto the shore, his body exhausted. He wrung out his shirt with his hands and headed toward the academy. Watching from behind, Obangyo thought to himself, "Anyway, I thought the longer Kang trained, the lazier he would become. But no, on the contrary, he's getting more hard-working by the day. What a commendable kid." Obangyo suddenly spotted a pair of sparrows flying close to Kang. One bird landed right on his shoulder, catching Kang's attention. The other bird kept circling around Kang. Kang reached out his hand to catch it and wondered, "A sparrow?" Obangyo watched the scene, feeling a bit puzzled. At that moment, a rabbit hopped up from behind, standing still and staring at Kang without any sign of fear. When Kang walked away, the rabbit hopped along with him. "What's up? Why are you following me?" Kang said. Obangyo suddenly remembered the last time, when he talked to Kang and discovered that this rabbit was hiding behind a large rock. When it saw him looking, the rabbit quickly turned tail and ran away. That light brown wild rabbit. Animals like that are usually very wary when meeting humans. Kang was about to step into a puddle on the ground when suddenly the water parted ways, as if making room for Kang to pass through easily. This left Obangyo a bit stunned. Everything around him, all living creatures, seemed to be converging here. One could sense the gusts of wind starting to pick up as well. Is it just the wind? No, everything around seems to be drawn toward Kang. Everything is moving more intensely. Obangyo noticed that with every one of Kang's footsteps, droplets of water lingered around him, as if something had changed. But what exactly is it? This feeling is hard to describe, like a sharp sting to the soul. To the point it feels like being pierced by batons from every side. From all 4 directions and 8 cardinal points, yes. While Kang was still trying to figure out the core issue, a snake suddenly appeared in front of him. "Oh!" he let out a cry. "This snake is really huge. You planning on following me too?" He looked at the snake suspiciously. At this moment, the snake didn't seem dangerous at all. It was just tagging along behind him. Kang turned back and called out, "Old man! Come over here and take a look at this. This is the first time I've ever seen a snake in real life." Kang's action gave him quite a start. He had already known about the peeping beforehand. Kang's eyes, the light radiating from them, seemed to hold some kind of mystery. A gentle scent lingered in the air. However, Kang remained completely unaware of the presence of some kind of power. The atmosphere right now was as tense as a twisted wire. The awkwardness was slowly building up. Kang's presence bringing a vivid signal from nature. In a moment of crisis, this becomes a clear threat. This is clearly a choice made by Mother Nature, though many things remain unclear. But Kang possesses the power of a savior, a superhuman among superhumans. Before the scene shifts back to the present, Catan had been pummeled by Kang with dozens of punches in just a few short seconds, leaving him with no time to react. Even if the world pushes him to the edge, he can still save everyone. Kang's eyes glowed intensely now, as if harnessing a new power from an energy source that had been unlocked. Catan, after taking a barrage of punches in midair, quickly landed on the roof of a school building, trembling as he watched Kang approaching. Both Catan and Zipper could feel the murderous aura radiating from Kang, making the surrounding air feel heavy and suffocating. This feeling is terrifying, Harbo thought to himself. Kang looked quite fierce right now. A powerful, murderous intent radiated from him. Harbo couldn't take it anymore, so he puffed out his chest and took a deep breath, swelling up his chest, then spat out a glob of yellow slime. The slime lunged powerfully at Kang, but when it was just a short distance away, it suddenly scattered and evaporated. Harbo was shocked by this sight. The slime hovered around Kang before vanishing as if it had steamed away. His hydrochloric acid solution surrounded him and then simply disappeared. It was clear that Kang hadn't even made a move, while Harbo was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Catan spoke up. "Harbo, get Jaffa and the others here now!" As soon as he finished speaking, Harbo immediately flew off. Obangyo was still watching Kang intently, looking somewhat worried. "Kang, you must win no matter what." Scene change back in the forest. As Kang gradually unlocked the hidden power within, he spoke sincerely to Obangyo. "I feel something strange. My consciousness is becoming more and more blurred, like a flickering light. My mind is turning blank and cold." Hearing that, Obangyo thought for a moment and replied, "For now, you just need to be patient and endure this sensation. A miracle will surely happen." "I see," Kang suddenly asked. "So I won't remember anything?" "When I passed out at Incheon Airport," Obangyo explained that due to the influence of the power, a part of your memory might be lost. The focus is temporarily a defense mechanism of your body. From this moment on, the scent begins to spread. You must be self-aware and control the power exploding inside your body. However, in my estimation, the latent power within you is too vast, and it has no limits. Even the smallest powers, if left uncontrolled, can lead to awkward situations. If you don't focus on controlling this explosive force, it could trigger a total disaster, because you won't be able to handle your own strength." Kang listened more intently to every word the old man said. This is a life-or-death battle, facing a hidden power, whose endpoint no one can possibly predict. Therefore, you must put in all your effort to conquer it. Kang, Obangyo, was also filled with heavy thoughts at this moment, yet held the belief that Kang will emerge victorious. "Kang, where are you now?" The old man looked at Kang's back, standing there with a regal posture, although he couldn't know for sure the psychological state of Kang. The surrounding scent seemed thicker than before. If you cannot control your own power, then there is no other way but to exist as a ticking time bomb. No matter what, I don't want to lose you." Kang, meanwhile, down on the school grounds. The corpses of Echi and Jemin were still lying scattered in pools of blood. Suddenly, Zipper flew across and snatched up their two remains. A loud explosion erupted from behind, making Zipper realize something was off. Far's body had vanished. It immediately flew toward Goten and said, "Goten, it looks like some random dude just made off with the body." Hearing this, Gaetan didn't seem to care and simply urged, "I don't give a damn about that. Stop stalling. Bring those guys over here fast." As soon as he finished, Zipper quickly dropped the two corpses of Echi and Jemin right into Gatan's wide-open mouth. He quickly devoured his allies in one clean sweep, leaving Dajong and Obangyo in complete shock. He's eating his own kind, so that's how it is. Eating corpses, or rather cannibalizing his own species, is scavenging, a habit of these non-human creatures. But while Dajong was still pondering Gatan's actions, his body began to undergo strange transformations. At that moment, Gatan braced one hand against the roof for leverage, stood up straight, and asked, "Ha! How long has it been?" Finally, a chance to eat again. Gatan's body was now markedly different from before. His upper body had completely changed. His two arms now resembled Shimon's, and his chest and elbows sprouted numerous sharp spikes, just like Heichi's. Gaten stood perfectly still now, making no move and saying nothing. His eyes were gradually glowing brighter. Gaetan suddenly spoke up. "That really caught me off guard." He quickly leaped to stand right in front of Kang, and continued, "I'll let you in on a fun fact, Superhuman. Even if we didn't kill you, we would have won in the end anyway. But do you know the reason Why I had to come all the way here to finish you off? Because I find this way too much fun. I'll kill you with just one hand. In a brief moment, Kang seemed to unleash a punch with massive force. The punch was so powerful it created a violent gust of wind, leaving everyone around in total shock. Before they could even process what just happened, Nagi and Baimos, who were facing off, were also startled and frozen by that strange gust of wind. This turn of events seemed to exceed Ivan's expectations, leaving him completely stunned. That non-human creature took a direct hit from Kang, severely deforming its face. Its entire body went limp and fell backward. Without giving Gaten a chance to recover, Kang lunged forward again, landing a heavy punch right in Gaten's gut. The blow was so hard he coughed up a mouthful of blood, with visible signs of agony. Zipper witnessed this and was blown away. But Gaten wasn't stopping there. Kang planted his feet firmly on the roof to steady himself, then swung his arm for another powerful strike, sending Gaten flying backward. Even though Gaten seemed beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back, Kang still had no intention of sparing him. He once again instantly appeared right behind Gaten and delivered a straight upward kick, aiming right for his head. This was the exact move that Obangyo had used while training Kang. After taking that massive kick, Gaten's body was sent soaring into the sky. The kick even generated a powerful shockwave that radiated outward, leaving Da Jiang, who was watching earlier, absolutely floored. So this is the white ball cap superhuman. Obangyo realized with just one look that Kang's sequence of actions was a bit unnatural. His body was moving solely based on muscle memory. Even in such a dangerous situation, Kang was still trying to maintain his subconscious balance. After witnessing Gaten being relentlessly pummeled, without a chance to react, Zipper was still paralyzed with fear. At this point, after Kang sent Gaten's body flying into the air, he was sent flying back and slammed hard onto the basketball court, creating a massive shockwave. After that, Zipper finally noticed Kang's murderous gaze, staring intensely right at him, giving him quite a start. From a high and safe vantage point, a camera is recording the school's status and reporting. Live on television? This is a live broadcast from LDS TV. Though visibility is low due to the heavy dust, this is an update on the current situation at S. Johnson High School. It's not just one, but many other cameras are also trying to get close to the school to film. The reporter's voice rings out again. This large-scale surprise attack is causing significant damage. Many residents around the disaster area are trying to evacuate. Now on the screen, they start broadcasting images of the non-human creatures that attacked the school. The number of non-human creatures in this assault is about 55. This is a massive offensive that is completely unprecedented. They seized control of the school from the get-go. Speculations arise regarding whether they targeted Seizon High School for a specific motive. Currently, the special unit for suppressing non-humans, also known as Dokgu, has been dispatched to the scene to assist trapped citizens and help them evacuate safely. Meanwhile, Ngakilo and Basilo are standing in front of the TV, listening to the live news report. Both their faces are filled with tension. The superhuman confronting all those non-human creatures is none other than the white ball cap superhuman. Next to him is an old man in formal attire, whose identity is still unknown. The big screen has now switched to images of Kang, the Obang Queen, and the entire black cap superhuman group. They have also joined the fray, fighting this time on the side of the superhumans. When the broadcast mentions the appearance of Nangi, both Basilio and Kijo are completely blindsided. Black Cap, wait, is it that kid? The news anchor's voice rings out. Despite being heavily outnumbered, 4 superhumans, along with the special task force, are still giving it their all to battle the inhuman creatures. Furthermore, the true identity of the white ball cap superhuman has been uncovered. Hearing this, both of them are left in total shock. He has been identified as Lim Kang, student currently attending Incheon High School. According to experts, the attack on the school by these inhuman creatures this time is closely linked to Lim Kang, the white ball cap superhuman. On the other hand, Chizo, spokesperson and manager of Stan's website, stated his assessment that the current war in South Korea is a situation far more dangerous than anything we've seen before. Yesterday, En and Chen Sonata are currently heading to Korea with the goal of supporting the war effort. As of right now, official figures on the situation have yet to be tallied. While the reporter continues to ramble on about the damage in Korea, Kijo, after processing that flood of information, takes a moment to reflect. He speaks up. So what's your move now? Basilio looks confused and replies, "Say what?" Kijo then starts to break it down. It seems those inhuman creatures are gradually reaching their end game, and they've already made their move. Just look at the scale of this battle. They are issuing a formal declaration of war. Right now, Korea is clearly the underdog, yet they are pulling off a miracle and fighting back hard. If they're lucky enough to beat fate, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But if right now, all four of them are defeated by the inhuman creatures, then at that very moment, the extinction of mankind will begin. The first steps, and ultimately it's not as simple as just stopping the attack of these inhuman creatures. If we lose, the end will come instantly, starting from South Korea. This is a situation where losing is not an option. Sonata and Steiner probably saw this coming, which is why they rushed over to South Korea. They are amazing people. Kijo suddenly lets out a sigh of admiration. Basilio, standing nearby, seems to be losing his patience. While listening to him go on and on, with a long-winded speech, he's a bit annoyed, saying, "Man, you're just yapping now. Stop beating around the bush. It's best if you just get to the point." "Yes," Kijo replies. "Anyway, at this breakneck speed, there's a high chance humanity will have to face this head-on. We need to do something right now to deal with it." "Deal with it head-on?" "Exactly, we have to face it head-on. This plan is actually very simple." Kijo then raises his hand, drawing a ball cap in the air. Lim Kang is the real name of the white ball cap superhuman. His identity has been revealed as a high school student in South Korea. Those inhuman creatures have attacked the school of the white ball cap superhuman on an unprecedented, large scale. Although we don't know the reason, it's clear their goal is targeting the white ball cap superhuman. We should team up. I mean, all of us superhumans, right now. Kijo draws more stick figures around them, the stick figure wearing the ball cap. We have to focus on the superhuman. White ball cap right now. Am I right? Basilio listens in silence with a dissatisfied look on his face. "I hear you, but I don't agree with that." "Stop talking nonsense." He suddenly raises his voice, giving Kijo a bit of a start. "It's annoying having to talk about that white ball cap kid all the time, as if he's some kind of great god, Kijo. Just remember that no matter where we go, I'm still the one in charge." He turns and walks away. Hearing that, Kijo just chuckles and replies, "Of course, that goes without saying." Scene changes. Bayer's fist strikes out like lightning, but Nangi is even faster, sidestepping to dodge the blow. He leaps high into the air, facing Byers, and extends his scythe, ready for a counterattack. Nangi leans forward, swinging his scythe with full force toward Byers. At this moment, Byers is using his hand to block the slash, but the scythe is pinned against his wrist. Even so, it fails to cut through. Byers then takes a mocking tone. "Ho ho! I was just planning to poke around a bit. Why are you acting so serious? Guess I'll have to do this for real then. After all, we have to kill some time, right?" Nangi, seeing him being so flippant, isn't about to back down, and replies, "Wow, your schedule seems pretty packed, doesn't it?" "You bastard!" But just as he finishes his sentence, Nangi's scythe suddenly changes its shape, as if it has a mind of its own. Byers is caught a bit off guard. Before Byers can figure out their plan, that dark shadow quickly turns into plastic-like cords, shooting out all around Byers. Taking advantage of his surprise, the tangle of cords quickly tightens, binding Byers securely, leaving him unable to move. Seizing this chance, Nangi quickly jumps forward, reaching out to grab Byers' horn, and using it as a pivot point. Landing a knee strike right under his chin, he thought that was the end of it. As Byers loses his balance and falls back, Nangi makes another move. He pivots and puts all his strength into his leg, delivering a brutal kick straight to Byers' face, sending him flying back. Byers' entire body hits the ground with a heavy thud, sending dust and debris everywhere. Nangi looks at him and thinks to himself, "I really thought I could take his head off, which is why I put everything I had into that strike. But this is just ridiculous. Every hit seems like it's doing 0 damage to them, even though I'm trying to end this in an instant. I seriously can't let my guard down for even a second." While Nangi is busy overthinking, Byers suddenly speaks up. "Your weapon can change form freely, huh?" At this moment, he's flexing his arm muscles, straining the shadow bindings until they're about to snap. "You've got a cool little toy there." But honestly, it's just pathetic. That last hit was all right, though. Byers stands up. He lunges forward with a burst of power, shattering all the bindings that were clamped tight against his body. In the end, it's just a fight to see who survives. Nangi's shadow seems slightly taken aback that Byers could break free from its grasp so easily. A monster, with enough raw strength to tear those bindings apart. The tensile strength of those cords was clearly nothing compared to his power, which is why they got ripped to shreds. The shadow quickly retreats back to Nangi and says, "Unbelievable. I've never seen that kind of strength before. I can't hold him down anymore." "I figured as much." Nangi replies, "It's been a while since I've seen you actually nervous." Suddenly, Nangi's expression turns dead serious. The ground begins to shake with powerful tremors, as if something massive just charged past. Byers rushes toward him like a maniac. He leaps into the air and pounces down. His hand curls into a fist, aiming straight down at Nangi. Seeing this, the shadow quickly shouts a warning. "Move, Nanji!" As Bimos' arm slams into the ground with a violent crash, Nanji quickly leaps backward to dodge it. But the sheer power Byers puts into this attack is no joke. It makes the ground and nearby buildings shake violently like a massive earthquake. While still suspended in midair, Nanji suddenly realizes something. Wait, is the center of gravity being sucked in? He imagines a sequence of actions, like dropping a piece of paper from up high, then chopping his hand down right next to it. The paper will quickly swirl around the hand, as if caught in a localized gust of wind. That's how wind pressure works. As Nagi's body falls helplessly, Bimos reaches out to throw a punch at him to protect himself. The shadow quickly appears and transforms into a massive hand, blocking Byers' punch. By now, Nanji has regained his balance. He pivots, planting both feet on the shadow, and uses all his strength to push back against that punch. However, the force Byers unleashes is apparently too overwhelming, making Nanji's legs tremble slightly. Sensing danger, the shadow speaks up. "Nanji, get out of there. That isn't a level of power that you can withstand." Just as it finishes, Nanji pushes off with all his might, springing backward. Before he can even hit the ground, Bimos leans back, takes a deep breath, then roars, launching a blast of black light straight at Nanji. This relentless chain of surprise attacks leaves him with absolutely no time to think or fight back. Nagi has taken the full brunt of the attacks from Byers and Obang. Queen and Dajang hear the loud impact, along with the flash of black light. It gives them both a bit of a shock. As they look in that direction, Dajang seems a bit worried because he's currently hiding in a blind spot, making it hard for them to see how the fight is going. "Our target is the superhuman in the white cap," Byers said with a smirk. "But whatever. For the greater good, I'll treat you as the first step, as a cautionary tale for all the other superhumans, and those ignorant humans out there will all end up dead at my hands sooner or later." Byers continued, "Even if the white-capped guy runs away, or if we fail to take him out, basically if this plan goes south, I honestly don't give a damn, even without that superhuman. In the white cap being so damn alert, you guys still wouldn't stand a chance in the massive war that we have prepared. But for now, this little skirmish is basically nothing. You superhuman losers, don't go giving up on life just yet. Fight with everything you've got. Whether it's now or in the real war to come, it's better if you struggle as much as possible. However, if you can't handle the fear and start crying, that's totally fine too, because it just makes us look even better." But while Byers was busy trashing and looking down on humans, thinking he had the win in the bag, Nanji suddenly burst out laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, you talk way too much. How am I supposed to remember all that? It's exhausting, you know. You're even more of a yapper than I am, aren't you?" Byers suddenly snapped out of it, looking at Nanji in pure shock. "Right as expected of you bastards." Nanji was still standing firm right there. His body was pretty badly banged up, but it wasn't enough to kill him. It seemed that during that last attack, the shadow helped him phase his body to mitigate some of the damage. "Exactly as I thought. I wonder what he's getting at." The shadow spoke up. "Forget it," Nanji replied. "The bottom line is if we take him head on, we're going to get turned into straight-up dust." Hearing that, the shadow agreed. "I'm with you on that." Even though his body was covered in severe wounds, Nanji still didn't show a single trace of fear or any intention of backing down against Bamos. He stared intently at the massive monster, thinking to himself, on his body, the severed horn, and every other wound he had have already healed. In the blink of an eye, suddenly he let out a laugh. "Ha ha ha, I guess even if I go all out, it doesn't mean a thing, does it? It feels like I'm taking one step at a time on thin ice." At that moment, Bimos was focused on Nanji's injured arm. It seemed he hadn't expected Nanji to even survive after taking that hit, let alone just being wounded and bleeding. The more I look at him, the more impressive he is," Bimos thought to himself. "I tried to strike from a blind spot, so he wouldn't have time to react, yet that guy managed to dodge it in time. However, his right arm still took a pretty heavy hit, and that shadow, in just a short amount of time, it's been disappearing and reappearing all around him. Judging by his aura, which hasn't faded one bit, it seems there are still a few more mysteries to him. What an ambitious brat!" On this side, Ivan and Chamber had stayed in the same spot this whole time, casually watching the fight unfold before them. Pretty impressive, huh? Seeing both sides seemingly matched in strength, Chamber couldn't help but offer praise. The other side also spoke up with a comment. "This battle is absolutely terrifying. If I had to face that monster, there's no way I'd make it out alive." Ivan remained silent, his eyes fixed on the schoolyard, sizing up the guy in the black cap. He possesses extraordinary power. But then he shifted his gaze, looking at the massive figure of Byers. The opponent was also an extremely brutal monster, beyond anything anyone could imagine. That non-human creature is fighting the guy in the black cap. But for some reason, I feel like there's an intense gaze coming from behind me. He already knew about his and Chandler's presence, but he still chose to ignore them. At this point, Ivan suddenly remembered the conversation with Kazone. Is the superhuman in the white cap dead? Maybe, but it's a bit unclear. Recalling this, Ivan felt a bit uneasy. I came here to witness the death of the white-capped superhuman, yet I've been watching this whole battle unfold, without missing a single detail. It's so intense I can't even close my mouth. There's something... He narrowed his eyes, his mind flooded with thoughts. Nanji and Bamos stood facing each other. It looked as if neither of them wanted to make the first move. Suddenly, Nanji spoke up. When those non-human creatures first appeared, causing chaos in this era, the first thing I felt was genuine interest and a sense of curiosity. But Bamos remained silent. It seemed he wanted to see what Nanji had to say. These monsters are brain-dead, but extremely dangerous. Just the fact that they're stressing out the whole world is already pretty interesting. And then occasionally, humans will hear totally baseless rumors. In the same way, I have a clear gut feeling here. This situation started as just a tiny crack, but before long it will lead to massive destruction. A small sphere, symbolizing the Earth, began to be simulated accordingly. There was a slight crack on the surface, appearing as if it were no big deal. But then, starting from that very crack, it became the reason why that sphere shattered into pieces. He began to balance the emotions in his head. Rare demons, non-human creatures, are being held back by powerful superhumans. I'm guessing they're just hiding their true power. The two top-tier non-human creatures possess power far exceeding that of any superhuman. If a horde of those evolved creatures actually exists, they would definitely be drunk on their own power, so superior that they'd look down on everything on this earth. Today, Nanji spoke with a smirk, making his words sound like a total diss. Over here. After hearing Nanji's long-winded logic, Bamos didn't show any anger but replied, "You're a much more interesting guy than I thought. It's great to see those who have been cast aside." Then looking back that way, "So how does it feel to see me? One of the commanders you just mentioned?" Nanji replied without any hesitation. "It's the complete opposite of what I expected." Hearing that, Bamos calmly asked another question. "Is that so? You're not even our target. What's the reason you keep trying to stop me? Even though you know I'm an opponent you can't possibly stand against?" Hearing the question, Nanji burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! I already told you just now, didn't I? Because I am a superhuman. Besides, the scales have already tipped to one side." At this moment, the murderous intent around Nanji suddenly became much heavier. From his body, countless powerful gusts of wind suddenly erupted, leaving even Byers surprised by this strange transformation. Bamos let out an exclamation. "I see. This is the ultimate act of defiance. Though we're enemies, I respect the form. You take as you prepare to meet your end." Suddenly, someone leapt down from the rooftop. "Stop it!" That loud shout successfully caught the attention of Nanji and Bamos. Dajiang quickly landed on the ground not far from Nanji. Both Obang and Queen were pretty shook when she suddenly leapt down like that. Her face was full of worry as she said, "I told you to stop, Nanji." The scene cuts to the shadow. A while back, while she and Nanji were resting at some abandoned site, they had a talk about Nanji's power. Dajiang asked, "So about the shadow?" "Yeah, the shadow. Usually it's sealed within my tattoo," Nanji replied. "Because two souls coexist inside me, I can only tap into half of my strength, being locked down by the shadow. Only when the shadow breaks free can we both max out our individual power to its full potential." Dajiang seemed to get the gist of it. Even so, regarding the shadow, Nanji smiled at her as usual and said, "The shadow and I will become one. It's a fusion of power from two bodies. The shadow is usually sealed off because it's a concept, entirely different from my own being. It's a brand new combination. The shadow's power is bottomless, but if anything goes wrong, we might not be able to split back into two separate identities. That dangerous exception actually happened once." Dayang was a bit taken aback by this, but she didn't pry any further, simply listening in silence. Nanji said, "The new power I get when merging with the shadow is honestly beyond my wildest dreams. But it's hard not to be scared. The more I pull from that power, the more I lose myself. That's why I'm still trying to figure this ability out." Skeptical, Dajiang suddenly asked, "So what happens then? if you can't come back from the fusion? Nanji was quiet for a bit before answering. If we merge, and I can't handle the shadow's power, then I'll die. Scene transitions to the present, as Nanji stands before her eyes, his body radiating a strange source of power. Dajang seemed to realize what he was about to do. Even if I take him down, if I lose my own ego, who knows? I might not even be the person you know anymore. Dajiang. Hearing that, Dajiang was stunned and said, Why? You said something different before. Why is this suddenly happening now? But while the two were still arguing, suddenly out of nowhere, Kipper fell right between Nanji and Bamos, his body covered in blood, which took even Bamos by surprise. At that moment, a memory flashed back. Before you start fighting it, try talking to it. If you can, that was the advice Choji had given Kang beforehand. Now Kang stood before Bamos. He looked up at it and said calmly, Can't you speak? Right now, the schoolyard is a scene of absolute chaos. 3 superhumans, facing off against one massive, non-human creature. Seeing Kang appear, the superhuman in the white cap, Nanji froze in his tracks, stopping the fusion process with the shadow. This timing is a real headache. But Dajang, standing beside him, breathed a silent sigh of relief and thought, Isn't this just pure luck? Looking down from the rooftop, Obong and Queen couldn't hide their anxiety as they wondered, Kang, I believe in you. But that monster's power is beyond imagination. You have to be careful, son. Suddenly, various voices started calling out. Is that Kang? It really is Kang Lim Kang! Kang's classmates were poking their heads out of the windows, shouting one after another, Kang, win this thing and get back to the cafeteria! Manhwa stood right beside them. She looked toward Kang. She was bawling and yelling something from behind. Hearing that, she immediately snapped at him. What the hell is this psycho rambling about? Manhwa stood right next to them. She looked toward Kang with eyes full of trust. The class president and another student standing right there cheered at the top of their lungs. When everyone realized that Kang was out in the schoolyard, they all leaned out and shouted loudly, Get lost, you monster! Don't you dare lose! Thank you so much, Kang. Go for it, white-capped superhuman. This massive wave of support left Obong, and Queen totally shook. Jaws dropped. The kid Kang has so many friends, it's really something. But the third floor was just as hyped. People were pushing and shoving, leaning out the windows and screaming, Kang, go for it! Don't you die! Sub, why the hell won't my tears stop flowing? Lim Kang, stay strong! We're coming down to help you right now! What are you even going to do if you go down there? Shut up! I'll say whatever I want! Inside, Gundo was being helped by the teacher, who used a PE jacket to wrap his frail body. The teacher gently placed a hand on his head to comfort him. Hang in there. You can do it, son. Just a little longer and we can get out. People have to endure. But on this side, seeing Kang's sudden appearance, Ivan's shock was plain as day. Here he is, the white-capped superhuman, Bamos spoke up. Ivan frowned slightly, thinking, It looks like the time has come. Currently, Bamos and Kang were still locked in a silent standoff. Both were waiting for the other to make a move. When Nanji saw Kang appear, he also stopped his attempt to merge with the shadow. Lim Kang, so this is finally the end? Flashing back to a short while before, when Nanji and Dajang, they are together monitoring the non-human creature incident, attacking the airport. In a loop as Kang from the rubble stands up in an unconscious state, Kang burst out laughing. Ha ha, this is actually lit. The appearance of a superhuman is just enough. What a surprise. As expected of the white-cap superhuman, something is beyond imagination. Back to the present. After a moment of reflection, Nanji spoke up. The shadow has given up. Him. As soon as the words were spoken, the shadow separated from Nanji's body, then said, I've thought it over carefully. Try-harding like this isn't like you at all. It's too much noise. I'm in a bad mood, so just get back inside. With that, Nanji gave a flick of his hand. The shadow immediately retracted and retreated back into the tattoos on his body. The shadow has separated. Dagiang seemed to breathe a small sigh of relief, thinking to himself. At this moment, Nanji returned to his usual playful self. Nanji said that white-cap superhuman guy, if you ask me, becoming a clumsy coordination will only hold him back. Let's see just how much talent he has. Suddenly, Kipper, lying on the ground, called out with great difficulty, Gagatan is dead. Rewind, rewind. Just now when Gatan took a hit from Kang and was launched into the sky, then landed heavily. It was clear that it wasn't dead yet. Kang approached it once more and delivered one more finishing blow, a devastating strike right before Hippie's eyes. Kang punched Gatan repeatedly, blow after blow, each one ringing out with a heavy, hammer-like sound. He beat it until until the ground caved into a deep hole. It was sunken, and Gatan had completely stopped moving. Hitler tried to use his remaining strength to speak. The judgment says it's impossible to withstand. I've already struck into the sky. But my flight? That kid obviously won't overlook that massive leap. Be careful. Not waiting for Hippo to finish his sentence, Amos immediately cut him off, now glaring with wide eyes. Who the hell are you telling to be careful? These words left Hippo somewhat terrified. Bimos looked at Hippo and spoke with a threatening tone. Piece of trash like you is just an errand boy. Yet you're so arrogant. You're so scared you've lost your damn senses. Shut your mouth before I stomp you to death. While fighting that dark kid, I realized it. Bimos recalled the moment when Kang had just transformed and delivered a shockwave to Gaten with just a single hit. That massive wave of power was transmitted along with a rumbling sound. I felt it immediately, that you guys are no match for him. Himmel judged that scavenging. Gaten's corpse was a useful kind of power, but that's just a boost to a special ability. This kid is close to the top 5 ultimate powers. From the start, there was only one OP. Saying this, Bimos recalled the appearance of a massive non-human creature with glowing red skin, looking very similar to the one that appeared in North Iceland, acting as Ivan's subordinate. Don't mistake your own strength. He turned back to look at Kang, then extended his hand toward him and said, Now. Sorry for stalling for so long. Do you know how to say no? You probably already have the answer to that question yourself, right? Such stupid questions. Today will be the last day you get to ask them. With those words, he stomped his foot hard, taking a stance to pivot and throw a punch at Kang. Instantly, just as he was about to make contact, Bimos's entire body was knocked back by Kang, just like when Gaten attacked him. It seemed like Kang's strike was aimed directly at Bimos's face, but he quickly raised his other hand to block it. Seriously, it gives me goosebumps. ML's prediction ability. At this time, Bimos's hand revealed a wound right in the middle of his palm. It looks pretty painful. If he hadn't blocked it in time, then maybe this fight would have ended early. Suddenly, Kang lunged forward again. He stretched his body in midair and threw a punch straight at Bimos's face. He also reacted quickly, immediately counterpunching. When the two sides collided, it created a massive shockwave, making everyone's eyes pop out of their heads. Surprisingly, Nanji remained calm and deep in thought. The non-human creature with the brutal killing ability has entered a real war, and it's draining power more than any other battle. As expected, it's beyond imagination. At this moment, Bimos quickly grabbed Kang's ankle while he was off guard, then used his strength to hurl Kang away. Kang's body was thrown and smashed into various buildings, even crashing right through them. It's already reached this far? After that, Bimos quickly chased after the direction Kang flew. Then the two of them charged directly into the city center. Seeing Kang sliding down a high-rise building, Bimos jumped right at him. But Kang managed to jump away from his previous spot in time. One running, one chasing, kicking off different buildings amidst the panic of the citizens. Hey, what's going on? Get out of the way! But when he caught up to Kang in midair, Bimos let out a massive roar, like a sounding alarm, starting a real battle. A huge crash echoed, followed by a powerful explosion, carrying blue and red lights exploding in the sky. Bimos and Kang charged at each other frantically. Both clenched their fists, aiming straight for each other's faces to land a punch, without a shred of mercy. The force unleashed was so strong it distorted their faces. In an instant, with a loud boom, both were thrown into the skyscraper behind them, creating a massive dent. Heavily in the very next second, the two sides quickly charge at each other again, preparing for a new round of attacks. Both Kang and Bimos reach out simultaneously. One side attacks while the other takes a defensive stance. However, Bimos slips past Kang's arm. His massive hand wraps around Kang's body. Without hesitation, Bimos quickly slams Kang backwards, pinning his body against the skyscraper. Using the existing momentum, Bimos uses his strength to grind Kang against the glass, while forcing him to plummet toward the ground. The people witnessing this are absolutely terrified, screaming, "They're falling! Hurry, get away, glass shards are flying everywhere." As Bimos continues to pin Kang's body tightly, unable to counter in this situation, Kang can only let Bimos attack him and wait for the moment they hit the ground. Hitting the ground creates a powerful shockwave, causing a massive crater to crack open. The impact leaves the nearby citizens in a complete state of panic, shouting, "Is this an earthquake? We have to get out of here. Get out before you get caught up in it." At this moment, the ground where Bimos slammed Kang is covered in flying debris. Everything around looks like total chaos. Nearby, a young man who couldn't run in time can only lie down holding his head. "Help me, please!" The next second, two figures suddenly burst out from the rubble. Kang and Bimos face off once again in midair, inside a building, which appears to be some company's office. It's impossible to go outside right now. Everyone inside is scared to death, standing up to ask the manager, "What should we do now?" Everyone is frozen in place, looking out the window in sheer terror. Damn it! We should have run far away. As soon as the alarm went off, middle-aged man, shaking uncontrollably, blames himself. Why did I hide here of all places? This is absolutely useless. What on earth am I witnessing right now? He sighed to himself while looking out the window. Kang and Bimos were hovering at the same level as their floor, looking completely terrifying, leaving everyone in the office stunned, unable to understand what was happening outside. At that moment, Bimos clenched his hand into a fist and swung at Kang with lightning speed. It seemed like Kang would take the hit head-on, but his body gracefully slipped to the side, dodging Bimos's strike. Then he quickly leaped up before Bimos could pull his hand back, and ran along his arm to close in on Bimos. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly, leaving Bimos unable to process the situation. Before he could even blink, Kang rushed in at the speed of light, put all his weight into his leg, and brutally kicked him right in the face. Bimos spat out a mouthful of blood. The horn on his chin snapped in half, but Kang didn't stop there. He quickly maneuvered behind Bimos, arched his body, reached out to grab the two horns on Bimos's head, then used all his might to fold his body back, pulling Bimos into a backward suplex, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Dust and debris from the impact flew everywhere. Kang also quickly landed near the spot where he just threw Bimos. At that moment, within the cloud of dust, a strange speck of light suddenly appeared, catching Kang's attention. Immediately after, a dark beam of light shot out from the debris, targeting Kang directly. Kang didn't have time to react and stood his ground, shielding his face with both arms. However, that beam didn't hit him head-on. It suddenly took a sharp turn right before reaching him, then veered off and blasted straight backwards. The powerful beam of light flew off, piercing through an apartment building in the distance, followed by the panicked screams of the residents. "Holy shit, is everyone okay? Let's get out of here! Dead or alive. I have to get out of here first, no matter what." Kang turned around to look at that pierced building. He seemed to be deep in thought. Then he looked down again, at his arm, which was radiating heat from the friction, though there were absolutely no deep wounds, only minor scratches. Bimos, witnessing this scene, couldn't seem to believe his own eyes. He looked at Kang with suspicion. "No, something is very fishy." That roar just now was aimed precisely at that guy. But surely, he didn't have time to notice my attack, because I struck at extreme speed amidst the thick smoke. He clearly shouldn't have had enough time to defend. Yet the moment I attacked him, the trajectory of the roar was deflected. He then thought back to the mid-air strike earlier. It was the same then. Punch thrown while flying in the air, even with restricted movement. On the contrary, that guy even exploited wind pressure for a different purpose. To lunge at me with ever-increasing speed. I don't know why, but I can't stop panting. That guy's just like the wind, like the flow of the entire atmosphere. Everything seems to be on his side. Suddenly he looked at Kang and spoke out. Is he really the representative of humanity? Kang said nothing. He just stood there watching Bimos, without bothering to answer his question. Suddenly Bimos let out a massive roar. From the ground, it began to blow, a great wind along with his radiating murderous intent. Kang frowned while looking at this frantic display from Bimos, but showed no signs of wanting to attack yet. Over here, Chandler saw Bimos acting strange, and got a bit anxious. This is bad. That monster is truly pissed off now. This isn't normal at all. Yes, however, Ivan seemed quite composed. To be honest, I'm actually quite down for this too. Hearing that, Gabber looked at him with a puzzled expression. Ivan didn't say anything more and sank into his thoughts, while still monitoring the situation with Kang. But if the superhuman in the white cap dies, then when collecting the bodies, he won't be able to avoid a clash with that monster. But more importantly, from the very beginning, he already sensed our presence. Or maybe it's me, or Chamber, who will be the next targets to be eliminated. But I still haven't heard Kazan say anything about me dying, while Ivan was still lost in his thoughts. From right behind him, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. No wonder I kept smelling something trashy around here. This sudden appearance caught Ivan off guard. He whipped around and saw Nagi and Dajang sitting on a higher ledge, looking down at him. In a dump like this, of course we'd find a guy who looks just as trashy, Nagi said, mocking even. You're crossing the line for someone I've just met, despite the warning. Nagi continued without the slightest hesitation. So, it was you bastards who've been doing these disgusting things, like reanimating dead bodies. Ivan went silent upon hearing that. His mood was already bad to begin with, and now it just got even worse. He spoke up irritably. What the hell do you know about me to talk like that? You don't understand a single thing about us. However, Nagi kept up the provocative attitude. True, but from another perspective, I see you as a guy who'd stoop to any dirty trick. Immediately after, Ivan replied calmly, making baseless assumptions. And dropping such serious words is just nonsense. Nancy ignored that interrogation and continued. Surely, upon hearing about Jue Zhao's death in the Obama incident, everyone was incredibly shocked and saddened. But recently, rumors about him still being alive have spread far and wide, and it has also been confirmed as the real deal. Everyone is once again overjoyed. No wonder. I thought something fishy was going on here. Ivan silently listened to Nancy's every word. His face hardened, with no way of knowing what he was plotting in his head. The official announcement about Stamper's teen killing. Jue Zhao was just a total fabrication. Unbelievable. Stamper is a legendary warrior who has fought in many battles and eliminated countless non-human creatures. But in my opinion, when facing Stamper, I think she is one of the strongest warriors. Looking at her sense of justice and impartiality, I know she absolutely could not have made a mistake regarding the death of her comrade, but as it turns out, he's still alive, even though they judged for sure that the info was false, and the press didn't release it. Nancy remained skeptical about what was happening, unable to believe in the baseless theory that someone had saved his life. However, when I saw your attitude while witnessing the battle between Stamper and Tren Sonata, only then could I roughly guess the situation. Battles between two superhumans are truly rare, but a conflict between you and her is also a possibility. For instance, once again, saving the life of the deceased Jue Zhao, causing Stamper's rage to keep building up, or using some strange power to resurrect him, leading to pointless risks, for example. After a moment of silence, Ian suddenly spoke up. Impressive. I've got to hand it to you at least. But now I don't know what to do anymore. Don't tell me you want to be friends with me, too? Hearing that, Nancy couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! It's a bit creepy, but interesting nonetheless. You really are a deep and twisted guy, Ian replied. And how are you any different from me? As much as I hate to admit it, I can't shake the feeling that you're just like me. Oh, really? Nani jumped down from the high ledge and approached Ian. Dajang seemed a bit surprised by this move, but she still kept quiet. Nani continued, So, I'm not the only one who feels that way, right? It's quite a resemblance. I know you have a deep insight into the world, but I don't share those evil or sick hobbies like you do. Hearing this, Nani suddenly radiated a murderous intent, as if he were looking to pick a fight with Ian. The tattoos on his body began to glow. Stop calling the puppets you've coerced friends. Seeing Nan showing signs of a challenge, Ian also acted quickly. He muttered a call, pulling up his sleeve to reveal his palm. Suddenly, a key slowly emerged. Right beside it, a hollow keyhole appeared in midair. At that moment, Ian reached back to hold Nan back with a calm attitude, saying, No, keep it down a bit. Nothing is happening between us right now. Nani and Jing seemed to notice something strange. What is this weird noise? Ian added, Oh, my bad. Why are you suddenly trying to beef with me? I haven't done anything to offend you. A patient who just came back from the dead should be getting some comfortable rest, shouldn't they? Nani cracked his knuckles while responding. Why are you so triggered? I guess I can't stay quiet any longer. Come on, bring it. Come here and check if I'm a patient or not. At this point, Dajang suddenly noticed something. She quickly turned and shouted at Nan's group. Besides these idiots, everyone else began to take notice. Without anyone knowing when, Behemoth and Kang had been hovering right next to them. Behemoth looked completely different from before. His body seemed much more muscular, and the horns on his head twisted together. Two strange objects sprouted from his shoulders, emitting a purple glow as if readying an attack. But while they were still in shock, a massive explosion went off. Behemoth unleashed bolts of black light, aimed straight at Kang's position, accidentally striking the roof where Nan's group stood. Nanji and Dajang quickly dodged and moved away, then clung onto a nearby building. Guess these two don't give a damn about their surroundings, Nanji remarked. Over here, Behemoth and Kang attacked relentlessly. With every strike, both of them would reposition or get blown away to another spot. Everywhere they passed through became a total mess, leaving nothing but dirt and debris. Behemoth kept firing those black beams, piercing right through the buildings, but it seemed like this game of cat and mouse wouldn't end. While observing that intense battle, Nan noticed the change in Behemoth's appearance. That monster has changed its shape and size. It seems to be getting bigger, too. Could it be triggered by its mood? Meanwhile, Ivan and Chamber were also moving as fast as they could to stay away from this combat zone. Chamber suddenly called out. Ivan and the other person immediately replied, Run this way! Hey, just keep hiding, you bastard. What if it keeps chasing us down? What do we do? Chamber asked, and Ivan replied, That's not going to happen. You saw it earlier, didn't you? What's the biggest issue right now? In my opinion, he'll team up with that superhuman in the cap, that's for sure. Still, if he comes looking for trouble again, Keep your mind open for a plan. The irritation in Ivan's voice showed that the black-capped guy had fully recovered. If we have to fight him, we might need to gather everyone. Ivan sank back into his own thoughts. He recalled the moment he saw Behemoth's bizarre transformation and marveled inwardly. Truly, that is a terrifying non-human creature. We only met for a second, but I feel like I've already died a few times. This is the first time I felt like walking away from a fight this quickly. The superhuman in the white ball cap, who is currently fighting that monster, is truly beyond my imagination. Could it be that right now at the school? B looked toward the flashes of black light constantly destroying the surrounding buildings. His subordinate felt concerned and stepped forward to ask the captain, "Is this really going to be okay?" B remained absolutely silent. He suddenly remembered just a moment ago, when he met Mr. Queen, who was about to leave. He had said a few things to him that might have seemed shameless, but I'm counting on you guys to look after the kids in the school. He looked at B with a pleading expression. At first, B kept quiet. Only when the man was truly about to depart did he speak up. "Shameless? What do you mean by that?" "Please don't say things like that, sir." Obang Queen was a bit surprised at this point. He turned back to look at him and said, "Just being present in this world is enough to deserve a thank you. I definitely have to thank you for always sacrificing so much for everyone." Obang Queen looked at him. The emotion in his eyes was hard to read, but then he quickly left and approached the area where the fierce battle was raging. B still stood on the school grounds. He didn't answer his subordinate, but in his heart, he seemed to already have the answer. "I trust those people." The scene shifts to a different sky. Above the crystal-clear blue sea, streaks of red blood suddenly appeared, not just dripping down. "Ho ho, I didn't expect you to be that fast." Ba spoke sarcastically, while one of his hands stabbed into Tren. "I've finally caught you." Tren Chen took a painful hit that made her wince. "Over here," Ban chuckled to himself. He looked at the wound caused by himself and smiled with a smug look. "That's some decent power." At that moment, Chen suddenly spoke up. "Caught me, huh? You caught me?" Hearing her, Ba was slightly taken aback. "You mean us?" But before Pan could realize what was happening, a figure quickly leapt across the rocks and lunged toward his back. While Chen was still exerting force to hold his arm, Bo suddenly appeared behind Pan, readying her stance for a direct punch. The eye on Pan's forehead seemed to catch a glimpse of her, but before he could act, a nearby cave rock flew out and struck Pan right in the face, making it impossible for him to track Bo's position to use his power. Seizing this chance, Bo quickly powered up and punched straight at Pan's head. It seemed like it would succeed, but Pan swiftly reached out with his other hand and caught Bo's attack head-on, though he held her fist in a tight grip, stopping her further advancement. A flow of light began to emit from Bo's hand. That light grew increasingly blinding. Suddenly, Bo threw her full weight into her arm, pushing Pan's entire body back, followed by a powerful burst of light emanating from her fist, blasting straight at Pan with unimaginable, destructive force. However, Ban quickly dodged it, creating magical circles to keep himself from falling into the sea. His momentum sent him skidding quite a distance before he finally came to a halt. But that wasn't the end of it. From out of nowhere, Tren lunged at him. Seeing her about to attack, Ba quickly made a sweeping motion with his hand. From above, a giant hand suddenly appeared and stabbed down, slicing right through Tren's body. It looked as if Chen had been cleaved in two, but she suddenly appeared right behind Ban. It appeared Chen had timely swapped places with another cave rock nearby to evade that attack. Jen and the Hancock boulders rapidly surged forward, launching a head-on assault toward the shore. Once again, the eye on Pan's forehead flicked upward. As the Hancock boulders tore through Pan's position, a flash of purple light appeared at the same time. At that moment, Pan had teleported high above his previous spot. Jen lost sight of him and felt a bit flustered. Suddenly, Pan seemed to sense something. He looked up and immediately saw Po was right above him. She raised both hands high and slammed them down hard toward Pan. He quickly reached out to block, to keep himself from getting hit in the head. The force of the attack was no joke, causing his arm to become deformed. Once again, a powerful flash of light appeared, piercing down into the sea, creating a massive aftershock. Even though he dodged that last hit, Pan's body was thrown off balance because of it. Taking this chance, Po threw another direct punch at Pan, one after another. Many more strikes were unleashed, swift and powerful. Her eyes glowed, looking quite fierce. As her blows landed on Pan, they began to glow, then instantly flared up with intensity. He backed off to another spot, standing atop a magic circle. His body and the cloak behind him were all scuffed up, yet he didn't look tired at all. How refreshing, he thought to himself. My mind feels much clearer now. As expected, any losers who cross us can only end up in the afterlife. Po and Chen both looked quite surprised to see Pan still intact and showing no signs of exhaustion. Despite having endured a barrage of attacks, he continued speaking. You bastards, looks like you figured out my movement. Patterns, haven't you? To understand it in such a short time is actually pretty impressive. Jin suddenly remembered the eye on Pan's forehead. Every time that eye flashes, he disappears. He doesn't move aimlessly, but tests show that each jump takes about 5 seconds. Within a 50-meter radius, he can move to any spot his eyes can actually see at this moment. Pan leaned a hand on his knee, stood up straight, and said, Sometimes, when I can't keep my cool, I usually take it out on my underlings. Those losers always get roasted for trying to dodge our wrath. I really ought to say thank you. It feels like I've just found the sickest toy ever. I hope you guys don't kick the bucket too soon. You need to satisfy me more than this. As he spoke around Pan, various magical forms suddenly appeared. He let out a furious roar, as if casting a certain spell. Right in front of her, countless giant feet surged forward. Aiming directly at Chen and Bo, they quickly dodged them. Across the sea, a scene of chaos unfolded. As both sides traded violent blows, Bo nimbly slipped through each attack, trying to close in on Pan. Even though she could avoid them, she still sustained minor grazes. She thought she had to exploit the openings to strike hard. Even if I get close, he won't be able to handle a change in speed. Meanwhile, Chen was also trying to reach Pan at all costs. She knew she had to find a way to take him out, to catch this guy first. Suddenly, a massive hand thrust straight at her. When the distance was only a few centimeters, Chen reacted quickly, jumping up to dodge the strike. However, before she could even steady herself, Pan abruptly appeared. His upper torso materialized right in front of Chen, giving her no chance to react. Pan quickly delivered a direct kick to Chen's face. Caught off guard, she took the full force of the attack. But I totally forgot this bastard could attack from so close, Chen thought to herself. Seeing Chen under fire, Bo grew a little anxious. However, because her position was high up, she couldn't help out immediately. Without giving her a chance to act, Pan turned around and looked toward Bo. A strange glint flashed in his eyes, making Bo feel on guard. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over her. Bo looked up and saw a giant hand right above that Pan had summoned. Its size was truly no joke. Even Po was taken aback by this sight. Nearby, a plane, still completely unaware of the war at sea, was just cruising through the sky. This is a repeat announcement. Currently in Incheon, South Korea, a battle with non-human entities is taking place. Since the battle is happening very close to our landing point, Incheon Airport, to ensure the safety of our passengers, the aircraft will head to Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk Airport, on Russia's Sakhalin Island. I repeat the announcement. The passengers on the plane instantly panicked upon hearing this, fearfully crying out, What the hell is going on? Just keep going, our families must be so worried. Among the terrified people, a passenger spoke up. A little boy sitting by the window was staring intently at the sky outside. He suddenly shouted, Mom, look over there! His mother looked out. From the window, a giant hand could be seen, floating in the air, in a bizarre fashion, all around Bo while she was still figuring out how to deal with the giant hand looming over her. She saw another hand emerge from the sea surface, rising up and startling her. Before she could react, those two hands quickly closed in on her, intending to crush Bo with pressure. Bo saw the situation was critical. Jen shouted a warning, Hang on! Get out of the way! Bo immediately ducked low to reduce the wind pressure and clung tightly to the rock beneath her feet to fly out of the range of the two hands closing in. This isn't a size that can be easily dodged. However, everything seemed to be too late when she realized the two hands Pan created were too massive to escape from easily. In a split second, the two hands finally slammed together, creating a massive explosion, then clenched tightly, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward. The airplane from earlier was also hit by this shockwave. The passengers inside suddenly felt the plane being tossed around, leaving them terrified. Now with Bo trapped inside, the giant hands showed no further movement. Jen, watching from the outside, had no idea what was happening within and was incredibly worried. They've all vanished. At that moment, Pan suddenly spoke up. Phew! That wasn't easy at all, huh? Now there are only two of us left. Since Bo is toast now, even if she didn't get crushed to bits, she couldn't possibly survive that pressure to make it back out. That fusion is proportional to the crushing force, the smaller the size gets. Finally, when the pressure hits its peak, it will pulverize everything inside. Everything will disappear into a different form. While Pan was still yapping away, a strange sound came from the two clenched hands. Both he and Jen felt something was off. Pan didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a blinding light emerged from the gaps between the fingers, shining straight out, leaving Pan completely shocked. Scene change. I'm not Choi Tang, nor am I some immortal being. A deity or some kind of finished product. Bo was heard speaking while she was with Ben in the Cooper library. Hearing these cryptic words, Ben looked at her with a confused expression. Bo quickly continued, "But I know full well that everyone always puts their trust in me and relies on me. I have personally charged into many battlefronts and killed countless non-human creatures. I'm considered a super-inhuman among humans and a hero of Earth. But I'm just like everyone else, never knowing when I might fall, because nothing in this world can last forever, just like how we lost our connection. At the end of the day, I'm only human, and I've always yearned for this." Ben listened to her, looking thoughtful, but didn't interrupt. She turned her back as if to leave, yet continued. "Because of the absolute trust so many people have in me, I want to become even stronger. For those who believe I'll be around forever, I want to protect them for eternity." Back to the present. Po is trapped inside that giant palm. She's using both hands to resist being crushed. Her eyes suddenly flash with a brilliant light, and then it explodes outward. Not because she wants to be the main character, but simply because she wants to protect everyone. To Pan's total surprise, a powerful beam of light pierces through the massive palm from the inside. Afterward, shards of rock from the cave fly out along with it. At this moment, Bo once again appears in midair with a whole new look. 2 new wings have sprouted from her back. This epic escape leaves both Pan and Chen completely stunned. Po's face right now looks absolutely savage. She speaks up in irritation. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you the one in charge?" Po's sudden coldness catches Chen and Pan off guard. Chen notices the transformation that has just appeared on Po's body and marvels at the wings. "I've never seen this form before." Pan also seems to have fixed his gaze on that new detail. He stares intently at Po, looking somewhat bewildered. Just like a fire phoenix, he thought, as Po was currently surrounded by brilliant streaks of light. The sudden appearance of the wings made her look even more powerful. Jen reached out a hand, and shimmering lights flew over one by one, enveloping her. The formless souls of the cave nearby were returning. Jen thought she had to take on a new form by splitting her soul in half. After all, to what extent had the soul been shattered? She recalled earlier, when Pan's 2 hands merged in the center with a force that was anything but light. She began to think about that terrifying, destructive power, strong enough to crush a soul into dust and make it vanish. She wondered if Bo smashed through that and escaped. Pan watched the scene in silence, his eyes reflecting deep thought. Then he suddenly spoke, before breaking out of those merged hands. "You've certainly become more arrogant, haven't you?" With a sarcastic tone, Pan continued, "I actually liked you quite a bit. But now you're getting on my nerves." Not giving him a chance to finish, she took to the air, charging straight at Pan with incredible speed, completely blindsided. He was dragged down into the sea with her. Jen watched the scene unfold in shock, hurriedly screaming, "Bo!" After completely submerging him in the water, Bo didn't give him a second to react, raising her fist in pure rage, aiming straight for Pan's face. Fury burned clearly in Bo's eyes, along with the streaks of light enveloping her arm. She punched Pan squarely in the left cheek, his face contorted, eyes wide and speechless. As he looked up, a barrage of fists rained down upon his body. The punches came from every angle without stopping, in overwhelming numbers. Blood mixed with the seawater. He thought this person's movements had completely changed, and the sea surface seemed to glow with an intense power. The violent impacts rippled across the waves. Jen was stunned. Her eyes widened, unable to hide her shock at this sight. Under the water, Pan refused to let Po keep the upper hand. He used magic to launch himself upward, narrowly dodging Po's attack by a hair. Seeing this, Bo didn't hesitate for a second, and quickly chased after him. Pan was slightly surprised, because Bo's speed and reflexes were so agile. With no warning at all, he used his solid foot to deliver a powerful kick to her face. His voice dripped with irritation. "If you want to play around, at least know when to quit." He continued, staring at her with deep, dark eyes, as if he didn't know when to stop. But while he was still rambling on, a sudden burst of light radiated from Bo. Witnessing this, Pan hesitated for a moment, falling silent. Bo glared at him, her face scrunched in annoyance. A second later, she used her hand to shove aside the foot that was pressing against her face. She used all her might to land another punch right on his face, leaving Pan no time to dodge. His whole body flipped backward as he let out a miserable cry of intense pain, struggling to recover. All of a sudden, a magic circle appeared on his chest. immediately followed by countless other circles surrounding them both. Violent streaks of light erupted around them. Both Bo and Jen were startled by what had just appeared. Then a series of phantom arms manifested from Pan's side, all aiming simultaneously at Bo, creating a chaotic and violent scene. Arms were continuously summoned and thrust straight at Bo. Pan then spoke up. "Impressive. Truly beyond my expectations." He looked on and said with a serious tone, "Since it's come to this, I can't just play around comfortably anymore. My intuition didn't fail me. Your power is nearly reaching its peak, isn't it?" Bo was currently being restrained by the arms that Pan had summoned. She used her arms and legs to hold them back, fighting to keep herself from being crushed. Her pupils flashed as she listened to his words. "I think the more you guys fight, the stronger you get. It'll be a blast to watch someone like you get absolutely wrecked." On this side, Jen had been tracking their fight from the very beginning, quietly making a judgment call. Even though the conditions for awakening weren't fully met, there was no other choice but to take the risk. This was the perfect moment to initiate the merger. Jen looked back, using her power to move massive boulders into the air. Bo watched her actions, feeling confused. She just looked at Bo with a sense of urgency, and Bo seemed to understand what Jen was implying. Then Jen suddenly spoke to Bo. "I'll back you up. I'll pin his legs down, so you give him a total knockout punch, okay?" As she finished speaking, the rocks from the cave began to shift their shape. They became more solid and aligned themselves all at once, forming a massive circle around all three of them as if to imprison them. Even though we're in a really tough spot right now, in a very difficult battle, things can still be turned around. Who knows? This might be our chance. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to catch that lead monster alive. Streams of light surrounded the boulders, creating a tight bond between Jen and the cave rocks. From the nearby cave, the stones seemed to merge together, building up into a sturdy structure. Everyone gasped in surprise. "Exactly," she replied. At this point, Jen was the first to speak. "I've finally understood the concept of cave stones a bit more. So what does this merger actually mean?" He looked at her and continued calmly. "They move based on their own ego and personal judgment. Of course, they all share their vision and emotions. But even when the merger mechanism is triggered, everything will go beyond just sharing and assemble into a single unified entity. You can see it as a more orderly aspect, far more organized than usual. The merger also depends on the shape of each cave. From there, it splits into several different types of abilities. I've given each unified form its own name to make them easier to distinguish." Dion and Ben grew thoughtful upon hearing this. This whole thing, her power isn't exactly run-of-the-mill anyway, but now it's even split into multiple types? Next, the first priority is the case of the break files of the cylindrical stones. In a situation where the superiority of destructive power and the counterattack force of standard caves both increase rapidly, that is a physically oriented ability. They will constantly track the target like guided missiles and unleash fierce storms of bombs and bullets. While very useful in a major battle, its effectiveness is only similar to other unification methods. Second is the systemic unification, aimed at binding the subject to prevent escape, while simultaneously causing mental confusion. Those are the bullets. He had imagined, the more he heard Jen explain her abilities, the more confused Dao became over here. He marveled to himself, even so Gigi's disappearance earlier. Is all this power for real? Then just how much power does Dion actually have? Next is the unification plan for the Cradle Tower. With immense healing capabilities from within the cradle, I will transform into the captain of the escort team of 7 giant stones to protect the tower. Hearing this, Soji grew a bit impatient and asked, "The Cradle Tower is the third one? Wasn't your unification skill limited to just 2? Jen didn't deny it. "That's right, Soja, to be clear. The truth is, there are only 4 unification skills. I hope you all understand that I can't give any more details about these skills. Finally, if you look at it that way, I guess I don't really need to say that there are 4 skills, right?" After listening to her explanation for a while, Ben couldn't help but feel dazed, thinking, insane healing and mental disruption, the escort team captain, and what else was it? I got mixed up. Dion on this side also marveled to himself, incredible. How can anyone handle such absurdly OP abilities? It seems like martial arts skills aren't exactly looking good here. Previously, Chen Sonata, I predicted that she was a very special girl. At this moment, Dion seemed to see Chen in a whole new light, as someone on a completely different level. To this extent, she must be among the GOAT tier of superhumans. Chen spoke up again to clarify the activation. This unification strike requires certain specific conditions. Hearing that, everyone focused on the bride once more, feeling a bit bewildered. Repeating, "Conditions? Yeah," Jen quickly continued. "To pull off a unification strike, All the Han must be intact, and we must gather a total of 80 pieces for it to activate normally. If we're short on numbers or if they lose their shape, during the unification process, there will be some serious risks involved. Because using such a massive amount of power in an unbalanced state can cause physical deformities, and I would lose the soul of the Han forever. These risks occur randomly, but in reality, I once had my hand go completely numb and rotted from merging without meeting the requirements. But fortunately, I received special help and have fully recovered now. Despite some lingering difficulties, Soji narrowed his eyes, looking at Chen with clear annoyance, and began to think, I've never heard of this before. This dumb lady. Chen continued, because I and the Han fight using the power of the earth. Even though we can hover in mid-air, that is why I always have to stay sharp. Not to stray too far from the ground in every fight. It sounds kind of ironic, doesn't it? Scene change. Jen is currently utilizing her second technique. Seeing himself surrounded, Ba calmly assesses the situation. This looks like it could get sketchy. Jen ignores him, while silently thinking about the hen that have turned to dust during the battle. Under conditions where some realities are missing, this could lead to a massive disaster. There's no telling. Furthermore, being so far from the mainland, it's truly hard to unleash full power. The current conditions are honestly trash. Regardless, the reason unification is a must, she mutters to herself. Yet it sounds as if she's speaking to Bo. Even if you don't say it, I get it clearly. Right, Bo? This battle is a must-win, even if it costs our lives. Suddenly, faces begin to emerge from the stone slabs. Their violent shrieking gives Pan a bit of a jump, but he quickly regains his cool and speaks. These horrific screams, and this barrier isn't just meant to hold me back. Could this actually be a welcome for me? Fine, fine. What a wonderful soundtrack. For the final showdown, everything will be eroded away. All those who are clueless, those trying to hide, those on the run, and those struggling to fight back. Every human living and breathing in the same space. Perhaps no one knows what time it is. Right now, the outcome of this battle will determine the extinction of the Earth. The magic circle beneath Pan's feet suddenly glows, then shoots a beam straight into the sky. Bo and Chen are taken aback by this move. His voice rings out unexpectedly once more. Because you guys are Earth's biggest hope, aren't you? His appearance has completely transformed. Every wound on his body has vanished. It's like he just leveled up to a whole new tier, vastly more powerful than before. Scene change. A hand, belonging to a behemoth, suddenly appears from above, clenched his fist and aimed straight for Kang, diving down. A massive thud echoed through the thick haze of smoke. Kang used both hands to block Behemoth's heaven-shattering punch. The powerful impact caused the ground beneath his feet to shatter. Standing right behind Kang was another person, who seemingly couldn't escape in time. He glanced back at the other person's terrified face, then quickly parried to deflect Behemoth's trajectory. Taking advantage of the opening, Kang immediately leaped up, kicking him straight in the gut. A blow so powerful it made Behemoth cough up blood. After taking the full force of Kang's kick, it seemed as though Behemoth would need a moment before he could move again. But he quickly lunged forward, throwing a heavy punch at Kang, sending him flying through layers of shattered stone. However, Kang rapidly regained control of his body. He spun mid-air several times to bleed off the momentum, then used his hands to stick the landing before sliding back a ways. Wasting no time, Kang instantly pushed off, launching himself forward. He leaped through the debris like a bolt of angry lightning, swiftly returning to Behemoth's position. Now, as Behemoth saw him once again, Kang charging in without a hint of fatigue, he thought for a second. Countless times he never stopped, just kept rushing in. The movements happened in a flash. As Kang was powering his way up, he was blocked by the monster's arm, yet he quickly counterattacked and pushed back. The battle between us is an even match. Then he suddenly remembered Nagi and their previous fight. They silently judged, none of them are special, compared to the superhumans who have attacked before. Sharp. To me, this battle is a total wash, terrible and brutal. Kick after kick, punch after punch, constantly being bombarded with openings. Lacking any caution, their fists collided with massive force, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Just when Behemoth thought he had finished Kang, he spoke up and confirmed, "That's right. I definitely have the upper hand in this fight." But when the smoke and dust finally cleared, he suddenly realized another wall was standing right in front of him. The end of that wall was nowhere in sight, feeling as if it were collapsing relentlessly. His gaze remained completely indifferent to everything. The two of them clashed once more before pulling apart. Both seemed to have escaped any serious injuries. Kang looked up and felt a wave of surprise. Bimos arched his back, his body radiating a source of light, creating powerful streaks of black light that shot out, aiming straight for Kang. He moved nimbly to dodge the attack. 3 light sources with devastating power pierced through the skyscrapers. As debris from the buildings shattered and rained down continuously, below, a pair of siblings who hadn't managed to escape in time were absolutely terrified. When the older brother saw the rocks about to crush them, he pulled his younger brother into an embrace and shouted, "Jun, get down!" Hearing the scream, Kang glanced toward the source and quickly dashed there at a breakneck speed. Bimos watched him in surprise. Kang lunged forward with agility, swinging his leg to shatter the falling boulders, protecting the siblings below. The older brother held his sibling tight, his eyes shut tight, frozen in fear. After realizing nothing was falling on them anymore, the older brother turned and asked anxiously, "Jun, are you okay?" The younger brother replied with a soft yes. The older brother then grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "Let's go, can you make it? Don't look back, just run." It was only then that the younger brother spotted Kang, who had been clinging to a nearby wall this whole time, watching over them. After ensuring the 2 siblings had left, Kang returned to where Bamos was. He had been standing there motionless, making no move at all. Seeing Kang return, he once again fell into deep thought, recalling an earlier conversation with Mabal. That person once said that the weakness of superhumans. He was a little confused by this random, nonsensical statement and repeated, "Weakness?" Emily replied, "You could say that, right?" He hummed and then said, "I'm asking if I even need to know that. Humans, that is." McGill spoke again. Behemoth still had no clue what the person in front of him was getting at. Only then did Mughal care to explain. No matter how superhuman they are, at the end of the day, they are just fragile human beings. Back then, he didn't understand what Malal's intention was. But standing before Kang right now, he suddenly blurted out, "Finally, I understand a little bit now." Once again, his body began to glow. Behemoth arched his back, then lunged straight toward the adjacent building. A powerful beam of light left Kang completely shocked by this move. But the people inside hadn't escaped yet. They were terrified when they noticed the massive commotion. "What's happening?" As Behemoth's light closed in on their location, Kang quickly rushed toward them and deflected the light beam's path. The woman covered her mouth, horrified by the scene before her eyes. Kang had used his own body to shield the people behind that glass pane. Taking that chance, Behemoth quickly slammed his hand right into Kang's back. A powerful blow. Kang couldn't defend in time and took Behemoth's strike head-on. Behemoth's hit created a massive shockwave, along with a blinding light, erupting powerfully in all directions, creating violent gusts of wind that swept up debris. "Hung, all you can do is smile, huh? Even though I can't keep a single part of my body intact, my righteous spirit still soars high." "Truly desperate losers," Behemoth said in a mocking tone. He grabbed Kang in one hand and lifted him up. "Honestly, I'm quite surprised. But while fighting you, I can feel it so vividly now, like the seeds of discord." Seeing Kang trying to use his last bit of strength to dodge, Byers reached out with his other hand and grabbed him again, pinning his body so he couldn't move an inch. Suddenly, a glow enveloped his shoulders. The light looked like streaks of electricity, moving from his shoulders down to both hands. Unexpectedly, Byers let out a painful scream. The pressure radiating from his body seemed to leave Kang breathless. A loud boom echoed through the air. A powerful pillar of light shot straight into the sky, constantly emitting a fierce, murderous intent. At that moment, his mind flashed back to Milao. "Bim Bim," that person called out to him. "No matter how dangerous that kid's power is, or how far it goes, it certainly isn't absolute." The giant pillar of light vanished. Kang's body went limp, his head dropping down. His cap fell off as well. Everyone around was stunned, seeing how pale Kang's face had become. Ivan, witnessing this, was shocked and stopped. Did he stop breathing? This is finally happening, just like the prophecy said. Somewhere else, Kazan was taking a stroll, happily. She suddenly froze, leaving the person behind her confused. Kazan abruptly turned around with a bewildered look. The little girl's gaze was fixed on a distant corner of the sky. Scene change. Though it wasn't easy, the first step can be considered a success. This further confirms my absolute victory in this war. For real. Behemoth let out a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. The residents in the surrounding buildings, along with the siblings who almost died earlier, seemed to still be trapped near the area. So proud. This fight was quite worth it. "The superhuman in the white cap," Behemoth said sarcastically. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on Kang's hair, catching Behemoth's attention. A memory flashed through Kang's mind. In the middle of a pouring rain, Obong Queen and Kang sat together under the eaves. Looking out at the yard, Kang spoke up. "Grandpa, what is it that makes you call for me?" "What is your dream, Grandpa?" Kang looked at his grandfather and asked. Obong Queen seemed a bit surprised by that question. "You mean my dream for the future?" His blue eyes gazed forward, as if deep in thought. Yes. Obang Queen replied, let's see. At my old age now, what else is there to dream of? Just to live a happy life with family. I think that is truly the most wonderful thing. The boy looked at his grandfather, lowered his head slightly, and asked again, so what if there's no family? Obang Queen was surprised once more. He turned to Kang and said, why wouldn't you have a family? You have me. Are we not important people in your life? Listen to me, Kang. Of course, everyone has their own way of understanding and thinking. He looked at the boy with a steady gaze, but those called blood relatives, honestly, that's not what's important. If from the bottom of your heart you cherish someone, or you receive love from someone, then those people can all be called your family. After that answer, Kang fell into deep contemplation and didn't ask anything else. Seeing that, Obang Queen spoke up again. So what is your dream? Kang quickly frowned and replied, I don't have one. Oh wait, I just thought of it. Ha, so what's your dream then? It's a secret. In his heart, he always wanted to protect his family. That was his dream. That dream of Kang's now became the strength helping him rise again. Kang grit his teeth while gathering his energy. His body began to emit a white light. Protecting. My family! That is my dream! Kang suddenly let out a massive roar as a powerful aura surged out, followed by a blinding light radiating everywhere. The massive pillar of light appeared once again. Just like a destructive cyclone, the towering beam continuously unleashed powerful winds, so strong that everything in the vicinity was shaken. Glass windows shattered under the pressure. Even cars couldn't stay still, rocking back and forth uncontrollably. Behemoth was suddenly pushed back. Both of his arms were now severed. Behemoth looked at Kang in total confusion, who was glowing incessantly. He couldn't wrap his head around this guy at all. He could clearly see Kang's body within that flow of light. His body had completely recovered. He stood tall, looking Behemoth straight in the eye. His blank white eyes seemed somewhat out of control. Now Behemoth was in a tight spot. His face was contorted in pain, thinking to himself, my hands have been destroyed. I need more time to regenerate. Meanwhile, Kang stood upright, staring coldly at Behemoth. A surge of power from deep within his body erupted, like a fierce tidal wave, spreading through the surroundings. Behemoth let out a small grunt. Kang's murderous intent was like a gale, making the ground beneath his feet tremble. Sensing things were going south, Behemoth grew anxious. He realized something was very off. A shiver ran down his spine. He looked at Kang, noticing a change in his every breath. He's actually shaking, he thought. Kang took a deep breath. He crouched slightly, preparing to spring. At that moment, Obang Queen's advice echoed in Kang's mind. Absolutely never let your guard down. As the power within Kang erupted, Obang Queen, Nanji and the others watched, completely stunned by the force radiating from him. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Their instincts screamed at them to stay away at all costs. That was Kang's ultimate defensive capability. After that, Behemoth focused every bit of his remaining strength and let out a resounding roar. The heavens and earth unleashed a powerful beam of light, plunging straight toward Kang. However, what he didn't expect was that his own move didn't even touch Kang, but instead pulled a U-turn and lunged right back at him, just like an arrow, reversing direction at a terrifying speed. What the? Behemoth cried out in total panic. Before he could even process what was happening, an ear-splitting boom rang out along with a violent explosion that smashed everything around to bits. He was nearly buried under the wave of destruction, only barely managing to stumble away from the explosion's fury. What on earth was that? Behemoth wondered in a daze, taking a step back, but when he raised his head, he was beyond shocked to find Kang already closing in on him. The distance was now barely a single step, even though right before the hit, Kang had been quite a long distance away from him. Just a second later, his entire body suddenly buckled, completely unable to stand back up. It felt as if tons of lead were crushing his body. No way, is he playing with me? He thought to himself. That power wasn't just heavy, it felt like it wanted to grind every inch of his flesh to pulp. Behemoth writhed in agony, his body slumped prostrate on the ground. Painful groans escaped his lips, as if every breath was being weighed down by a dumbbell. Arg. The waves of pain kept him from getting up, leaving him collapsed without an ounce of strength to fight back. All of a sudden, a powerful kick from Kang flew straight into Behemoth's face. Unable to dodge the blow, Behemoth was sent flying backward by Kang's kick. At that moment, the warning Jabba had given earlier flashed through his mind. Be careful with that guy. One side of Behemoth's face was now torn open, but strangely he didn't feel the pain yet. As he was still lost in thought, Kang lunged in front of him once more, landing a heavy punch right in his gut. Why this brat? How is he so damn strong? After taking that last hit, A large hole was gouged into Behemoth's body. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Banu suddenly appeared right in the middle of the sky. It opened its mouth wide and gently snatched up Behemoth's battered remains. It seemed like it wanted to clean things up a bit. However, things didn't go as planned. As Nanji rushed toward a nearby building, he took 3 powerful strides to build up momentum and lunged like a bullet right in front of Benusis. Today, Nanji swiftly drew his weapon, delivering a heavy slash to its neck, then even joked around. "Hey you, who the hell interrupts a fight like this? Who's out here being a total gatecrasher?" "Ah!" Benusis screamed in agony. Blood gushed from this deep gash on its neck. In extreme pain, it abandoned its attempt to take Behemoth's body and quickly turned tail to vanish. Nanji watched the scene, falling into a brief silence, thinking for a moment before it made its escape. That annoying thing is clearly a non-human entity, capable of moving through both space and time. It's quite massive, too. Scene change. Benusis collapsed onto the floor, struggling. It let out a pained moan, but went silent after being warned. "Shh! You're being too loud," Millie said. But once it stopped moaning, Benusis tried to speak. "Master Behemoth." Before it could finish its sentence, it seemed like Museo had already grasped the general situation. Though his emotions were unclear, he said absolutely nothing. His expression was dark and irritated. Scene change. Standing atop mounds of debris, Kang unleashed an incredibly majestic surge of power. A powerful blue light radiated from him, cracking everything in the vicinity. This left the remaining onlookers feeling extremely anxious and shocked. This outburst of power terrified everyone. The surrounding environment was in total disarray. Right then, Choji suddenly appeared. Obang Queen saw him risking his life, pedaling his bike toward Kang, and was momentarily panicked. "Choji, you idiot!" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "That's right. It's all over now, isn't it?" Jai was stunned to see a man appear out of nowhere, standing right in front of him. Even if it's a human being who is ruthlessly strong, they still shouldn't be the reason. Behind the death of his superhuman, white baseball cap, Ian thought to himself that the most shocking thing right now was that in the future Vision Kazone had predicted, for the first time, the outcome had changed from what he expected. He continued, speaking as if making an offer. "I don't know who you are, but can you step away from him? I need that guy." Faced with an offer that felt more like a threat, Choji chose to stay silent. This made Ian lose his patience a little. "Be a good boy while I'm still being nice." Hearing this, Choji couldn't hold back his emotions. His face twisted with rage. "No way! Get lost!" Choji held Kong tightly, while keeping his distance from Ian. "If you lay a single finger on Kang, I won't let you get away with it." Ian felt a bit annoyed, clicking his tongue. "Why? I already said I'm being nice. While I'm still talking to you like a gentleman. Don't even think about doing anything stupid." "You damn hobo," Ian said. Another voice suddenly cut in before Ian could finish his sentence. Obang Queen, without anyone noticing, was already standing behind Choji. Ian was momentarily surprised by his agility, but then quickly replied, "I guess I have to listen to a lot of out-of-line talk today." But Obang Queen here didn't seem to show any respect at all, ignoring the question and retorting, "Can't you ask something more original? I knew from the start you were a creep. Spying on us, weren't you?" Ian burst into laughter after hearing that answer. "That's right, you were very strong. You've made quite an impression on me. If I didn't just stand by and watch, it might have spelled trouble later on." "Perhaps," Ian replied calmly. Obang Queen spoke up with his own assessment. "You're a superhuman, yet you don't join the fight, and just stand on the sidelines watching. Then for sure, you're just another bastard with a twisted mind. What's your end game here, you scumbag?" Faced with that interrogation, Ian looked thoughtful for a moment and said, "Let's see. I'm not in a great mood, so I don't feel like answering your questions one by one. From here on out, I've decided that I won't let anyone stand in my way anymore. I'll kill you and take the body of the white-cap superhuman with me. Actually, maybe I'll just take you along too." Just then, a burst of laughter interrupted the conversation. "Haha, I just thought of a brilliant idea." Both Obang Queen and Ian were shocked when Nan and Da Jiang appeared out of thin air beside them. Nan laughed mockingly and said, "Why don't you just die?" "Think about it. If you're dead, nobody else has to die, right?" But Ian didn't back down and shot back. "Oh, right, and then there's you. I never imagined the day would come where I'd get worked up over someone like you." As he finished, Ian's eyes flashed with a purple light. Chumber appeared behind him, holding a key in his hand, preparing to activate the gate. "Looking at this crowd, I guess I'm not going to be leaving empty-handed." As soon as Ian finished speaking, Chumber inserted the key and activated it. The gate swung open, letting out an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, Zenify and a non-human entity emerged. "I'm sick and tired of these games. Witnessing this strange appearance, everyone present was taken aback. Let's see who's really going to die. These guys. Every single one of them is off their rocker, especially that blue-shirted kid with blonde hair and red eyes. Just who is that? Obong Queen thought to himself. Then Yvonne spoke up again with a calm demeanor. The weather is so nice, yet nothing is going my way, huh? This is so exhausting. Hurry the hell up so I can get back home. As soon as he finished speaking, that non-human creature let out a roar. A loud, echoing sound rang out. Everyone on this side seemed to sense that something terrible was about to go down. Choji and Da Jiang couldn't help but worry about the only two people on their side who were about to face off against those guys. While Cullen was still observing Choji's group, suddenly from the sky, a shield came plummeting down toward him. Cullen quickly reached out to catch it. Immediately after that, 4 more shields fell heavily from above. They slammed into the ground, forming a circular barrier to protect everyone on Choji's side. 2 mysterious men appeared. Based on what I'm feeling, no matter what, I think we should just stick to this side. Lord Basilo, Kirilo said. While everyone stood there in shock, Kirilo and Basilo landed gracefully on the ground. Ian frowned in annoyance. A strange feeling began to well up inside him. Now what? I've never run into these punks before. Da Jiang, seeing the 2 strangers suddenly show up, asked loudly, Hey, who are you guys? What are you doing here? Hearing that, Kirilo turned around and answered calmly, We're from Russia. I'll explain later. Just as he finished, Basilo shouted out, Kirilo, heads up, take them all down! Jiang asked sternly, Hey, who are you guys? What are you doing here? After a brief pause, Kirilo gave a brief answer just to get it over with. We're from Russia. I'll fill you in more later. He was about to say more to avoid any hassle. Suddenly, Kirilop ignored them and walked up from afar, saying, Look ahead, clear out all those shields already. After reminding him to stay focused, he continued to lead the operation. Kirilop politely greeted Basilop. Meanwhile, the group from Da Nang couldn't help but be stunned by the giant who had just appeared. He glared at them with annoyance. The fact that he didn't say a word left them completely shook. Having no idea what his deal was, the whole group just stood there frozen, taking in his razor-sharp gaze. Du took a deep breath, completely overwhelmed by the silence between both sides. What was he thinking? This pig-like uncle had an aura that was seriously putting the pressure on everyone. Meanwhile, he openly stared at them, while silently judging, is it that guy? Is he passed out? Or just temporarily unconscious? But that nagging, quiet sense of life emanating from him ultimately left him more and more confused. Since time was tight, he had to set that aside, to focus on more urgent matters. Whatever, there's something more important, so, at that thought, he stopped staring at them. After clearing his throat a few times, he hummed and glanced at the man, urging, What are you waiting for? Kirilop, don't make me say it again. Though he didn't get why he was acting so salty, he still knew his place, and wisely replied, I got it. Returning to the main task, a muscular arm reached out. It wasn't hard for this guy to clear everything with one hand. Under Basilop's steady gaze, the obstacles were quickly and cleanly taken down. After finishing, he asked his client, so, he just stayed silent without making a sound. The man continued his monologue. I've handled it all, while retracting the arm he had just extended to get the job done. Stopping right in front of him, he ended his monologue with a short question. So what's the plan now? A heavy silence hung for a few seconds. He cut straight to the chase instead of beating around the bush. Don't you want to throw hands? But at the same time, the other monsters accompanying him followed right behind. Then he immediately landed a heavy punch right on Basilop's face. He had been quiet as a mouse this whole time. Blood splattered everywhere as his face was knocked to the side. But since he didn't dodge or even brace himself, his whole body swayed unsteadily. Her eyes widened in shock. In contrast to her, Nani's reaction was simply a sigh of admiration. What terrifying power. After the shock wave from earlier, his body shifted slightly. Bee tried to stand her ground. Seeing that, the other guy was stunned, wondering, What's this? He's constantly ignoring my attacks. Bilop glared at him resentfully. Maybe he was just born that way, making others feel like he's incredibly arrogant, very uncooperative. Combined with the blood smeared on his face, he really looked like a total thug. But it didn't stop there. The other monsters allied with him. He stepped forward and grabbed his head, screaming, Aha! And followed up with another violent blow. His entire face was knocked completely to one side. His body wobbled before he collapsed to the ground. He pushed off his knees to steady himself, struggling for breath. Kirilop stood behind him, filled with anxiety, calling out, Lord Basilop! The old man thought in confusion, What on earth is he doing? At this rate, the dripping blood would stain the pile of ruins below red. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Even now, Belop didn't say a single word. He struggled to stand up amidst the gasps of horror. Ah, seriously? The old man watched in shock as he took a brutal beating. Once the beating stopped, he muttered irritably. I told you I was just stopping by for a bit. Why is everything such a mess now? Finally, he decided to speak up. But that was only after he had endured enough, and left with his crew. Right now, Belop was beyond pissed. He needed to find a way to blow off some steam. How did this anger turn out like this? What the hell is going on here anyway? Seeing him interrogation ready, he smiled brightly to cool him down, trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, or rather making the problem disappear entirely. Don't get so bent out of shape over such nonsense. They're just monsters, no matter who caught them. It really doesn't matter, does it? Well, it's a pleasure to meet everyone. The least we can do is shake hands, right? I'm C. He warmly extended his hand. The guy looked visibly annoyed. Naturally, he wouldn't deign to shake hands with the type of person who tortured him. In this wrecked state, only swearing would be true to his nature. You bastard, I'm asking what happened to you! He looked at him blankly, listening to the stream of insults. Fed up, he said, I'm only going to ask this once. Are you really the Sen that I know? He growled out the question. Dropping the friendly act and revealing his true self, he coldly questioned him back. Who the hell are you that I should have to answer you? While eavesdropping on the drama, Namki was stunned. Huh? Since he was like that, Danan couldn't hide his confusion even more, wondering, what kind of situation is this? Seeing this scene play out, the old man finally understood. So that's how it is. He thought these guys were meeting for the first time, but it turns out they're from Russia. And it seems there's some connection with C once again. Based on every actions and move he's made so far, the old man tried to speculate. That guy definitely has insane endurance. However, it's clear that all the attacks were effective. That guy has definitely taken damage, but it's honestly incomprehensible why he would just stand there like that, completely defenseless, in such a meaningless way that gains him nothing. Is he trying to be a wannabe hero? I have no idea where these guys popped out from. The same goes for those shields. When Op attacked those shields, they lost their shape, their form. It seems this shield isn't actually a physical object. It's just a visual manifestation of his imagination. I've got a bad feeling about this. These guys' abilities are completely unpredictable, but there's no way for me to gauge the true extent of their power. The old man muttered vaguely to himself before turning back to the main event. After being exposed and receiving no response, he lost his patience and made a move. A soft glow of light surrounded his arm. The light reflected off his face, sharpening the contrast and highlighting an indescribable eeriness. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking straight down. Groans of pain echoed through the area. Standing to the side, she dazed out, "A lightning strike?" As the onslaught ended, thick smoke rose, carrying the scent of charred meat. As the black smoke cleared before their shocked eyes, he surprisingly hadn't been blasted to ashes. Basilop let out a painful dry cough. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't hide their horror at his sheer resilience. In the wake of the impact, with him at the center, within a 10-meter radius, he was the only living thing left, coughing and gagging painfully. Hacking up blood, 3 pairs of eyes stared intently forward, stunned by the blonde kid, whose pitch-black eyes were glaring right back at them. Thinking, where did he just come from? Firm steps slammed onto the ground, confirming it. That's right, it really is centered. Kiryu's eyes lit up as he looked toward Lord Basilop. Bill stared fiercely, gritting his teeth and cursing. I'll beat you until you finally remember who I am. You idiot! With that, he didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately raised his fist. But unfortunately, before he could even touch a hair on his head, he was sent flying by a single punch. He was blasted past Ivan by the force of the blow, leaving him standing there, frozen in shock. He was knocked straight into a brick wall. Someone shouted, mocking that beggar. Hearing this, her eyes filled with astonishment, wondering, a dangerous ability? She recalled the spatial rifts that I can create myself. Honestly, I'll tell you everything. I still haven't been able to fully control my power. Of course, fundamentally, I can use my abilities to move through time and space. But in essence, my power isn't actually like that. I can only tell you this much. If I said everything, I'm sure everyone would hate me. Hearing her say that, he gazed at her with sympathy, thinking to himself, she looks so young. If she's a superhuman, then isn't she just like KangHa? Suddenly, the sounds of the fight outside grew louder. Startled, he huddled into a corner. His eyes widened as he saw lightning striking down from the sky. He was completely shell-shocked. Again, this time multiple bolts of lightning rained down like pillars. lightning bolts everywhere. Those strikes were only targeting one person, attacking from a distance. Basilop charged in at full speed. His arm was extended, ready to strike C up ahead, a heavy fist. His blow immediately rained down on the kid's head, but Sen didn't stop there. He continued with an uppercut, leaving Sen looking completely spent. Suddenly, he was launched into the air. A flurry of snow began to fall. The mysterious person wondered, "Do these non-human creatures have a leader?" Another person standing nearby replied, "Of course they do. The power of each and every one of them is vastly different." Looking at the varying sizes of snow clumps on the ground, that person wasn't too surprised by the answer. As expected, he naively declared, "I'll capture the leader." Bill stood silently in the freezing snow, warning him not to cross the line. He looked up at him and asked in confusion, "Why? Didn't Lord Basilop lose the arm wrestling match to me anyway?" He cut him off immediately. "Shut up! If I lost some weight, I could take on 10 kids like you." Easily. In the midst of the towering skyscrapers, only sensing a slight movement in the air, Zen descended from the sky, vomiting a mouthful of blood, recalling the scene of a furious Basilop punching the wall while yelling, "Shut up, Kirilop!" He gritted his teeth and barked, "You pathetic loser, quit acting so stupid." Looking at the corpses, who died tragically before his eyes, he screamed in a blind rage, "Those people, they don't even smell like humans anymore. Do you really not realize that they're already dead?" Back to the present. Basilop, covered in wounds, cursed, "Damn it!" lowering his voice as if pleading. "Just say it once, that's all it takes." Staring into the dark red eyes in front of him, he widened his eyes and demanded, "Tell me that you still remember me." He reached out, dragging a violent cluster of lightning behind him. Inside the room, after finishing bathing and changing clothes, the conversation about Alexander Zinn was sparked once again. Answering the man's question, he confided, "That's right. Before I met you, the only superhuman I knew was myself. Why are you asking about that?" The man awkwardly explained the reason. "Well, it's because the first superhuman I ever met was Lord Basilop. I was curious about how it was for Lord Basilop. But previously, Lord Basilop once mentioned there was someone even stronger than him. Could it be that he is—" The man trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. "Actually, there's no need to hide it. And I couldn't even if I wanted to, since anyone could easily see it, especially after that showdown just now," he responded nonchalantly. "It's not just about power. Of course, I lost the arm wrestling match 38-0, but that was just raw strength. Deep inside, he still possesses another kind of power. He's an electric type, from head to toe, emitting lightning bolts with terrifying destructive force. If you saw the way he looks, hunting down those non-human creatures, it was truly terrifying." He frowned, acknowledging the guy's superior talent. This left Kirilov completely stunned. Not only was his natural talent extraordinary, but also the special abilities of a superhuman, rarely ever recognized by Bylov. Lightning, huh? He wondered to himself, then couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Where is he right now, sir?" he replied irritably. "No clue, we were just somewhat close, but we're not on the same team anymore. Just like how things are between us now." He gazed into the distance again, rambling about how he was always wandering off here and there, claiming he would be the one to catch, the ringleader of those non-human creatures. "Not long before I did. I lost touch with him quite a while ago." Anyone could tell how deep his connection to Sen was, but still, the man couldn't help but cut in. Wufam brushed off his personal bias against Sen. "I'm sorry to have to say this, but it might be that he himself suddenly ran into some weird problem, perhaps. Of course, he knew that better than anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sucked it up and taken the hits just to pull him out. He acted one way but felt another, snapping, How that guy ended up acting so damn reckless is none of my business. But he's not some weakling, so that's definitely not the case. He's a superhuman who's even stronger than me." The clearest proof was that fight earlier. Thinking back on it is still chilling. Only those who've felt the agonizing pain of a lightning strike could deeply empathize with him. That was definitely an epic-tier superpower. No doubt about it. He listened in silence, his face showing a troubled expression, as if he was weighing something in his mind, hearing him mumble an addition, "Yeah, of course, if I ever got scrawny, then things would be different." He sighed with emotion. "I definitely have to meet him at least once." Xin himself was also moved by his admiration for Zen and felt somewhat more sympathetic toward the kid. There was a brief silence for a few seconds. Who knows what random thoughts were crossing his mind. In that short span of time, he simply let out a heavy, weary sigh. His voice tinged with a bit of nostalgia. "He's the type who's always bright and cheerful. You'd never catch him being serious. Not much different from you, actually." Kirilov chuckled. Amused by his own joke, his face rarely softened, showing a genuinely relaxed smile from deep within. He turned his head toward the man with excitement, saying it would be so cool if the three of us teamed up, the man thought in shock. It's the first time I've ever seen him smile. It was hard to imagine that grumpy man being so happy, just by imagining a scenario that might never even come true. Honestly, just for the chance to reunite and walk alongside a superhuman, the very first one he'd ever met. Someone who held such special significance. Despite a mix of unexpected emotions, mostly he felt relieved. His eyes softened after widening in surprise. Turns out even a cold heart can melt. Countless bolts of lightning flashed, ripping across the sky, striking directly down into the city's ruins. An electrified fist lunged forward, punching him square in the chest without mercy, one after another. The target of this blow was right in the face, the straw that broke the camel's back, having taken too many one-sided hits from him. He finally reached his limit with this blow, collapsing to the ground, head spinning. His entire body was covered in blood. His bones felt like they were about to snap. He struggled to stay upright on the ground that nearly caved in under him. Immediately after, he painfully clutched his throat and gagged. Getting everything settled really shocked the kid. He snapped and started cursing. "I told you this is nothing like arm wrestling. You freaking idiot!" He looked like a midget compared to his massively overgrown physique. The kid calmly raised his hand to block the glare, keeping his vision clear. Suddenly, he charged forward at full tilt, jumping with a swift whoosh like the wind, straight toward the kid. Lost in thought, Zen wondered, "Now I must fulfill my duty. As your friend." As the two faced off once more, lightning crackled across the city again. A brutal battle was about to go down. Under Ivan's watchful eyes, he thought in awe, they've already been pushed back. We're slowly being caught. And right now, it's so overwhelming it's getting out of hand. That guy Cow can't even tell what's hitting him. And sure enough, right after, because he couldn't see what was coming, the old man couldn't predict it. A second later, he was blindsided, failing to defend himself and taking the full force of it. Strands of hair mixed with blood dripped onto the ground. Sheathing his blade, he praised in surprise, "Pretty fast, huh? Sorry for the sudden strike, but that's what happens when I've got no competition." He remained silent, annoyed as he listened to this trash talk. If I wasn't fast, I'd be done for, having a long gash grazed across his cheek like this. If he hadn't been quick enough, his handsome face would have been toast. Kirillov appeared, stepping out from the ruins and the thick cloud of dust, saying, "Hey, hat guy, why do I get the feeling you're calling the shots? From all the way over there? I know all these guys are just puppets, under your command. I'll ask you one more thing. If I kill you, how do you think things will turn out?" he asked in a dead serious tone. His face and voice were so grave, it was like he was just asking, "Have you eaten yet?" Unable to digest this bizarrely casual threat, he answered honestly, "How the hell should I know? I've never been killed before," while internally marveling at the terrifying killing intent. Hearing that, his hands moved swiftly, as he casually engaged in conversation, a few back-and-forth words. "Is that so? This really gives me a lot to think about. So if neither of us knows the answer, why don't we just try to kill each other and find out?" Looking at his face, you could tell he wasn't joking. It wasn't out of curiosity or any other reason. The truth was, he just wanted to take him out. He was surrounded by countless swords, he thought in shock. Is he planning to throw those blades? And just as expected, he moved his hands, commanding the array of swords. To zip forward at high speed, a piercing scream rang out, "Get out of the way!" Denver's mind was racing in panic, only having time to think too fast. His hands moved faster and faster, constantly issuing commands to control the blades. Finally, a finishing blow. All the swords merged into one, with an overwhelming pressure. It soared through the sky, aiming straight for him. He stood dazed, watching, the sword lunging directly at him, and the ground itself was sliced clean in half. The monsters panicked, clutching their heads and calling for Ivan. The observers watching the entire match couldn't hide their utter amazement. When the storm settled, out of the blue, he appeared alongside another stranger. He asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Hey!" Denver clutched his wound, briefly reporting on his condition. "This is bad. The stab in my back is way too deep. These monsters." Ivan was stunned, thinking how he remained so unbothered. After just taking a lethal blow for him, he casually talked smack right in front of the guy. "So this is a superhuman from Russia?" Already knowing the failure that lies ahead, so no matter what happens from here on out, nothing will seem out of the ordinary. Truly reckless. In a situation where my predictions start to fail, I might actually die. Or it's also possible that everyone here gets wiped out. Originally, it was just that black hat guy. This battle is already way out of our league. How did I become so reckless? Or is it just mental shock? Even if I unleash every bit of my willpower, the outcome still wouldn't be a win. And it's all because these two showed up right on time. This duo. Setting aside the fact that I can't predict them, they really are beasts. Thinking that, he immediately spoke up to negotiate. Hey, you two. I have no intention of fighting you guys anymore. Confused, he asked, then what do you want? From above, he coldly demanded. Tell your teammates to stand down, now. Quite the proposal, Kirilov muttered, frowning in thought. You trying to pull a fast one on me? Was he trying to dodge the current situation? Ivan and Genver stood atop a traffic light pole. He gave a serious instruction. Just listen to me, okay? Genver, eyes full of resolve, continued. I'm going to head down as naturally as possible. The moment I'm down, make sure you mark it. They might just come at us again. But Genver remained silent, not saying a word. The wind whistled past him. His hair fluttered as he spoke with a fierce tone. From here on out, no matter what I say to them, that blonde guy will definitely insist. On catching me, he won't change his mind. I'll whisper the binding vow to the others, so we can stay in sync. Everyone, get ready for a smooth retreat. Kirilov stood facing them. He shouted over a challenge. What's taking you so long? I'm dying to hear what kind of nonsense you're about to spit next. Ivan politely replied, Oh, my bad. He asked as he jumped down, I think we can actually reach a compromise here. What was your name again? He replied with a grimace, Kirilov, and for future reference, before you go asking for someone else's name, you should introduce yourself first. He looked totally badass as he held onto his white hat. I'll be generous and introduce myself. I'm Ivan. He looked up and told Kirilov, my original goal was to take the body of the new post-human, the one in the white cap, but he didn't end up dead in this battle. Besides, I'm realizing now that everything that's happened has proven my calculations were totally off. Ivan frowned, his face emotionless as he continued, we won't do a thing. So just let us go. I'll share everything with you guys. All the details about my combat moves. Next time I'll cooperate with the post-humans. That's my offer. Kirio just gave him a quick look after hearing that, but didn't say a word. He gave a slight smirk. Now he asked seriously, your subordinate is still fighting Lord Basilov. That's Alexander Zen, right? Pausing for a few seconds, Ivan replied, that's right. Having received a clear answer, he looked up as if realizing something. I see. The non-human creature fighting over there is the same. He watched the fierce battle currently unfolding and asked curiously, why did they become your puppets? I can't tell if they're post-humans or non-human entities. What kind of state are they all in? I don't want to ask, and I'm not here for a debate. But Kirilov kept his cold attitude. Let me tell you my take. Once someone is human, they can't be fixed. Ivan frowned while listening. He continued, regarding this fake and insincere offer. I'll act like I never even heard it. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached his hand out, about to attack him. Suddenly he glanced over at Nanki, who was fighting the Red Devil, and froze. His eyes widened in shock. Ivan also cried out in astonishment. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Kirilov asked anxiously, Are you okay? Nanki, through the thick smoke, laughed and replied, Ha ha, my bad. You guys were having a nice chat, and here I am killing the vibe. It's gone. Kirilov's eyes widened slightly. The Red Devil was getting his face smashed in. Refusing to back down, he stood his ground, trembling. He fought with every ounce of strength in his body. Seeing this, Nani also felt a bit shook. He was trying to tap into his inner power. Man, he's too strong. If this keeps up, who knows when this will ever end. In an instant, the Red Devil raised his massive, muscular arm. Countless sharp tentacles erupted from around his body. With a terrifying force, everything was struck and shattered to pieces. The sharp tentacles relentlessly lashed out at Kirilov and Nani. Everywhere they struck, explosions large and small erupted. The battle raged on violently. Ivan stood to the side, observing. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Now is the time. Through the link connecting them all, he spoke to relay the message, Listen closely. Ian guided his teammates. In exactly 2 seconds, a spatial portal will open. Stop all combat and retreat through the portal. He commanded, Gregory, take that horned guy's body and go. And just like that, the countdown began. 1, 2, Sivan and Yenver were ready. Over at the other fight, Sen stood facing Basilop. He bluntly replied, I have no idea who you are. With blood covering his face, he said, My bad. Bill heard it and ground his teeth in pure rage. A spatial portal slowly began to open. Jenver quickly bolted inside. Nancy's group watched, eyes wide with astonishment. What the? Right behind him was Sen, who was also dashing toward the opening. The creatures were also moving at breakneck speed toward the spatial portal. The Red Devil stood dazed for a long moment, looking lost. Within moments, he vanished as well. Gregory seriously carried the horned guy's body on his back and hauled him away. Everyone was hightailing it, making a run for the spatial portal. Ghostly hands appeared, pointing in every direction. A blinding flash of light surged forward. Ian stood watching everyone scramble inside. A beam of light cast across his face. He frowned and turned back to look. At that moment, the Red Devil's massive arm was still thrashing outside, not yet fully through. The portal began to slowly close. Kirilov glared and snapped, "Caught you!" A huge hand struggled to force it shut. Something very faint and blurry appeared before him. The wind began to swirl violently around him. The opponent questioned him. "What took you so long, Ian?" The portal sealed shut completely, leaving behind nothing but a pitch-black void. In front of the portal, only a few fragments of debris remained. Everything in the area was a chaotic mess of wreckage. Bill's eyes glowed intensely. He stood frozen in place, gritting his teeth in fury. At this time, the TV was non-stop with the news. Next is an update on the case, regarding the non-human entities. The Tech High School incident. The non-human entity incident in Incheon. Images of high-rise buildings, severely damaged, were being shown. The news anchor reported, because the situation spread from the school to the city center, the Incheon mayor's office expects significant property damage. Currently, we are still in the middle of assessing the losses, but to facilitate the recovery efforts, the government is trying to send as much aid to the scene as possible. Furthermore, in this case, military officials stated, at that time, Yuri was hard at work drawing with his pen. He scribbled messy lines, while cursing under his breath. In this world, there really are a lot of freaks. He couldn't wrap his head around it. A superhuman going up against another superhuman. What could his goal even be? He looked like a total bum from the outside. But the guy who tried to take Kang away was so terrifying he didn't even want to think back on it. Yuri recalled Ivan's chilling gaze and sighed in awe. Because I'm always around someone as passionate as Kang, superhumans always felt somewhat warm and friendly to me. But in reality, just catching a superhuman's gaze is enough to make you feel like you're suffocating, like you're about to piss your pants. He glared threateningly. If you so much as lay a finger on Kang, I'm going to make you pay. As soon as he said it, he immediately felt regret. His whole body was shaking, breaking out in a cold sweat. Pulling his hair, he muttered, "Where the hell did I get that kind of nerve?" Thinking back to that moment, I definitely wasn't in my right mind. If Master hadn't been there, I'd probably be dead meat right now. Snap out of it, Yuri. You almost died back there. Don't ever make a mistake like that again. He continued sketching the superhumans that he had seen, like that toothsy uncle and the guy in the cape. That toothsy uncle, aside from his teeth, I didn't notice much else. And that blonde guy, too, who looked like he was toothsy uncle's subordinate. He recalled the builds of Vasilyov and Kirillov. He figured those guys were from Russia. For some reason, I just feel like they're good, reliable people. Then he remembered Nancy turning around and teasingly saying, "By the way, I'm not some middle-aged dude, okay?" At that moment, Yuri's jaw dropped in shock. "Ah, that's right, I totally forgot about that." "Wait, bro, big bro." He frowned while thinking back. "Wait, so then that thing," Nanki muttered suspiciously. "The superhuman with the white baseball cap. Is he still unconscious?" No, that's so weird. There is clearly something very strange about this person." He glanced over at Kang, who was lying sprawled out. Could this defenseless state come from a feeling of total peace of mind? Instinctively, did he feel like there was nothing left around him that could possibly pose a threat to him anymore? Suddenly, the superhuman elder spoke up to comfort him. "It's okay." Yuri gasped. "Master!" The elder continued. "So, do you guys have a plan now?" Kiryu slowly spoke up. "I don't care about those other two. But we should stay in touch, right?" Anki agreed immediately without a second thought. Basilop gritted his teeth in fury. He said they should head back to Russia first. That son of a bitch Ivan, or whatever his name is. I'll kill that bastard with my own two hands. So you guys don't need to sweat it. Over here. He was eagerly asking for the girl's contact info. "What's your handle?" "Yes, it's this one." He replied happily. "Great, we can hit each other up this way." The elder superhuman's eyes suddenly narrowed. He asked Nanki with concern. He was standing there, gazing into the distance. With his back to the old man, he replied, "What? It doesn't matter where we go. We're bound to cross paths again anyway. As for those non-human entities, this battle was definitely a big deal. To them, it'll feel like a total blowout. They didn't see it coming. So from now on, they'll be much more calculated and decisive." After finishing his sentence, he called his comrade. "Let's go." Don Han softly replied, "Yeah." Then they both vanished. Kirillov said with a serious look, "Old man, our goal from the start was to protect the superhuman in the white cap. even though we don't know the real motive of those non-human entities. I think their target at this time is specifically the superhuman in the white cap. Protecting him is the key to taking down those non-human creatures. I'll do everything I can to help. The old man looked at him with satisfaction. This guy's pretty sharp. I guess I should say thanks to you all. Finally, the sky turned clear again. Bill called out to Kirilov, "Stop yapping! Let's go get some clothes. Actually, shouldn't we grab some food first?" Clothes first. And just like that, they went back to messing around with each other. We can't be together like this anymore. Back to reality. Jury was still glued to the TV news. This is news regarding the white-cap superhuman. The news anchor reported, as the identity of Korea's unofficial superhuman, namely the white-cap superhuman, was revealed. Public interest in him has been blowing up, unexpectedly. What is the deal with the white-cap superhuman? More and more people are tracing his whereabouts since his sudden disappearance. On the flip side, many analysts have pieced together various reasons and suggested that this war broke out, primarily because of the white-cap superhuman. So they believe he should be held accountable. Jury's tears fell on the sketch containing the name Kang and a drawing of a baseball cap. After the war ended, everyone stood back up once again, finding their ground to overcome the adversity. Just like that, life gradually returned to normal. He opened the door to a room, but Kang had vanished. Yuri sadly looked inside. Everything was empty. He wondered where he could have gone. He wandered around his room, constantly muttering, "Kang! Kang!" In another room, the door was suddenly pushed open. Ben and Sui were sitting there. Startled, they looked up to see Ben with a gaunt face. Walking in with tattered clothes, she left them wide-eyed in shock. "Ben! Ben!" they cheered.
"Look, it's Miss Ben! It's Big Sis Ben!"
She happily replied to Sui Ben. Sui bit her lip, overwhelmed with emotion. "We were so worried about you. What happened?" Ben winced, lost for words. She quickly sat at the table, leaving the other two in total disbelief. She spoke softly, recounting everything that went down. Ben had a look of terror on her face. Sui and I listened to the whole story about the situation at that time. As expected, it was an absolute powerhouse ability. The hallucinations kept happening non-stop. It felt like it was about to explode, echoing as if it were slowly dissolving in his head. Sense of direction and distance. Almost all physical sensations were completely gone. He thought, if you unleash your power against those peaceful ones, then you will lead everything to destruction. She felt proud just to be alive, enduring all of this on her own. It was a relentless cycle of agony, no different from death itself. Until the plan was shattered, and B was one of those responsible. She had fought with incredible ferocity, but even then Pan remained absolutely reckless. He provoked Sanpern. "The pain you inflicted on me still lingers. Now let's settle this. Let's end this petty skirmish once and for all." Suddenly, a voice behind him called out, "Lord Pan!" Shocked glances were exchanged. He turned around and asked irritably, "Are you Sid Manta's loyalist?" Manta Rai continued, "I've come to fetch you." "By the orders of Lord Morin." Pan grit his teeth in disgust and barked, "You're too loud! You're practically under my heel." He insisted firmly, "This is a message from the Lord. Morin Bimos is dead." Upon hearing this news, his body went stiff. He turned back to Manta Rai, who delivered more shocking news. From Gantaran to Zidhapper, everyone has been killed. The war in Korea has ended in a catastrophic defeat. Banner is currently receiving treatment to recover from fatal injuries, so I had no choice but to send Manta. He emphasized, "Your reckless actions caused a major crisis, and facing it once was more than enough." Manta Rai tried his best to persuade him. "If the superhumans arrive at the scene of the Pacific War, where you are currently fighting, then even if you are Pan, you won't be able to escape death? I hope you will return without causing any more trouble." Hearing that, Bill remained silent and didn't say a word. He still asked arrogantly, "In a one-on-one fight, could you guys even survive?" He glared at the group of superhumans with a challenge. "In the next battle, one side will definitely have to make a major sacrifice." As soon as he finished, he growled for Manta, making him jump. Bill turned his back on him and gave a cold, irritated warning. "If you interrupt me again, I'll rip your damn mouth off." Manta replied submissively, "I understand, sir." With that, both moved out fast, hauling ass out of sight. Just like that, they gradually disappeared. Ben and Jury were stunned, eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. A monster like that, right in the middle of the ocean. Back on this side, Sui grabbed Ben's arm and asked anxiously, "Wait, what about Big Sis Duyen? Where did she go?" Ben frowned and didn't answer her right away. Big Sis Duyen triggered the fusion strike this time, under the worst possible conditions, without meeting the proper requirements. She recounted the intense situation at that time. She had to shoulder an enormous risk, which caused her to spiral into a severe breakdown. She said she didn't want me to see her, looking so terrible, so she bound herself with rocks. Then she told me to leave America first. She grimaced and continued. She said only Disney Pop can heal her massive mental trauma. I went to Australia to find that person. Perhaps that's the one who helped her. Not too long ago, we just went our separate ways like that. Sui's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She murmured emotionally, "Then she must be okay." Ben sat nearby, wondering if Difey could really be Australia's superhuman. Could it be? Bon patted her head to reassure Sui. "Don't worry too much. She will definitely come back. More than anyone. You know exactly how strong she is." Ben placed his hand on the stack of documents on the table and slowly stood up. "First of all, it's a relief that you returned safely." He then shared some good news with her. VK Pro's memories have finally returned. Bon's jaw dropped in absolute shock.
What?
Ben explained that a researcher named Juhi had helped. She and James pulled several all-nighters, putting every ounce of effort into helping VK Pro. He suggested, "Let's head to the lab. I'll explain everything in detail there. Everyone is waiting for you." Meanwhile, at Mount Yanbo, on the path leading to Saman Academy, across a diagonal bridge spanning the mountains, a figure was walking slowly. A young man with his red hoodie pulled up tight, ventured deep into the forest, his silhouette appearing quiet and lonely. The young man suddenly stopped, in front of some mushrooms growing on the grass. A flood of memories rushed back. Back then, someone cried out in joy, "Oh my God! That's fire! Pick one up and check it out!" This is a flute mushroom, a legendary fungus. It's said to let you hear a faint flute sound. Whoa, I can actually hear it. Kang, back when you were just a kid, a man held your head and instructed you. They say it brings good fortune to whoever discovers it. Kang, if you head downtown, make sure to grab a lottery ticket. The companion teased, "Hey, see, gang, he's still a kid." "Congrats, gang." Snapping back to reality, he stood there lost in thought. They said it was a rare and expensive mushroom. It would probably taste amazing in a soybean paste stew. Thinking about it, he bit his lip with a heavy heart. He looked toward the empty houses ahead of him. Inside a room, there were sketchbook pages with unfinished drawings. A voice called out, "Master, we're out of firewood." The other replied, "Jury, hurry up and bring some more." But at this moment, as he slowly walked in, he softly called out Yuri's name. He was laboriously carrying a heavy load of firewood. Drenched in sweat, he couldn't stop complaining. "Man, it's not like I have 10 arms and 10 legs. Why am I the only one getting bossed around?" Someone called out, "Hey, you're dropping everything." "Who the hell wears flip-flops while working, kid? Go change out of those slides before you get hurt." He replied lazily, "Sigh, I really need a break." Yuri froze when he saw Kang approaching. With his jaw dropped in shock, he called out. Kang emotionally replied, "Jury." The others were overjoyed to see him. They cheered happily. "Kang! Is that really Kang?" Everyone was excited to welcome him back. "Kang, what took you so long?" Jury ran over and hugged Kang tightly, rambling on. "Our solid backup is finally here. We've been waiting forever." "Ha ha!" The old superhuman sitting on the roof smiled and called down to him. "Have you eaten yet? Look at that speechless face of yours." "Exactly." Kang looked up blankly as the old man teased him. "What are you staring at, kid?" The old man turned his back and gave an order. "Go chop some more wood, will you? You're the strongest one here, after all. But compared to many others, that's nothing. It's like a walk in the park." Hearing this, Kang's eyes widened in surprise. The old man continued with meaningful words. "It's not like you had anywhere else to go, right?" Then, with a kind face, he added, "This is the embrace of your family. It always felt empty without you here. It's good to have you back." Kang. He was deeply moved by those words. The chatter of the group grew louder. The atmosphere became more lively than ever before. "Am I the low man on the totem pole now? Is it because I'm the friend you like most? Since we have the same eating habits?" Another person chimed in. "Do you really like it that much?" Someone called out to him. "Kang, come here for a sec and pull all these weeds for me." A fresh green leaf falls down. The white baseball cap is quietly placed in the corner just like that, blending with the bustling laughter and the peacefulness of everyone. "Whoa, that's fire! Kang, split this boulder in half!" "Ha ha!" The images from the recent fierce battle were captured. At the Korean TV station studio, a female reporter is discussing urgent matters. 10 days have passed since the large-scale attack. Currently, the city of Incheon is still in the process of recovery. The female MC lists the damages that occurred, starting from Sun High School, where the battle broke out, to the entire city. According to an estimate, about 300 shops around the damaged area had to shut down. She also mentioned Sen High School, and even the neighboring schools, 5 of which have announced their closure. While the MC is speaking, a significant number of soldiers, military units, and staff are assisting the citizens. But someone calls out from afar. He looks sternly toward the direction of the voice. The red-haired young man and his friends walk up and say, "What are you doing here? You're not even picking up your phone." Choi Tae is surprised and replies, "Why, what's up?" Then the fat guy says, "Move it, don't just sit here. You're the reason those kids are scared to go into the yard. To play over there." He gets annoyed and says, "Shut up, go somewhere else." Choi Tae continues irritably, "I'm not in a good mood lately, so don't mess with me." The red-haired guy asks seriously, "Have you heard the news yet?" Choi Tae asks back with a look of surprise, "What news?" The red-haired guy explains, "Yesterday, Teacher Jang Sik was talking to that military guy. Yu's condition isn't looking good." Before he could finish speaking, the red-haired guy was cut off as Choi Tae and the fat guy exclaimed, "What?" A sound of despair rang out when everyone heard the news. From the red-haired young man, "No, is there really no hope left?" Scene change. The soldier is talking to Jang Sik. He says solemnly, "His chances of survival are very slim right now." "That is through conventional means." He asks in a panic, "What do you mean by that?" The man with glasses asks again, "What do you mean conventional means?" The soldier replies, "The hospital said they've done everything they could. In fact, given he's in a near-death state. This outcome is only natural." The soldier continues seriously, "From this point on, everything I say is confidential. Level 1 military secret. I expect you to keep your mouth shut." The soldier further explains to Jang Sik, within the Special Forces unit, there is a covert department called the Future Medical Research Institute. There, the military performs military surgeries and biochemical treatments. Specifically, Jang Sik is shocked and asks, "Modify what? What do you mean by military surgery? What on earth are you talking about? You want to turn that child into a soldier? Just like you guys?" The soldier replies, "The research, future medicine doesn't guarantee he'll make it through. This surgery, but it's the only way to save the kid." Jang Sik says anxiously, "If he can be treated there, then go ahead. I'll take care of the rest of his rehabilitation." The soldier disagrees. "Gundo is still just a child. He knows nothing of this world. I can't let such a dangerous operation take place." Jang Sik sighs. "What do you think?" The superhuman kid in the white cap. In the end, he's just a school kid. Jang Sik looks surprised as he hears more about that boy. That young student always puts his life on the line to fight. The soldier suddenly recalls the boy's plea. "Please take me with you." He gives some serious advice. Don't use a mediocre yardstick. Like age to judge the resilient willpower of those boys. Jang Sik doesn't understand the deep meaning behind what he's saying and just stays silent, listening to the information the soldier provides. The soldier says, "If you're a wise teacher, I believe you'll understand what I'm saying. The most important thing in this era is determination, regardless of whether you're a kid or an adult." But before he finishes his sentence, the soldier turns around and adds, "Specifically, it's that burning passion that you probably wouldn't understand." He hesitates, then says, "I have a favor to ask." The soldier stops and listens to the request. "I think of Gundo as my own son. I hope you'll keep in touch with me regularly." Jang Sik makes a sincere plea. "I trust you to lead that child in the right direction." The soldier replies, "I'll do my absolute best." After saying that, he quickly leaves. Choi Tae's group looks at each other with sad faces. One person in the group sighs. "How did things get this bad? Unbelievable." Another person says, "I miss Hundu so much." Someone exclaims in anger, "Damn it! Those inhuman creatures!" Hearing this, Choi Tae's expression turns serious. Early morning, the scene shifts to the classroom. A student in a green shirt runs in frantically, surprising everyone around him. Just then, a blonde guy shouts, "Park Hundo!" The blonde guy asks, "Who the hell are you?" He says, "That bastard beat up my underlings." Park Hundo replies, "Get lost, you dog." Painful screams ring out across the schoolyard. The blonde guy lies slumped on the ground, groaning, "Arr, arr!" He chases after Park Gundo, saying, "Wait up! Wait for me, Park Gundo!" The crowd following them grows larger by the minute. Park Gundo turns back, scowling, and raises his voice. "Hey, stop following me!" The blonde guy snaps back in annoyance. "Give it a rest!" He continues, "We've already acknowledged you as the big boss." Park Gundo replies irritably, "Do whatever the hell you want." The group of guys behind the fat kid asked, "What's the deal?" The fat kid replied, "I got jumped by some thugs near the overpass. They jacked all my valuables, too." He said crossly, "I'm in no mood for jokes. Stop laughing already." The brown-haired guy laughed. "Ha ha, look at your face." The red-haired young man laughed out loud. "Ha ha! They even snatched your glasses?" His voice turned stern. It's not a laughing matter, you punks, the fat kid said irritably. It wasn't just me. Jang Sik and you were also there. He continued seriously. Lately, it's not just one or two people getting beaten up and ripped off. They even touched my peach-shaped wallet. And those colored glasses, too. Those were the only keepsakes my grandma left me. The fat kid said resentfully, I've got to handle those bastards. He grumbled, since they robbed my glasses. I've been getting beaten up way less. Probably because I look cuter now. His friends burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, look at this wallet. The blue-haired guy mocked. Just toss it, there's no money in it anyway. One person in the group asked, Do you guys know that kid over there? Someone else replied, What the hell is he doing? A guy nearby said, Is he just standing there staring at us? The purple-haired guy looked in panic. Look at that guy. He's actually coming over. Park Gundo rushed in and punched him right in the face, sending him flying in desperation. What the? You piece of garbage. What do you think you're doing here, you bastard? The noise of battle erupted. Wait a sec. No. He took down all three of them, leaving them sprawled out on the ground. Then he reclaimed the wallet and brought it back to the fat kid. The guys he knocked out finally recognized him. One of them muttered, Park Gundo? That's Park Gundo. The fat kid saw Park Gundo enter the class, holding his wallet and stammered, Everyone in the class shouted, What the heck? Park Gundo placed the wallet on the desk and warned, Don't just take other people's stuff like that anymore, okay? The fat kid was stunned that he had helped him get his wallet back. Park Gundo added, Don't get played. The fat guy recalls that moment and sighs, Phew! I wonder if Gundo still remembers us. He adds, Remember what? He's so awkward he won't even talk. The blonde guy looks annoyed and frustrated. What do we do now? As night falls, the whole group is sitting and chatting. Choi-tae asks blankly, Is something up? I didn't quite catch that. What's going on? Gundo wonders, Shut up, is Kang that kind of guy? He's confused hearing Pagundo leave his sentence hanging like that. He suddenly realizes and says, Turns out that guy. His physical strength is no joke. He's definitely been training a lot, but he's been hiding it from everyone. Choi-tae adds, Anyway, he's actually a nice guy. But if he had to get into a real scrap, he could probably take down everyone else. He continues, Aside from being a bit of a dork, it's clear his skills are on par with Gundo's gang leader. I actually quite like him. Gundo then tells Choi-tae, Choi-tae, honestly, he says sadly, Don't you think you're living like trash? Choi-tae is shocked to hear Pagundo say that. He replies, Both you and me. Choi-tae reflects and feels more miserable than ever. He calls out Pagundo's name unconsciously. The red-haired young man shouts, Choi-tae! Choi-tae thinks to himself, Stop looking at yourself like trash. He walks away, leaving his friends behind, and says, I want to be alone. Don't look for me. His friends are surprised. Where's he going? What's up with him? He just woke up. He tells himself, Gundo, I really want to say sorry. Choi-tae leaves. His mouth keeps murmuring his name. I've been living such a messed up life, letting a cool guy like you get misunderstood, to the point of having to live like this. He suddenly realizes something and says, So? Gundo, please don't die, okay? At one point, someone asks, What do you think, director? The director answers, First of all, the introduction will appear right on the screen. These are the main figures in this incident. The curly-haired guy continues, We managed to gather images and intel on them, though it was a real struggle, through secret filming and photos. He explained further, plenty of new superhumans have popped up, but their names and where they're from are almost impossible for us to pin down exactly. The situation right now is just too chaotic. The curly-haired guy started listing even more. During the final phase of the battle, in the heart of the city, it was easy to see the clash between these different superhumans. He continued with the updates. Some people there actually witnessed the freakish forms of those non-human entities. The man in glasses probed further. Is there something more complex at play here? Anything we can deduce from this? The curly-haired guy replied, From the very beginning, the massive non-human attacks that went down were straight up targeting the high school. Actually, there's a huge theory that the superhuman in the white cap is the one who sparked this whole war. But when you look at the teamwork among the newcomers and the sketchy beef between them, even the pros can't make heads or tails of what's happening. He responded, I see. In this total mess of a situation, it seems like rumors and fake news are spreading like wildfire. The curly-haired guy noted. Among the superhumans who showed up afterward, one was wearing a wide-brimmed hat. This person is thought to be the superhuman who clashed with Jonathan in Cambridge, UK not that long ago. Now he's back at it flexing his power against other superhumans. The man in glasses said, "If that's the deal with the curly-haired guy, he's a far cry from the ones helping people. I've reached the conclusion that there's a high chance he's got bad blood with us." The man in glasses believed that, actually from the start. I already called it regarding the black-hatted superhuman. He's like, "Is that so?" Maybe we just don't know. Or maybe it's because there's so much fake news out there. He asks a question. What's going to happen in the future? Among the real superhumans? Turns out someone has been located. The curly-haired guy continues. He's a superhuman from Korea. It looks like the government is going to try and reach out to him. Master scene cuts. To the superhuman elder's residence. A voice exclaims, "Whoa, ha, ha." As soon as I saw that shark fin, I charged in. The superhuman elder notices something. The disciple calls out, "Master!" He stares into the distance and says, Yuri, what is Kang up to right now?" Yuri replies, "Right now, Kang is," he thinks, "Kang is hanging out with everyone talking about heroes. And ghost stories, too." The crowd around the campfire is gossiping with each other. I dove in and got dragged underwater. So I tried to neck choke the shark with a giant neck choke. For real. Kang hears them and bursts out laughing. One of them notices Kang is low-key clowning them. "Yo, are you laughing at me?" Kang replies, "I'm not laughing. It's just a hilarious story." The superhuman elder finishes talking and leaves in a hurry. Then he tells Juri, "Oh, you head inside first, Juri is shocked. "Wait, master!" "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" The man in the suit lurks in the distance, watching. Action! Inside the superhuman elder's house, only loud laughter echoes out. "Ha ha ha!" A voice on the comms asks, "Is everyone okay?" He replies, "I'm not okay at all. The flycam got ghosted by the wind and the glow stick is gone too, even though I tried looking for it." The man in the suit starts to list it all and reports back to the person on the other end. "Traveling all the way to this middle of nowhere. I've almost kicked the bucket several times, superhuman or whatever. Before I actually die, I want to get the hell off this mountain as fast as possible. Are you guys even listening to me?" While he's talking, he suddenly sees the superhuman elder appearing right in front of him. Oh, he tumbles to the ground and screams, "Ugh, ah, ah!" Superhuman. The man in the suit looks at his hand and says, "Wait, my walkie-talkie." The old man holds the walkie-talkie and says, "So you've come looking for me?" A voice echoes from the forest. "The first path is never going to be easy. I've expanded the investigation and searched everywhere." The people outside seem to realize something, and they say, the superhuman elder is speaking. "You don't need to struggle like this." The man in the suit is all beat up. With a worried face, he watches the old man talk through the radio. The superhuman elder says in a low voice, "I will speak with the government directly. I don't know who is on the other end, but relay this message. I hope you won't sneak around the academy again, trying to buy time a second time." Scene changes to a house covered in blood. A gloomy atmosphere blankets the place. At that moment, a voice rings out. "The vibe is a bit too dark, isn't it?" The white-haired guy is surprised. He looks toward the direction of the voice. The green-haired skull guy also looks over in confusion. The skull guy steps closer and says, "Too late." The crowd in the house looks out and wonders, "What is that?" He replies, "Oh, he's still alive. Well, actually, I let him live and dragged him here." The skull guy explains, "Because he was saying some pretty interesting things." A snicker rings out. "But go ask him yourself." Moro, the bear looking like a stone statue in the back, can't hide his feelings and lets out a pff too. The monster with the ugly face makes some weird noises. That's Apollo Akavanga. Those who were present there, respectively, they are Mosuman Barbarusa with bloodshot eyes, and the blue-faced one is Devin Kelly. The skull guy says, "All right," as he slams the muscular man down, making him slide across the ground. The muscular man lies there helplessly, groaning in pain. Both the white-haired guy and the skull guy look at him. The skull guy asks, "What's your name?" The muscular man sits up after the powerful throw from the skull guy. He steps on the opponent's head and says, "Stop stalling." He adds smugly, "Someone like you has more than enough strength left to talk." The skull guy barks in annoyance. "Don't make me ask you a second time. Answer me already." 4. The muscular man stammers, muttering in the cold atmosphere. He is surprised to hear what the muscular man says. Enveloped in darkness. In the future, gloomily, Skull stomps even harder. The weak voice from the muscular man continues to echo. The moonlight shines down. He feels annoyed, becoming increasingly cranky, as he crushes the opponent's head under his foot. But as his groans still linger, Lord Jikat said so. Both the white-haired guy and the skull guy don't understand a word he's saying. The muscular man continues, "Yes, the sun that never loses its warmth will lead to the end of the blue moonlight of those who were warmly received. In the end, only they will remain. The skull guy says irritably, "What kind of gibberish are you talking?" When asked, the muscular man states, "Nothing is an exception. Lord Rakakaya, the Monument of Terror, will never forgive." The white-haired guy looks on in surprise at his words, the one waiting for a terrifying future. Just as predicted, nothing is wrong. The skull guy continues to pin his head to the ground, even as the words keep pouring out under the moonlight. Standing there tall, it can only be those people, but it doesn't stop there. With intense conviction, the muscular man calls for Jack. He continues his lamentation. That person's tolerance and choice. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Shut your trap!" The white-haired man's foot quickly plunged forward. He spoke up powerfully. "This piece of trash must be dying," since he can't seem to see what's right in front of him. "I don't know what he's smoking to dare talk such nonsense." The white-haired man reached down to the head of the muscular man being stomped on. He asked, "That trash you mentioned. Hurry up and tell me where he is." The muscular man replied, "I am Makong Ti Fong, one of the warriors, who inherited the benevolence from Lord Rakia." The white-haired man snorted after hearing that. He spoke while forcefully squeezing his head, leaving no chance for survival. "I'm a K Fong. Gah! Ah!" The white-haired man roughly tossed me, K Fong, to the ground. He was so weak that only moans escaped. The man calmed down and said, "I'm so stunned I can't even get angry." "Seriously? After all that, you still don't get what I'm saying? Just how pathetic can you be?" The skull man was surprised to see him act like that. The white-haired man said coldly, "There's nothing left to say to this useless loser." Everyone around looked at me. K Fong lying unconscious on the ground. The skull man irritably scolded the white-haired man. Why? He acted cocky, asserting, "I'm the one who caught this guy. I'm the one who should decide his fate." The skull man snapped back angrily. "You messed it up by just doing whatever you wanted. You just can't seem to break that habit." The fat guy standing outside witnessed the whole thing and sighed wearily. "Phew, phew." The white-haired man replied nonchalantly, "You'd better clean this up. Otherwise he's going to puke up everything right here." The skull man was so fuming mad he could explode. He barked, "Say that one more time and see what happens." Both of them stopped when they heard a loud shout from outside. The horned man yelled, "Both of you, knock it off!" They looked over, stunned by the sudden outburst. He began to explain, "This me K Fong guy, seeing the loyalty of someone who has been practically brainwashed and is in a mental state where he can't even read the room, yet keeps mumbling such nonsense." The horned man continued, "Interrogating him any further is just going to be a total waste of time." Pan's judgment wasn't wrong. He said seriously, regarding the existence of Jaka, whom he mentioned, and his current actions, "I already know a little bit, so there's no problem." The horned man told everyone to move out together, Benair. "We're moving to the surface, so call Toban over here." Suddenly a voice chimed in, "You two sure act like you're the kings around here. I didn't think that guy would be such a rebel, but I have no intention of taking him lightly," he replied. "We have to go confirm that in person." One of them wondered about Draco's place. "Cut to 10 days ago," Ben said seriously to Bia. "VKPO's memories have returned." Bia, caught off guard, asked, "What?" He informed her that a researcher from the Jiatuk Association named Juhi had helped. She and DM stayed up for several days and nights, putting all their effort into helping Kepler. He said, "Please come to the lab. I'll explain everything in detail. Everyone is waiting for you." She was stunned upon hearing this news. She recalled a memory. Bia reached out her hand and said, "Nice to meet you." Bia introduced herself. "My name is San Bia. I'm the one who wrote the letter to you." He froze for a moment. Then Guru regained his composure and replied, "I'm Witcher." The two sat opposite each other, gauging one another with their eyes. Bia held a cup and looked into it. Guru also looked into the cup. Both he and she were chasing after something. Cut to the two of them lying on the beach together. He and she observed their surroundings. On the ship out at sea, there was... The helicopter is in flight. She unleashed her power, shattering everything around her. Debris scattered through the air. She rushed inside and witnessed a horrific sight right before her eyes. Bia stood frozen, staring intently at it. Guru lay unconscious on the floor, facing her. Suddenly, a loud voice called out her name. Bia snapped back to reality. The car was driving down the road. Ben was driving up front. He turned around in a panic and called out to Bia. Startled, she replied, "Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was just talking in my sleep." He apologized and told Ben to keep an eye on the road. He replied casually, "It's fine, Bia. Don't sweat it, it's no big deal." "Is this DM's car?" Bia followed Ben, lost in thought as she walked. An unintended resurrection. Even though she knew this revival was nonsensical and completely defied reality, Juhi poked her head inside. She excitedly said, "Hello?" Bia continued to dwell on her spiraling thoughts. Even though she knew it was a forced extension of a life, she couldn't hide the joy she felt. Deep down, everyone in the room was thrilled to see her appear. They kept cheering, "Bia, everyone!" Bia thought to herself about the so-called human heart. Guro looked at her, unable to believe his eyes. How could she look so frail yet so calculating? The people in the lab were quite surprised to see her walk in. Suji happily waved and greeted everyone. Bia, her eyes full of seriousness and sorrow, called out to Guro. The room was a mess of emotions. Some were worried, some afraid, and others joyful. He heard her call but remained silent, not yet responding. He remembered the times the two of them walked side by side. He scolded her, "Not again! Are you going off to fight all by yourself again?" Looking like this, it honestly leaves me speechless. Now, after finishing his recollection, he climbed down from the table and spoke. "Looks like a hell of a fight went down. Your will to live is pretty impressive, huh?" "I don't even want to talk to you looking like that." He reached out his hands in a polite greeting. "It's such a relief that you're safe and sound. Long time no see." Before Bia could even react, Bia plunged into VK Pro's arms. She hugged him tight, catching him completely off guard. "Whoa, what's with you all of a sudden?" Seeing this, one person in the room grimaced. Another teared up and let out a sigh. Instantly, the room was filled with laughter and teasing. "Look, VK Pro is blushing. Ooh la la, what's going on with you two?" A while later, everyone returned to their spots. They began seriously reviewing the reports. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "But Matt Dion is nowhere to be found, is he?" The bearded man turned with a glare and answered, "Oh, Dion isn't around right now. I heard he went to meet someone. Word is it's a fan meeting or something like that." Hearing this, Suji replied annoyedly, "Seriously? No cap? Oh, that lonely guy. I don't get why, since last time. He's had no one to hang out with. But it feels like he's just flexing, acting like he's some fan favorite." Ben, standing nearby, helplessly reminded her, "Suji, come on." Witcher sat quietly across from her. Only then did he speak up and ask, "But who exactly are you?" She heard this, and cheerfully hugged her leg with one hand, while pointing to herself with the other. "Oh, I'm Sui Grassi." "It's a pleasure to meet you." After hearing her name, he muttered it to himself. Sui. Ben suddenly turned serious. Ben said, "While you were gone, VK Pro, a whole lot of stuff has happened." Bia quietly observed everything, thinking to herself, "We are telling this man about all the incidents that have occurred recently." Looking ahead, everyone listened intently to Ben as he held the report on several events. She brainstormed how to summarize the story. Looking at that calm expression, that face radiating such excellence, in the end, both Ro and Bia narrowed their eyes, sharing the same thought, that perhaps the confusion and chaos didn't even matter anymore. Ben looked intently at the report in her hand, reading Ro's current condition out loud. Currently, Ro's condition is showing symptoms of dissociative disorder, accompanied by occasional headaches. Thanks to consistent mental and physical care, regularly, he is gradually returning to his former state. The silver lining is that he's slowly recovering tiny fragments of his memory. Ben looked at her with total respect. "Dr. Men, thank you for putting your heart and soul into this." She gently shook her head, waving off the thanks. "Don't mention it, Ben. This success belongs to everyone's combined effort. I barely did anything." A certain figure suddenly flashed through her mind. She continued, "Besides, it was my apprentice, Juhi, who really did the heavy lifting." Bia was slightly surprised to hear that name. "Juhi?" Her words kept ringing in her ears. "I'm actually a huge fan of yours. I can't make any guarantees. I'm just holding on to hope and going for it. From now on, please listen to what I say and follow my lead." At the Doctor's Research Institute not long ago, Diem rushed in, pushing the door open with documents in hand. He quickly held out of the papers and called her name. "Juhi, here!" Juhi waved back at him very warmly. "Oh, that's right, it's me. So good to see you. You're Diem, right?" A moment later, the two of them sat down at the table, enjoying 2 steaming cups of coffee. He pushed a small box toward Juhi. "First off, I've brought the items you told me to prepare." Then Diem grimaced and fired off a series of questions. "What's your plan? Is there anything I can do to help? Is it even feasible to recover that person's memories?" Meanwhile, she was nonchalantly enjoying her drink. She set the cup down, closed her eyes, and answered calmly, "I'm not really sure. The way you're asking with such a worried face is actually putting quite a bit of pressure on me. When it comes to what they call luck, if it's not meant to be according to fate, there's just no way to predict the outcome." Hearing that, he turned serious and asked, "Where exactly is Vikro now?" Juhi heard his question and didn't hesitate to comfort him. He's being isolated in the hospital room next door. Don't worry too much. He looked at her and made a serious plea. I want to see him. Even if just for a quick second to see his face. Even though Juhi tactfully declined, that's not possible right now. She crossed her legs, sat up straight, and spoke frankly. I'll explain this briefly. We're currently treating him, using several different methods. But among them, we are ramping up the hypnotherapy sessions. It might sound a bit old school, but you could say, it's our only glimmer of hope right now. A clear image of Vikro appeared on the projection screen. Diem looked at the scene with a hint of anxiety. She noticed his reaction and continued her presentation. Currently my teacher's university colleague, Master Fury, who is highly specialized in the field of hypnosis, is doing his absolute best to help him. Looking at Fury's eager demeanor inside the patient room, she went on. While it's not a standard format, we can perform hypnosis during fixed slots every morning. Afternoon and evening, we are going all out to recover his memories. Hearing this, Diem's eyes widened in shock. Recovering his memories? So what are the results? How's it going? Yuhi set her glass down on the table. Objectively speaking, I'd say it's working. However, if his memory isn't restored within a short window, it might actually fade away very quickly. This is the moment where a light of hope has appeared, even if it's just a faint one. That's why we need to step it up and dive deeper. She silently looked toward him, stating her decision bluntly. This is a race against time. Tonight, during this 11th hypnotherapy session, he will be put under. At that moment, with a very strong impression, I tried my luck. 4 to 9 o'clock. During VK Pro's 11th hypnosis session, from the door, James gently pushed his way in. It was exactly when Fury was asking, so where are you wandering around right now? While he lay there in a daze answering, I don't know anymore. I quickly signaled James to be quiet. James got the signal and quietly stepped away. On the bed, Ro lay there, vaguely recounting. I'm surrounded by children. The kids are passing me the ball and begging me to play with them. But in his subconscious dream, he saw himself playing with a group of children. Yet his mouth continued the narration. A place that's shabby and messy, but I don't feel uncomfortable at all. This place is very warm and peaceful. Seemingly recognizing the familiarity, I'm certain this is my hometown. His lips thinned as he whispered the words, it's today. All right, Fury snapped his fingers, ending the hypnosis session that would spark his memory. Okay. Diem, worried, gently called out, VK Pro. He still lay there, unresponsive. He looked at Guru lying still on the bed, anxiously calling out, Guru. Suddenly he opened his mouth and spoke softly. Fury continued to question him. Where are you and who are you with? He lay quietly on the bed, eyes shut tight, and replied, I don't know. But I don't know who they are anymore. He lay there, describing a few details. A guy wearing some weird glasses. Keep following right behind me. Annoying me nonstop. Fury and James grew more anxious the more they heard. Sweat began to bead up. He was extremely irritated, speaking up as a warning. Stop with these awkward antics. Just get lost already, you don't know when to quit. He continued to act out in anger. A low, steady voice kept echoing, lingering in his ears. It's pretty boring, isn't it? Guizhou, you should try eating this. It's so annoying it won't stay up. He just cares about everything. Maybe he's a good person, but then again, maybe not. He continued, I don't know who that is at all. My head feels like it's going to explode. I can't take this anymore. I understand. Guizhou, it's okay. After hearing him speak, both of them looked incredibly sad. One of them was crying so hard their face was a total mess. Now he continued to prompt him. When I count to 3, you will come back to the present. Then the numbers began to be counted. 1, 2. When he reached 3, he snapped his fingers with a sharp click. As the action finished, VK Pro's eyes slowly opened. A blinding light flooded his vision. James's silhouette was quite blurry. Finally, as he adjusted to the light, he saw James sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot everywhere. He looked at him and asked gently, Do you remember me? Hearing this question, he was completely stunned. In the room flooded with light, the person sitting opposite him asked again, Do you remember who I am? Vikapro's dark eyes were unusually deep. He looked at the two of them and answered honestly, I'm sorry, but I don't know. Disappointed, the other person replied, I see. He leaned down, sorting through the items in the cardboard box while saying, You're the hero who saved this entire planet, and I'm a colleague and a friend who has always been by your side. He pulled out a set of clothes and recounted, This outfit before you, Vikpro, collapsed. You always wore it while fighting non-human creatures. It's like a symbol of who you are. It's okay if you don't remember. Diem held back his tears and brought the outfit to him, stating firmly, Just like when we first met, and just like always, I believe you'll stand up and fight for Earth once more. Once again, he placed the suit in his hands and bowed his head. Please accept this. But as VK Pro looked on blankly, his dark eyes shifted as he stared at the outfit. His eyes suddenly bulged in pain, as if his head were about to burst. My head feels like it's going to explode! He seemed to scream out, crying that his head was about to split open. His pupils dilated to the extreme. Flashes of the past crossed his mind, and he wondered, who on earth am I anyway? Suddenly he hurled the suit away. Clutching his head, he cursed, "This damn bastard!" With a determined gaze, he looked at the two people before him. Even now, I'm still getting played. You're just as annoying as you used to be, aren't you? Hearing his words, the two in the room cried tears of pure joy, thinking back to Juhi's departure, wondering what exactly ticked him off, enough to make him push their hands away. DM immediately lunged forward and hugged Guru tightly. Before the scene changed, Juhi was preparing to leave with her suitcase from behind. Dien stood there, saying with sincere gratitude, I'm truly thankful to you. Juhi, how did you manage to get him back to how he is now? Juhi ignored him and turned to tell another story. Not long ago, I bought a few hats. Recalling VK Pro's appearance, she continued, without hesitation, he picked a hat. Whether out of interest or habit, I'm not sure. But he kept fidgeting with his hair. They gave him all sorts of headbands and headscarves. But without a second thought, he put on that hat. Picking it up, she delved deeper into her memories and went on. Moreover, he has never liked coffee. Remembering her own actions and echoing voice, she smiled. Drink some, I brewed it myself. She continued her analysis. The coffee I intentionally gave him. He got annoyed just by the smell of it, recalling the way he looked at the coffee with such distaste. She continued, he said, I don't need it. Thinking back to that moment, she felt a chill and thought to herself, oh my God. It turns out he never liked coffee in the first place, huh? She went on to explain, he still retains his old habits, or rather his old way of life. When I built this hypothesis, I was absolutely certain. She looked at James with confidence and affirmed, it was worth taking a shot on that slim hope. After all, you never know. This just happens to be a field I can handle. Recalling images of herself busy in the office, working without a break, she recounted that from that point on, I quickly put together a team specializing in medical treatment, psychological counseling, folk remedies, and hypnosis. We prepared the best and most cutting-edge options that everyone could mobilize to carry out this campaign. And in the end, we finally achieved a great result. With a look of sheer conviction, she said, I'm just a genius, not a superhuman nor a monster. I just see the possibilities and make them happen. Besides, I also had a little bit of luck. Back to the present. She looked at him standing there and said, oh, and about this trick. I had a reason for only calling you. She recalled a few specific cases in her mind, then analyzed, in cases like San Pagan, those who had encountered him before, there's a high chance it was ingrained in their minds, with Wicho as a new destiny. This had to be completely ruled out, because it's a factor that causes fatal obstacles in memory recovery. Since overall power is decisive in hypnotherapy, I needed people who hadn't been in contact with them. On the other side, a flashback of the silhouette of VK Pro while he was in a dreamlike state. She continued, for that reason, I tried to mobilize the children from the Halem house. I just guessed that he was the most suitable person. Hearing this, DM's eyes widened in shock. He stood behind her, looking down. Honestly, besides saying thank you, I have no way to pay you back. She didn't look back, only asking nonchalantly, so are you guys looking to compensate others while on the run? But remembering those images of powerhouse figures, she spoke sincerely, I don't need any thanks. Looking at that spirit of sacrifice, I know you guys are ready. Their existence is beyond comparison to anyone else. Though Juhi turned her head back with satisfaction, I'm really glad for the fact that it could actually help. You guys, who only ever know how to help others, that is enough. Everyone sat slumped and bored, in various poses during the private meeting, announcing everything concisely with an opening line. That couldn't be more familiar. This kind of thing, everyone stopped lounging and listened carefully, but White Owl remained silent. After hearing the whole story, she was lost in thought, feeling a bit moved. She really is an amazing big sis. Ben was the first to speak up, though the content had nothing to do with the story. You've been through a lot yourself. Bia paused solemnly for a moment, then asked Juhi, where is she now? She, he said respectfully. Just as he was about to gloss it over, Omen cut him off. She frankly told everything she knew. Yuhi said she would return to South Korea. The story happened not long ago. Seeing her leave in such a hurry, she didn't understand a thing, simply lamenting, gone already? Hearing that, she smiled teasingly. What's this? Gosh, for the doctor to come see me off like this. It makes me a bit touched. Pissed off by her half-baked attitude, She was actually serious. After a few brief seconds of thought, Omen said a farewell that made her cringe. Thanks, Jew. It's been a long time since we reunited. Yet we couldn't even say a proper hello, so let's just say we owe each other this time. She stopped joking around, accepting the sentiment while speaking in a distant, vague tone. Fine. The doctor dropped by to say hi. This is enough for me. She said thanks and dropped the matter. I've heard so much today that my stomach is literally full. But as she turned to leave, the woman suddenly asked, "Are you planning to go back to the G-Tuk headquarters?" She remained silent for a long while. She explained, Juhi is currently the first head of the research department at the G headquarters, Tuk, in U.S. Korea. Lately, it seems they've been sending people to Korea and getting immediate approval. As for me, because I was worried about my younger sibling, I decided to return to my hometown. But if it's Juhi, there must be another reason. She really is my junior, but even I can't figure out what she's thinking deep down. Yeah, I remember back then. After a moment, she left a vague comment. Even though it's my workplace, I'm finding it more and more unsettling. It feels like something is rotting there, and then she left. Afterward, Bia went silent, not making a sound. Reflecting on the information himself, Ben heard it and understood immediately. So she was a researcher from G2, and that explains why. She suddenly asked a question out of the blue that seemed totally unrelated to the story. Everything seems to be wrapped up now. Closing his laptop, Jim stood up to finish work. Before leaving, he lingered for a moment and spoke briefly. For some people, going through deadly battles, horrific and brutal, some others are etched deep in memory. Regardless of the process or the outcome, to everyone, thank you so much for returning safe and sound. As of now, it's clear that the war in Korea this time has come to an end, with some general information related to the Pacific War of KuBI and regarding future plans and directions. Now we will discuss this again. The whole table fell silent, listening to the all too familiar words of gratitude that they never stopped hearing. Because at this current time, being able to live in peace one day at a time is a blessing. Just staying alive is already a huge struggle. For superhumans carrying such noble responsibilities on their shoulders like them, it becomes even more difficult. Every step must be as careful as walking on a tightrope. South Korea, at the present moment, Kang leisurely walked up each step under the afternoon sun on a familiar street. Halfway there, he suddenly realized with a shock, I totally blanked on stopping by the seafood market. Inside the heavy box that he was currently lugging around was full of items his boss had repeatedly reminded him to get, complete with a note listing peaches, strawberries, butane gas, rubber gloves, incandescent bulbs, fluorescent lights, canned snails, and sausages. The boss even told him to swing by the market for some clams and squid. Back then, he had even asked innocently, "There are some other dishes I really love. Can I buy them, sir?" Making his boss feel utterly helpless, not knowing what to do with him. Just control yourself a bit. Rough, right? You already blew all your money last time. But now, despite his youth, he was being airheaded and forgetful, and it ended up like this. Now, should he actually head back? Since he had already struggled to climb the last steps and was almost home, he had absolutely no intention of turning back. Thinking with annoyance, what a drag. I'll just tell everyone I dropped the stuff while I was running, handling it so smoothly like that. It was clear to see that this wasn't the first time this had happened. He continued to walk leisurely, turning through several floors and a small alley. Suddenly, he turned his head as if something had caught his eye. It was a beautiful day with a gentle sunset embracing the entire neighborhood. A poetic scene in the middle of a time of war. Only death was visible, and it would take a furious lightning bolt tearing through the sky, striking straight down into the land of Korea. To truly match the atmosphere of such a decadent era, he stood there dazed, looking at the scenery for a long time until a fresh breeze blew from out of nowhere, blowing his hood back. In the morning, he snapped out of his daydream, put his hood back on, and continued walking, as if he had never stopped. Passing through the streets into the main road of the small village, he walked alone on the wide road. Not knowing how long he had been traveling, his face remained calm, without a ripple, moving forward leisurely. However, he wasn't actually alone, as there were some guys creeping and tailing him from a distance. They told each other to keep it down and tread lightly. Once everything was set, Gundo peeked his head out toward the main road. He had just been there, but surprisingly, the road had returned to its original state, deserted without a single soul. He asked the rest of the group, "Wait, where'd he go? Where the hell did he disappear to?" Hearing that, Hamu Hui hurriedly pushed him. "Didn't you see him? Let's go!" "Move it! Hurry up!" Stuck in the bushes, Jinju, a young lady, not used to living, like a fugitive, complained about being bitten by ants. "Hey, did I just get bitten by a bug?" "Good grief," the cowardly blonde chimed in. "Maybe we should stop sneaking around and just